Fake It Till Forever by Tyler Walker.
Marissa just started a new job.
First thing she's asked?
Get fake married.
A black woman in corporate America doesn't need any distractions.
Especially not hot white boys who are the son of the CEO asking you to fake marry them so they can show dear old dad they're responsible enough to inherit the company.
Only one thing is for sure. It's a lot more fun climbing the corporate ladder when you're also
climbing each other.
This platform's guidelines won't allow us to put the naughty bits on air. That's why you need to go to tylerwalker.com and grab the unabridged version of any Miss Tyler audiobook.
Use code SAVE40 for a 40% discount on any digital product. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, and share this video with friends.
Your support is what makes these free full audiobooks possible.
Thank you for choosing Tyler Walker's Fake It Till Forever. Chapter 1. Aiden. My eyes opened slowly, immediately squinting from the sunlight, peeking through the elegant, semi-transparent red curtains. I'm in the presidential suite of the hotel that will be mine someday. But how I got here is a mystery. As my eyes shift over to the right side of the California king bed, I see the curves of an unknown woman. She sleeps with her back facing me, barely covered by the satin sheets. My reputation of being a womanizer precedes me, and I continue to live up to my name by having no clue how many women I've slept with. Every time I go out with my best friend Tony, it's a wild night that I typically don't remember the next day. We were fraternity brothers in college, and even though it's been 4 years since we graduated, we can't seem to retire from our partying ways. I remember us taking shots of tequila at the club last night, but everything else following that is a blur. An alarm on my phone sounds from the living room, jumping me out of the bed. Damn it. I'm late for the board meeting. As I rush to make myself look like a businessman, not smelling like a neighborhood pub, I can already hear my father giving me his usual lecture. Evan Stakes, the CEO of Stakes Casino, has always been a hard ass for as long as I can remember. He views me as his troublemaking only child whom he dreads handing his beloved company over to. I always keep several clean suits locked away in this suite for occasions such as this. Being an heir certainly has its perks, and I'd be lying if I said I don't take advantage of them all. As I put on my tie in front of the bathroom mirror, I sense a presence behind me. I turn to see the mysterious woman watching me curiously, with only the bedsheets wrapped around her. Her thin lips part, forming a seductive smile. My girlfriends are going to be so envious that I spent the night with the son of Stakes Casino himself. I study her disheveled strawberry blonde hair and her heavy eye makeup that is smeared onto the temples of her forehead. I apologize if I said or did anything inappropriate. I had entirely too much to drink. Not at all. She flirtatiously lowers the sheets, revealing her perky C-cup breasts. I was hoping we could see each other again. I walk past her as if she is non-existent, retrieving my navy suit jacket that is draped over the couch. I don't do repeated hookups. The suit jacket twirls in my grasp behind me as I place my arms into the sleeves. But I'm sure you knew that already. I exit the suite, rushing to the casino that is adjacent to the Stakes Hotel. The offices are all on the second floor of the building, so passing through the casino floor is unavoidable. The melodies of the slot machines harmonize together as I speed past them. The aroma of coffee that the cocktail waitresses deliver to the patrons who have been gambling since last night floats through the air. The employees in all departments greet me with a respectful nod as soon as they see me. After exiting the employee elevator to the second floor, I pass through clusters of employees, some ending their shifts while others begin theirs. That's the beauty of a 24-hour business. I enter through the wood double doors of the boardroom as silently as possible to avoid unwanted attention. My stealthiness doesn't stop my father from giving me the evil eye from the front of the room. He continues to give his speech about the business's profit margins while 7 sets of eyes glance at me as I slide into my chair at the end of the glass table. When the meeting concludes, the executives leave the room after shaking the CEO's hand firmly. My father turns to face me once they have all left, giving me the most annoyed expression. You continue to be an embarrassment to the Stakes brand. I just don't know how to get through to you. You're 25 years old, still acting like you're 18. I just overslept, Dad. I release a heavy sigh as I slouch in the office chair. I still handle my responsibilities. He scoffs as he places some folders into his briefcase. I know exactly what you've done. You get drunk with your frat brothers as if you don't have a company to run. He pauses to point his index finger at me. And you can't keep using the presidential suite as your personal brothel. I turn my head as I mumble under my breath. Just like you did at my age. He slams his briefcase closed, giving me a serious glare. That's exactly the problem. You are following too closely in my footsteps. You will never inherit the company because you can't get your life together. I have been at odds with my father my whole life. He is the type of parent who can never be satisfied regardless of their child's accomplishments. My eyes hold his gaze in a challenging manner. And what exactly does getting my life together entail, Dad? He places the palms of his hands against the table, leaning himself towards me. Settle down, Aiden. Find a nice woman and marry her. His eyes become glossy, expressing his never-ending disappointment towards me. The words roll off my tongue inadvertently, as if the desire to please him from my inner child comes to the forefront. I have a lady that I'm dating seriously. Damn. What just possessed me to lie to this man's face like that? I maintain my composure despite the inner monologue taking place in my mind. Might even have thought of proposing. Evan's demeanor expresses both intrigue and disbelief as he raises himself to stand normally. If what you say is true... He picks up his briefcase, glancing at me before exiting the boardroom. Bring her to the house for dinner tomorrow night. Chapter 2. Aiden. I throw my head back against the black office chair, regretting that I formulated such a troublesome lie to my father. Some nausea from still being hungover kicks in, making me close my eyes to stop the ceiling from spinning. Just where am I going to find a decent woman to play the role of my serious girlfriend in less than 24 hours? My father will see straight through these women that I meet in the clubs. I need a woman who is classy and educated. They seem few and far between in the city of sin. I often wonder how my father even expects me to settle down with all the temptation that comes with living in Las Vegas. Suddenly, I am startled by the sound of someone's shoes trailing against the gray and red-tiled floors. My father's secretary, Marissa Thornton, freezes as she leans over the long glass table to pick up papers the executives left behind. Her long, wavy brown hair slides forward in front of her, covering the right half of her face. She combs the thick strands of hair back with her fingers, revealing her smooth, dark complexion. I'm sorry, Director Stakes. I didn't mean to wake you. Oh, I wasn't sleeping. I just have this crazy hangover that... My thought is cut off by an incredible idea. My dad already admires his secretary. She's single and only a year younger than me. I should make her an offer that she can't refuse. Marissa continues to pick up the papers, placing them into a neat stack in her hands. Rough night, huh? Yeah. I have never asked a woman out in my life, so I feel bizarrely outside of my comfort zone. But this is a business arrangement, so I should just treat it as such. Can you join me for dinner tonight? She raises her eyebrow, never expecting that sentence to come out of my mouth. No, sorry. That would be unprofessional. Oh. I throw in an awkward chuckle to lighten the mood. I should have given more details up front. This would be a business dinner to discuss a career-advancing opportunity for you. After giving me a look of suspicion similar to the one that my father had given me, she replies, What time? I rise from my chair, towering over her from the opposite side of the table. Your shift ends at 6, right? I'll have my driver downstairs for us at 6:30. The remainder of the workday drags on as I take all the steps necessary to get over my hangover. At 6:15, I wait patiently on a red sofa by the employee elevator. Marissa walks towards me 5 minutes later, the clanking of her red heels giving away her position. I rise to my feet, pressing the elevator button, then watch the employees that pass us as she stands to my right side. I hope my father isn't driving you too crazy. She giggles, securing her large handbag over her shoulder. I've learned all his quirks over the course of these 2 years. The elevator doors open, and I gesture for her to enter first. No kidding. I press the down button, then the doors close shortly after. He used to make me do secretarial work for him when I was a teenager, so I don't envy you at all. Marissa exits the elevator, then moves to the right as she waits for me. We walk against the red and gray carpet of the casino floor, passing many patrons as they game at their machine or table of choice. One of the security guards opens the front door for us. "Good evening, Director Stakes." I acknowledge him with a nod, then escort Marissa to my black Rolls-Royce Phantom, where my personal driver, Terry, opens the left back door. "Hey, Terry, this is Miss Thornton." She shakes his hand politely. "You can call me Marissa." Terry offers her a pleasant smile. "Nice to meet you, Marissa." He guides her into the back seat. "Please make yourself comfortable." She thanks him before he closes the door. Then he does a brisk jog around the back of the car to open the back right door for me. Marissa spends most of the car ride trying to mask her awe of sitting inside a car worth $500,000. My lips crack a smile, thinking it's so wholesome. "You're not used to things this expensive, are you?" She meets my gaze with a wide smile. "Is it that obvious?" "Yes," I chuckle as we pull up to the entrance of the restaurant. The concierge opens the door for Marissa while Terry opens my door. I give him a friendly pat on his shoulder. "This should only take an hour." After we are seated at our VIP table within its private room, the waitress pours us my favorite bottle of French champagne. Once she leaves the room with our food orders, I get right down to business. My father believes that I am dating a woman seriously with the intention of marriage. I need you to be that woman and enter a marriage contract with me. Marissa swallows some of her wine at that exact moment, causing her to cough several times. She watches me in disbelief, lowering her glass to the table. "You want me to lie to my boss?" "Yes." I choose not to sugarcoat what needs to take place. We only need to be married for 1 year. Then my dad will make me the CEO. At that time, I will appoint you as the Director of Operations. We both have something to gain from this. She looks down at the middle of the table as if the words she wants to respond with will magically appear there. After a long pause, her dark brown eyes look up beneath her long eyelashes. I need to think about it. This really is a lot to take in. That's understandable. I take a large sip of my wine. But there isn't much time. You have until tomorrow morning when I see you at the casino, then the offer expires.
Chapter 3. Marissa. As I sit in my apartment staring at the wall, I contemplate the choice that Aiden has given me. I can't stop thinking about how far his proposition will advance me in my career. If I accept, it's a fast track to casino ownership, where I want to be, and much quicker than I ever anticipated. But would I be happy with my promotion if his proposal, and the lie he is asking me to perform with him, is the way I get it? There's just something about his plan that doesn't sit well with me. I want more than anything to advance, but I'm unsure if this is how I want to do it. I get off the couch and walk into the kitchen to fix some tea, trying to calm my mind for bed. There is no point in letting it eat at me all night when I know what to do. I put on my silky pajamas, climb into my memory foam bed with my tea, and take a sip. I lean over, set it on my nightstand, and grab the book beside it. As I flip through a few pages, my brain won't shut off enough to read it, so I set it back down. My mind races back to Aiden. He has put me in such a challenging position because it helps us both if I do this. But I don't know if I could be proud of myself if I get what I want, not based on my hard work. It will all be because of a lie, and that's not who I am. My sheets pull me in as my eyelids start to get heavy. I lay here thinking I can worry about this in the morning. There is no need to ruin a good night's sleep over it. As my eyes close, I drift off into a restless sleep. The warm morning sun shines through the curtains, leaving beams of light on my face and waking me. My eyes open, and I forget what today will entail for a few minutes. I get up out of my bed and walk into the bathroom. As I turn on the light, I see my messy hair in the mirror and the makeup smeared across it. Man, I must have had a rough night's sleep. But why? Then I remember why I slept so badly. Aiden's proposition. A sick feeling fills my stomach as I step up to the sink. I grab my toothbrush and smear the toothpaste across the bristles. I stare into the mirror as I aggressively scrub my teeth. Not sure why I'm taking it out on them, but for some reason it seems to be helping. Getting ready is taking so much longer than usual. What do I wear to give bad news? I decide to slip into my favorite light gray suit and my tallest bright red heels, giving me extreme confidence. I have to feel like a confident badass rolling into our discussion, or I will cave, and I can't let myself do that. I can't let him talk me into something I'm uncomfortable doing. Once I complete the last finishing touches of my outfit, I pace around the living room a few times. Grab your keys. Just grab them and go. You're going to be late. You're being ridiculous. Grab your damn keys. Finally, my hand flies out and swipes my keys off the table as I push myself out the door. While driving, I distract myself, looking at the other cars passing me and the business going on around me. I wonder if any of these people have ever been in positions like the one I'm in. If they have, I wonder what their choice would have been. I pull the car into the garage and sit in my seat, taking deep breaths as I grab my bag and phone off the seat beside me. I walk quickly into the building and find my chair at my desk. I stare at Mr. Stakes in his office across the hall from me. It saddens me that his son feels like this is his only option to get what he deserves. What kind of man must he be to treat his kid this way? Suddenly, Aiden approaches my desk. "Good morning, Marissa. Would you mind following me to my office for a chat?" he asks. I nod at him and get up from my chair to follow him. He walks with such grace, or is it arrogance? He points to the chair sitting across from his desk. "Have a seat." I quickly melt into the chair. I haven't even said anything yet and feel 2 inches tall. I should have called in sick. His beautiful secretary bursts in the door behind me, causing me to jump in my seat. So sorry this took longer than it should have. Apparently, everyone wanted coffee at the same time. She meets my eyes. "I've seen you get your coffee before and tried to remember your order. I hope I got it right." She smiles at me, handing me the cup. "Thank you so much. I'm sure it's perfect." I smile back. She exits the room as quickly as she enters it, and my eyes race back to Aiden, thinking of an idea. "Why haven't you asked her to be a part of your plan?" I ask. "Because she is married, with 2 children. Damn it. That could have been my way out of this. So you've had all night to think about what I've offered you. What's your answer? Are you ready to marry me and make all your dreams come true?" he says with a cocky smile. His arrogance, how have I never noticed that before? "Yes, I went home and racked my brain all night. I know what an amazing place you're offering would put me in," I say, looking down at the coffee in my hand. "Okay, and what have you decided?" As much as I want to be where this offer would take me, I can't do it. Deceiving people is not how I want to get to the top. "I'm sorry, Aiden." He sits stiffly in his leather chair staring at me, never breaking eye contact. He looks shocked by my answer. I want my hard work to be the reason I get to the top, not lying and deceiving. I can't do it this way. Again, I'm sorry. I stand up and walk back out to my desk. I can feel Aiden stare through the walls of his glass office, burning a hole in my spine as I walk away from him. Chapter 4. Marissa. My phone buzzes across my desk, and I see my mother's face on the screen. I grab it worriedly and swipe to answer. "Hello, is everything okay?" I ask. "I need to see you. It's urgent," she says. I can hear the serious tone in her voice, and it forms a pit in my stomach. "Yes, of course. Let me see what I can do. I'll be there as soon as I can." She hangs up, and I set the phone back on my desk, wondering what could be so urgent. I get up and walk to Mr. Stakes' office. "Hello, Marissa," Mr. Stakes said as I slide his door open. "Come on in." "Hi, Mr. Stakes. I'm so sorry to bother you, but I just received a phone call from my mother, and she is asking to see me. She says it's urgent," I tell him. "Oh, well, then you must go to her. Grab your things. You're welcome to leave early and see her." "Thank you so much." He nods at me, and I rush out of his office and back to my desk. I hurry, throw my things into my purse, and race toward the garage. I climb into my car and speed toward the hospital. I weave in and out of traffic. It seems like everyone is out and about taking their sweet time today, and I need to get there as fast as I can. As I pull into the hospital's parking lot, I quickly find the closest parking space and race into it. I grab my purse and throw my keys into it as I run into the front doors. "Hi, can I help you?" the desk clerk asks when I walk in. "I'm okay, just heading to see my mother in the hepatology ward," I say as I rush past her to the elevators. I click the button repeatedly until the doors open and 3 doctors walk out, bickering to themselves about whose day is worse. "Excuse me, I'm in a hurry," I say, squeezing my way through them when they won't move. As the doors shut, I push the button leading to her floor. "Please, let her be okay," I think to myself as the elevator dings at each passing floor. When it reaches the one I want, the doors slide open and I rush out of them, pushing myself down the hall toward her room. I see her lying in her bed, reading the book I gave her last time we visited. I walk into the room and her eyes light up. "Oh, honey, you made it down here so quickly." I go in for a hug. I can feel her body shaking. She has bad news. "I told you I would do what I could to get down here. My boss let me leave immediately." "Well, how nice of him," she says and looks down at her lap. She won't even make eye contact with me. What is going on? "Mom, what's going on? You're scaring me," I finally say when I realize she isn't going to tell me on her own. She takes a deep breath. "Well, honey, they conducted another test this morning, and the results indicate that my liver function has worsened. They are estimating that I only have 3 months. She never even glances up at me. She plays with the edge of the blanket draped over her legs. I slowly sit in the chair next to her bed, taking in the news, and place my hand on hers. I'm grasping it like it is the only thing holding me to the earth. My head hangs, and I can't pull my eyes to look anywhere other than the floor. I'm heartbroken. I know I'm not a match for the partial transplant she needs, and neither is my sister Michaela. "Well, what about the transplant list you've been on? Any luck with that yet?" I finally muster up enough words to ask. "They don't think there will be a donor in time." Tears begin to roll down my cheeks, and I squeeze her hand. I turn my head away from her. I'm trying so hard to keep my sadness from her because I know it doesn't help to see her children in pain. "Marissa?" she asks. I turn my head back to meet her eyes finally. "Yes, Mom?" "My dying wish is to see you married. I want to know you'll have someone to take care of you when I'm not here." She starts to cry. "But I know that you're too occupied with your work even to have a boyfriend, and it makes me so worried about you." I hate seeing her cry, especially over me. She shouldn't be worrying about me when she is going through this. I have to tell her what she wants to hear and make her dying wish come true. She needs me to give her hope. "Well, actually, Mom, I hadn't told you yet because I wanted you to say what you needed to, but I have been seeing someone, and we have gotten pretty serious. Her face lights up, and she pulls me to her, wrapping her arms around me. Oh, this is the most wonderful news. I'm so happy for you. I need to meet him. Yes, of course. I have to meet with him right now, so I will call you later to tell you when he can come with me to see you. I kiss her on the forehead and rush out of her room. I have to get back and talk to Aiden. I have to fix this. What have I done? I contemplate every single way I can get out of what I said on my way back to work. How can I lie to her about something like this? I hate myself for it, but I feel I have to make her focus on herself at a time like this. She doesn't need to worry more about her daughter than she already is. As I pull into the garage, I sit breathing deeply. I hope Aiden hasn't found someone to take my place in his offer. I make my way to Aiden's office and open his door. He looks up to see who came in and then back down at his work when he notices it's me. Such a gentleman, I think sarcastically, shutting the door behind me. I walk over and sit in the chair across from his desk. Aiden, I'll do it. I'll marry you if you'll still have me.
Chapter 5. Aiden, I can't say that I'm surprised Marissa has come back to me with a differing answer. If it's one thing I've mastered, it's the power of persuasion with women. While she initially turned down my offer due to her pride and integrity, it is probably the security of her future that I can provide her with that has changed her mind. Give a woman her security and she will move mountains for you. I lean back in my office chair, curious to hear the words come out of her mouth directly. So, what made you change your mind? Marissa avoids my gaze, as if I've asked a triggering question. Is she so proud that she can't even admit the reasoning to me? I study her curiously, her eyelashes batting more frequently like something in her eyes obstructs her vision. When she finally looks at me, her glare is intense. I just discovered that my mother only has 3 months left to live. She's been sick for a while, but it just took a turn for the worst. My heart sinks into my chest. I feel like an asshole for thinking her decision had anything to do with how I presented the agreement. I swallow hard, making sure my voice expresses my empathy. I'm sorry to hear that. Will this arrangement bring her some joy? Yes, I'm doing this for her. She sighs heavily, looking down at her hands in her lap. It's her dying wish to see me married off. Her selflessness makes me question my own motives. I watch her with admiration before sharing something with her that I seldom talk about. I lost my mother 3 years ago. She's stunned by my admission, her head jolting up with soft but focused eyes. I'm so sorry. That must have been so difficult to endure. Yeah. I sigh, looking down at my laptop to hide the grief building up on my face. They say time heals all wounds, but I beg to differ. There's a long pause of silence, then I snap out of my daze, remembering that there is business that needs to be handled. I take out a manila folder from my desk drawer, placing it on my desk with my hands stacked over it. So there are stipulations to our arrangement. She nods with doe-like eyes, leaning forward in her chair. I explain while she listens intently. We will only touch and kiss each other in public to make our relationship believable. You won't have to worry about anything sexual, as that would be a breach of the contract. This is strictly a business agreement where we both benefit from the outcome. I open the folder, removing 2 stacks of paper stapled together. These are 2 copies of the contract, one for you and one for me, that we will both sign. I hand her one of the contracts, then lean back in my chair. Marissa takes her time as she carefully reads through each page before flipping it over. It is impossible for me to hide my smile as I admire her diligence. She catches a glimpse of me staring at her once she lowers the document from her face. What is it? I break her gaze, chuckling heartily. There's a reason you're my father's secretary. You are the first person I have ever witnessed read a contract in its entirety. Of course. She scoots forward, placing the contract against my desk. That's the first thing I learned in business school. Do you have a pen? I give her the expensive pen from my breast pocket, realizing that I have never let anyone else ever touch this pen. She signs her copy, then flips my copy of the contract to the signature page, signing it confidently. My father is expecting my new girlfriend at his house tonight for dinner. We will have to put on a convincing act to divert his suspicions. She sinks back into her chair. Just the thought of it makes me nervous. I realize that she needs to look the part as well. Since you have the rest of the day off, come with me somewhere. It's important. Terry drives us to the Strip where we can shop the finest boutiques for a classy dress and heels for her to wear tonight. I can't have my father thinking that I'm not spending my money on my woman. That would be the first red flag of a billionaire's son. As we stroll past the crowds of people, I look down at her hand and place it into mine, intertwining our fingers. We should start practicing things like this. After I give the disclaimer, I realize how it feels more like an excuse to hold her hand. This woman really fascinates me, but I need to stay focused on our common goal. We enter one boutique where the saleswoman automatically recognizes me, knowing that I'm about to spend thousands of dollars there. They go out of their way to select dresses for Marissa, while she stands there like a fish out of water. Seeing her in these situations is truly comical. I can't remember the last time I laughed this much while being sober. I sit in the posh pink chair in the waiting area, while the two saleswomen take Marissa to the dressing room with several dresses. The first one she comes out in is a royal blue strapless dress that accentuates her small waist. It makes me realize how those business suits at the office really aren't doing her justice. Although she looks sexy, I encourage her to try on something more timeless. After 5 minutes pass, she walks over to me in a classy black dress that leaves me breathless. I give her a nod as I struggle to form words. Then she disappears to the dressing room again. I assess how I'm experiencing these thoughts I've never had before. Not only am I attracted to Marissa's beauty, but she also possesses an intellect that makes me want to know more about her. After paying for the dress and matching heels, we walk back to where Terry is parked waiting for us. We spend the car ride back to the casino in silence, making me wonder what she thinks about, while I think about my growing fondness of her. When we arrive at her Mercedes in the employee parking lot of the casino, I ask for her cell phone and she hands it to me willingly. This is my number. After putting in my phone number, I pull up my father's house on Google Maps. And the address. Be here at 7 o'clock sharp.
Chapter 6. Marissa. I struggle to tie the loose string of my cocktail dress in the back. My hands fumble and shake with nerves. Tricking my boss is a terrible idea. There is no way he will believe us. Evan will probably figure out this is all a ruse halfway through dinner. My job is on the line. I really need to harness the acting skills I once developed as a middle schooler, taking theater for the art credit I needed. I grab my phone, checking for updates from my mother. If I think about it too much, I will be a mess. I do not want to be a mess at dinner, and Aiden definitely does not need to know. We don't have to entangle our personal lives, just our outward image. I send a quick message to my mom, asking for any updates on how she's feeling. A part of me wants to spend all my free time with her, but I know she wants to meet this mystery man. I should probably build a rapport with him. I need to make it believable for her. That is all she ever wanted. Maybe after dinner I should ask him to meet my mother. Oh God, how would that conversation even go? I pick up my most expensive bottle of perfume, and by that I mean it was about $30. I shrug and spritz it on my collarbone and hastily rub it in with my wrist. I spray some on my hair, and I do a general sweep of my body. I check my phone and see no new notifications. I sigh and place it back on the dresser and try to get my heart to stop racing. I take a deep breath and get a whiff of my perfume. Not bad. I grab my clutch that I threw on the bed, my phone, and my keys. I do one last double take in the mirror. I quickly scan my outfit, the black dress, and the comfortable, but classy wedge shoes that he bought me earlier. I smooth out my dress and continue out the door. In my car, I take a few deep breaths as I approach this gigantic mall-looking house. Sure, I was expecting a mansion, but not an outlet mall. I approach the gate and roll down my window to enter the passcode. What's the passcode? Damn it! I whip out my phone to see no notifications, making my heart chip a little and my anxiety swell in my chest. I open Aiden's contact, which I have never used, and I send a quick message. Hey, I'm here. What's the code? Immediately, his texting bubbles pop up and the swoop indicates a new message. Don't bother. I'll just open the gate. I huff a sigh. Okay, Aiden. I'm not going to break into your dad's house. I just asked for convenience purposes. I roll my eyes and see the gates as they pull back and squeal open. I see Aiden standing just by the gate and he motions for me to drive in. Since I'll have to keep all the snarkiness inside, I let it continue to roll in my mind. All right. Well, thank you for the directions. I was just doing so. I park off to the side. He approaches my car, opens the door for me, and offers his hand as I climb out. I take it, and as soon as I climb out, he bends over and plants a kiss on my cheek. This immediately sends tingles coursing from my cheek to my spine. I take his arm and he leads me inside. On the way to the double doors, we pass two symmetrical fountains with statues of Greek gods spewing water from their mouths. My breath catches. To have money like this is mind-blowing. His father is on the other side of the door, decked out in a suede suit. I peek down at what I'm wearing. Am I underdressed for a dinner party at a mansion? I can't be, if Aiden helped pick it out, right? I had no idea you were in a relationship with the lovely Marissa. I respect keeping the relationship private. He grabs my shoulders and kisses my cheek. His clean-cut beard tickles my cheek. You know me, Aiden says, tightening his grasp around my waist. I don't, clearly. With that, Evan Stakes lets out a forced laugh. He presses a hand to the small of my back, taking me away from Aiden, and leads me to the pristine dining room. He pulls out a chair right beside where I assume Aiden is going to sit, and takes a seat across from us. Aiden walks in as he scratches his light stubble with his thumb and pulls out the chair next to me. He takes his arms and wraps it around my shoulders. I suddenly feel restricted to move. So how long have you all been together? Mr. Stakes asks as he sprawls a napkin across his lap. Aiden takes his other hand and squeezes my bare knee. He clears his throat. We have been dating for about 5 months. His father glances towards me with a smile, trying to read my face. Interesting. And how am I now just finding out? Another squeeze to my knee. Marissa values privacy, but not secrecy in relationships. And I didn't want to dump the press on her or change your relationship. I take a sip of champagne and nod approvingly. How did the two of you meet? Mr. Stakes stares daggers into Aiden's eyes, expecting a challenge. A board meeting. She was present in that meeting with us, and I thought she was the most beautiful woman I had ever laid my eyes on. I asked for her number afterwards. Yes, I was also very intrigued by him. I had only seen him in passing until then. I agree with a smile. I'm not sure what information to add. This is like showing up for a test that I did not study for. I am surprised Aiden knows the answers to these questions. I'm sure he knows his father best and anticipated these questions being hurled at us. Looks like Aiden here probably missed the information given in that meeting if he was flirting the entire time, Mr. Stakes says with a broad smile. I let out my most convincing giggle. Hopefully he didn't miss anything too important. Every word in my meetings is important, he says with a less bright, tight smile. I dip my head and take a long swig of champagne. I'm going to see where the chef is at with these meals. Mr. Stakes stands and walks to the kitchen. I let out the breath I wasn't aware I was holding and Aiden removes his hands from my shoulders and knees. I suddenly feel cold. "You're doing fine," he assures me. As I'm heading out of the huge double doors after dinner, Mr. Stakes takes my hand. "You all have to go public with this relationship. Do it tomorrow at the event for the casino's 40th anniversary. Everyone who's anyone will be there." Aiden clears his throat and nods. "Okay, Dad, yes." "Excellent. I love this girl." Mr. Stakes leans in and gives me another kiss on the cheek. "See you at work tomorrow?" He laughs and walks away. His steps sound on the glistening tile. My eyes widen at the thought.
Chapter 7. Aiden. Later that evening, I enter the VIP room of the Regal Club, where Antonio Benesi waits for me, leaning back in the lavender booth that covers the entire back wall of the room. I see my reflection in the mirrors above the couch as the luminescence from the grand chandelier in the center of the room shimmers more like a disco ball. This room is often rented out by either me or famous musicians when they are in town on tour. It's far more intimate than the main floor of the club, allowing us to pick and choose who we want in our presence. Tony removes the cigar from his mouth, greeting me with a huge smile that carries mischievous undertones. "Aiden, my guy." He stands with his arms opened widely, giving me a brotherly embrace. His silken, pale orange shirt is only buttoned halfway, revealing the neatly groomed hair on his chest. This man has always fit the stereotype of an Italian mobster, even back in college. Albeit, his occupation at Stakes Casino as a blackjack dealer is strictly legal. He cracks open a beer, placing it in my hand as soon as I sit next to him. "You have some catching up to do, my man." His eyes scan the large, empty room as he places his cigar to his lips, then exhales the smoke. "I also took the liberty of selecting some girls for us. You usually like to take the reins on that, so I found it a bit odd. Is your dad giving you hell again?" I sigh heavily, releasing a sarcastic chuckle at the end. "When is he not?" Our personal waitress opens the door, allowing 5 women to enter the room. They are all beautiful, more than likely still in college, and just thrilled to be around men with money. Tony jolts to his feet as if he has been electrocuted by the couch beneath him. "Ladies!" He strolls over to them, flirtatiously kissing all of their hands in a rippled manner. "My name is Antonio, but you can call me Tony." He extends his left arm towards me. "This is my best buddy Aiden, who could really use some cheering up tonight." The faces of the women light up as they fix their eyes on me. Some of them even release a delighted moan. I sink into the couch, downing my beer like it's water. Tony chuckles awkwardly at my bizarre behavior. "He's just in a bit of a funk. I assure you that he's a friendly guy." He takes 2 of the women by their hands, escorts them over to me, then seats one to each side of me. The Latina to my left leans closer to me, whispering, "I'm Letitia." I fail to give her a response, leaning forward to grab another beer from the table. As I pop off the lid against the corner of the table, the blonde girl places her hands over my shoulders while my back faces her. She massages my shoulders sensually, then lowers her face to my right ear. "Why is such a handsome guy like you so shy?" I'm not. My eyes observe the other 3 women dancing around the room, competing for my attention. It's at that moment that I realize I have no interest in any of them. Marissa comes into my mind, and I find myself wishing I was having a conversation with her over French wine instead of being here. It would be too easy for me to get carried away with these women behind this closed door, but I need to start adjusting my public image since my fake relationship is about to go public tomorrow night. I chug my beer, then notice Tony approaching me with at least 12 shots of tequila on a black tray. He calls over the 3 dancing women, placing a shot glass in each of their hands, then does the same for me and the 2 women on the couch. He raises his shot glass to the center of the table, then everyone follows, to being young and living our best lives. After we all empty our glasses, I glance at all the women. "Can you leave me to have a chat with my friend?" The 2 women rise from the couch, muttering to themselves with sounds of annoyance. Tony helplessly watches them head for the door. I'll come back for you ladies once I've gotten my buddy hammered. They leave the room without looking back. Then he joins me on the couch with a concerned glare. What the hell is wrong with you, man? You're not being yourself tonight. You would have been all over those ladies by now. I turn towards him, grabbing a new beer from the table and opening it. Look, man, there are about to be some major changes starting tomorrow. He raises his eyebrow, curious about where this conversation is going. What kind of major changes? Well, I take a huge swig of my beer. I've been giving my attention to my dad's secretary these days. No way, man. He pops a beer open, then scoots closer to me. The chick who looks like Gabrielle Union? She's a fine piece of ass. Does your pops know? I nod, helping myself to another shot of tequila. He found out tonight. Tony reads my face for several seconds, then bursts out into laughter. You almost had me there for a second, man. He shakes his head, then takes another shot of tequila. You must have forgotten how long I've known you. You can't fool me that easily. I struggle to speak over his obnoxious laughter. I'm being serious. I wanted to tell you first before you find out at the 40th anniversary event tomorrow. His rambunctious behavior ceases, and he watches me with a controlled expression. Oh, you're not joking. A part of me wants to give Tony all the details, but I know that it will be in the best interest of both parties involved if I keep my mouth shut. He's the only person in this world who knows all of my secrets, except for this one.
Chapter 8. Marissa. My head is heavy as I lay down. I am making such a huge mistake that can cost me everything. I'm tricking my boss, the CEO of a company I want to rise up in, and my ill mother whose only wish is for me to marry a good man. I'm a despicable human being. Imagine if my mom were to find out. She would lose all trust in me. If my boss were to find out, I will literally lose my job. This is weighing so heavily on my conscience. Did I make a mistake? I lean over on my side and cup my hands under my head. I stare at the closet where my expensive new dress hangs. I mean, it does have its benefits. I think back to how Aiden looked at the dinner party. His long hair slicked back, his white polo and jacket. Okay, really good benefits. I reach over and turn off my lamp. I just hope I can get a good rest tonight, because tomorrow is going to be a long day. At work, I sit at my desk, mapping out Mr. Steak's schedule for the day. Meetings after meetings, then a lunch meeting, and a whole-ass anniversary gala. Maybe the CEO life isn't as pleasurable as I imagine. Mr. Steaks strolls in with a coffee cup in his hand. Dark, no cream and 2 sugars. I know him like the back of my hand. It is odd, I realize, that I know him more than his son I'm supposedly dating. Good morning, Marissa. He says my name in a sing-song voice and winks. My eyebrow shoots up, and I immediately try to regain control of my actions. I clear my throat. Good morning, Mr. Steaks. I planned your meetings for today and made a reservation for the restaurant of your choosing at 3. I hand him the paper with a smile. That's my girl. He grabs the paper and turns back slightly to me. Well, not my girl, but you know what I mean. He strolls into his office and shuts the door behind him. That was the most animated I have ever seen Mr. Steaks. I wonder why. Maybe he got laid or something. I turn back to my documents, and my phone vibrates off to the side. I pick it up, hoping it's my mother, but it's Michaela. My younger sister's morning messages still make me smile. Hey, good morning. Hopefully I will run into you today. Catch you later, girlie. My sister. I need to tell my sister what I have gotten myself into. She is the only person I can confide in. And I would hate for her to find out I'm dating the Aiden Steaks at the anniversary gala tonight. I am about to type a response when Mr. Steaks comes out of his office. He glides to my desk and leans on it with his elbows. Oh, do I have quite the task for you? I look up and immediately plaster on a smile. How can I help, sir? He strums his fingers on my desk and abruptly stops. You are going to run all over to the different departments to see how the casino is running. He pauses with a smile like he just gave me the opportunity of a lifetime. Just survey the floor and get back to me. Show me how they're performing. I gulp. Wow, sir, thank you. I'll print out some information regarding the departments and compile all the information I gather into a spreadsheet that will... He wafts his hand in the air. Well, I know you got it under control. Really, I should be excited. However, I can't help but feel like these new responsibilities are because of the relationship I have with his son, which isn't even real. This makes my heart feel heavy. I feel terrible lying to him. I push that out of my mind as I get ready to go down to the floor. As I'm surveying the slots area, I get easily overwhelmed with all the flashes of color and noise. I may work for a casino, but it doesn't mean that I'm down here constantly. Hey, what are you doing down here? A preppy voice says behind me. I stumble a bit in my heels and turn around. It's Michaela. Oh, thank God. I grab her hand and pull her to a quieter area of the casino. I need to tell you about some vital information before the 40th anniversary celebration tonight. We can do it when our shifts are over. Michaela nods in agreement. Great. I'll go over to your place and we can get ready for the celebration together. Fantastic, I mutter. I grab a glass of champagne off of her tray and walk away with my clipboard. Are you at least going to open a tab? She calls out from behind me. I don't bother to tell her that I don't need one now as I head back upstairs. Back in the office, I lightly knock on Mr. Stakes' door. Come in, he booms. I slowly open the door and smile as I slip myself inside. His face instantly brightens, and he motions to the seat in front of him. Come on in, Marissa. Oh, thank you, sir, but I just came to drop off these forms after the evaluations. I hand over the documents, and he takes them with pleasure. You are just the best, he exclaims as he quickly scans through them. That's all the work I'll make you do, I swear. He lets out a loud laugh, and I join along giggling. I feel really bad lying to him. At my apartment, I sit on a stool as my sister scribbles some eyeshadow onto my lid. You are going to be the belle of the ball, which is perfect because we can scope out any potential bachelors. She gives me a smirk. About that, I say, twirling my fingers. I'm dating someone. She immediately stops what she's doing and tosses the makeup brush in the sink. I literally hate you. Why didn't you tell me? I invited you here to talk about it. She crosses her arms. And I was over here thinking you wanted sister time. That too, of course. She playfully shoves my shoulder. Tell me, who's the lucky guy? Okay, so you know the CEO, Evan Stakes? She rolls her eyes. Girl, he's like 60. No, not him, his son. I grimace at her. The really hot director? She exclaims. Yes, but we are only dating for show. He gets some really good benefits out of this arrangement, like being the CEO. Plus, I get to tell Mom to rest well, because I told her I found a man to marry, and that's her dream. Michaela stares at me with a gaping mouth and wide eyes. So don't be surprised when he announces our relationship tonight. And zip your lips. I take a deep breath, letting the wave of relief wash over me. Finally, someone knows. I'm happy for you, Michaela says, picking up a makeup brush. Let's make you so gorgeous that Aiden will want to marry you for real.
Chapter 9. Aiden. The grand ballroom of the casino is filled to its capacity. The sound of people laughing and carrying on with their separate conversations overpowers the serene melodies from the finest orchestra in the city. It makes me question why I even hired them for the event in the first place. After shaking the hands of many celebrities in attendance and floating around the room like a good host, I start to wonder where Marissa is. When I offered to have Terry pick her up from her apartment, she declined, stating that she wants to arrive with her sister. I raised my right wrist to look at my Breitling Mulliner tourbillon watch. My father is planning to start his speech in 10 minutes. If she's not here by then, I'll give her a call. Just as my head raises to glance at the doorway, Marissa enters wearing the long, slinky gold dress I bought for her. Secretly, I was hoping she would choose this dress because I'm wearing a matching gold vest that complements my black tuxedo. My jaw drops at the sight of her, the gold speckles from the dress making the melanin of her skin glow even brighter. A younger woman, who I assume to be her sister, whispers into her ear, then disappears into the crowd. I make my way over to Marissa, smiling effortlessly as our eyes meet. "You look stunning." "Thank you." She looks me up and down with her eyes. "You clean up nicely yourself." I release a low chuckle, consciously aware of my intensifying nerves. Why am I acting this way? I've never been nervous around a woman before until now. I clear my throat, placing my arm at the bare small of her back. "Are you ready?" She responds with a determined nod. A waiter approaches me with a full tray of champagne glasses. "Champagne, director steaks?" "Thank you." I retrieve 2 glasses, handing the first one to Marissa. As we walk around the room together, conversations are silenced and heads are turned. I realize that I have the most beautiful woman I've ever met on my arm. The orchestra stops playing when my father steps onto the stage. The ballroom becomes eerily quiet once he approaches the microphone. He chuckles heartily. You would think I'm the Pope the way this room went silent. The crowd responds with laughter as if he delivered a stand-up comedy routine. He turns his head to clear his throat, then continues speaking into the mic. Many of you know how the Stakes Casino brand became what it is today. I was just an average kid growing up in a middle-class household, and I will never forget being teased about my last name in school. After one too many raise the stakes jokes, it birthed an idea that at the time I was unaware would become the thriving business you see now before you. I had read so many business articles and poured myself over entrepreneurship books from my local library. By age 17, I had already developed the business plan. Despite what many believe, I never went to college. I surrounded myself with successful businessmen who mentored me in the industry. Applause fills the room as he nods respectfully, showing his gratitude. And speaking of mentorship, please welcome my son, Aiden Stakes, to the stage. I slowly release my arm from around Marissa as she gives me an admiring smile while she claps. My feet take slow strides to the stage while I maneuver through the thick crowd of applause. As I step up to the microphone, it gives off a high-pitched screech, causing me to step back, then make another attempt. Thank you. I look around the room to see at least 300 sets of eyes on me. I've personally grown tired of that story since I've heard it at least 500 times. The room echoes from laughter once again. But on a serious note, Stakes Casino and Stakes Hotel would not be the success story that it is without the dedication of our hard-working employees and loyal patrons. I raise my glass of champagne into the air. Cheers to 40 years and another 40 more. Evan Stakes approaches the mic as everyone continues to cheer, causing me to take several steps back. While we are all in a celebratory mood, I have an exciting announcement to make. I knew this moment was coming, and yet my heart still beats out of my chest with anticipation. I brace myself for the reveal by locking eyes with Marissa, who provides me with a reassuring smile from the middle of the crowd. He firmly places his left hand on my right shoulder. This charismatic son of mine, whom you all know, has been dating a woman in secret to keep her identity safe from the wolves that we know as the press. Tonight, with you all as witnesses, he has decided to go public with his new relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my beautiful secretary, Marissa Thornton, to the stage. The guests gasp and whisper amongst themselves as she floats to the stage like an actress coming to accept her Oscar. I extend my hand out to her, assisting her onto the stage. We put on our best performance, smiling at everyone while my arm is wrapped tightly around her waist. My father encourages more of a reaction from the audience. Aren't they a beautiful couple? His head turns to admire us as clapping continues to bounce off the tall ceilings. I guess a tiger can change his stripes after all. He chuckles with delight. I take the opportunity to turn Marissa to me, her body pressed firmly against mine as I kiss her like a loving boyfriend would kiss the girlfriend he adores. Shrieks fill the room as Marissa's lips part, reciprocating my public display of affection. The CEO's smile is evident through his voice. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Please drink to your heart's content. After all, this is a historical day for numerous reasons. As we continue to mingle with the crowd as a confirmed couple, I can't get my mind off of the kiss I shared with Marissa. What is the meaning of this strange sensation I am beginning to feel? You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylerwalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler. Chapter 10. Marissa. I stare at my reflection in my bathroom mirror. I take my hair and twist it into a messy top knot to finish my casual look for the day. I continue to stare at my reflection. I'm a girlfriend now. Not technically, but it's enough for me to take the time to reflect on what exactly I have gotten myself into. This is my reality, and I just have to accept that. I'm in way too deep now. I mean, I might as well embrace this. I haven't dated since college. This has the potential to be really nice, fake or not. I still have the opportunity to spend some time with a nice guy. The only question that irks my mind and keeps me up at night is the idea of how long we can keep this facade up. I take a deep breath and smile at my reflection. We'll be okay. We've made it this far, right? Given that it's my day off, I decide to spend it with my mom. I have always done this, and today is no different. Michaela agreed that she would meet us for her lunch break. We adore spending our lunches together. At the hospital, I sit at my mother's bedside, and I let her look through my photos of last night's event. Marissa, he is so handsome. When do I get to meet him? She swoons. I gulp. I have not really planned this far. To be fair, I didn't even think we'd last longer than a day. Soon. Great. I've never seen you so happy before. She grabs my shoulder reassuringly and smiles warmly. This is what I'm doing it for. To see her this happy, to get moments like these. She wants these moments, these conversations. She just wants to see me happy. It makes my throat swell. She takes my phone and continues swiping through the pictures. You all look like such a beautiful couple. You go together perfectly. She wipes a tear from her eye. You found your puzzle piece, Marissa? I'm taken aback by her statement. She makes it seem like we're meant to be, and it will break her heart to know that this is not real. Thank you, Mom, I say quietly. She sends some photos to her own phone and saves them all to her gallery. I want to meet him, she says again, putting her hands together and pleading with me. This is literally her dying wish. I can't keep this from her. Guilt starts to spiral up in my chest, and my throat swells shut as tears start to accumulate in my eyes. Her door opens and Michaela walks in, saving me the heartache. I picked up lunch. Great, I say, standing up to help her set up our little lunch. I'm starving. I quickly swipe a hand over my eyes. We all sit together on either side of my mom. I take a huge bite into my burger and try to be discreet as I laugh along to something Michaela said. Out of the blue, my phone starts to ring. I casually pick it up. It's probably a scam caller, but that's not what's on the screen. Aiden? I just about choke on my burger, and my stomach does flips. I just have to take this really quick, I say quickly, my mouth still stuffed. I step into the hallway. I see the mass of nurses hurrying about. No one is listening. I mean, why would they anyway? I am way too paranoid about this whole situation. What's up? I say casually, like I wasn't just spiraling a second ago. What are you doing? Where are you? His deep voice says. Oh, so now you're keeping tabs on me. I kid, though I secretly like the possessiveness. It feels good to have your whereabouts cared over. I can practically hear his smile through the phone. Just curious. Well, if you must know, I begin. I'm at the hospital seeing my mom. Oh, I hear the concern in his voice. How is she doing? Well, I shrug. This is usually how I respond to this frequently asked question. People just usually take that and move on. I don't, he responds. The same. I sigh sadly. I'm heading over, he says, and I hear commotion over the phone, car keys rattling and doors shutting and closing. Oh, that's really not necessary, I assure him. I would genuinely like to meet her, Marissa. This is all happening too fast. Too soon. I don't know if I want my mom to meet anyone under these odd circumstances. However, it is really sweet that he wants to meet her and build a rapport with her. Not even previous boyfriends were serious enough to meet my mom. He's going above and beyond for even offering. But I guess he is my boyfriend. Look, I'm a fair guy. I'm just upholding my side of the deal. Right. That's what this was about. Fine. She's in room 506. I take a deep breath. See you soon. About 15 minutes pass, as well as my appetite, and I hear a knock at the door. I quickly stand. Looks like we have a special guest, I announce and side-eye Michaela. I walk over, open the door, and I'm met with a giant bouquet of flowers and a beaming Aiden. Special delivery for a special woman, he says, walking over to my mom. My mom's face brightens. She is practically smiling from ear to ear. She claps her hands over her mouth and covers her heart. Aw, what a gentleman. He lovingly takes her hand and kisses the top, IV and all. Lovely to meet you, ma'am. I am Aiden Stakes. She is just taken aback with his kindness. Lovely to finally meet you. I look over at Michaela, who fans her face dramatically, and she mouths, He is hot, Marissa. I roll my eyes and turn my attention back to my mom, who is smelling the beautifully arranged bouquet. Aiden straightens up and turns to my sister. I don't believe we've formally met. I am Aiden. He holds out his hand and my sister shakes it. And I am well aware. He smiles and turns to me. I see where you get your wittiness from. She gets it from me, I retort. Aiden just laughs and kisses the top of my sister's hand as well. She flutters her lashes dramatically at me. Stop it, I mouth. I do have to admit, I find his manners so attractive, and the way he interacts with my mom makes him look more human and really cute. I stare at him as he strikes up a conversation with my mom, and it's not even about the weather. It's an actual conversation. I can't help but smile, and heat rises to my cheeks. I reach up to pat my warmed cheeks and drop my hands immediately. What am I doing? He's just acting.
Chapter 11. Aiden. Seeing the beaming expression on her mother's face gives me joy I haven't felt in a very long time. It's a conflicted feeling because it breaks my heart to know that she spends the last several months of her life cooped up in this hospital room, with only the consistent company of the beeping machines she's hooked up to. Her warm interaction reminds me of my time with my mother and how she was such an encouraging parent that balanced out my father's unattainable expectations of me. Being present in this moment makes me realize how much I'm enjoying playing this role. Maybe I'm enjoying it a little too much, but being around Marissa and her family seems to be bringing out a side of me that I never knew existed. It makes me question if the bachelor persona I've created is who I really am deep down inside. I position myself closer to Marissa, my arm naturally resting at the now comfortable placement around her waist. My voice becomes a thoughtful whisper in her ear. "Can I talk to you privately?" She nods, then looks at her sister, then her mother. "Will you excuse us for a bit?" Marissa's mother smiles endearingly at us. Of course. We walk to the courtyard, the sunlight immediately beaming down on us as we exit the glass double doors. Several nurses push their patients in their wheelchairs so they can enjoy some time outdoors. I guide us to an empty area with a bench surrounded by lush greenery. She sits down on the bench first, shielding her eyes from the sun with her hand. Then I sit to her right. I turn my body towards her at an angle, admiring how when she lowers her hand the sunlight accentuates her soft features, creating the perfect shadows against her face. "How are you managing with everything?" Her face turns to me, changing the placements of the shadows while revealing a look of surprise she fails to mask. It's obvious that she never expected me to genuinely care about how she's doing. She avoids my gaze by looking straight ahead at the large window in front of us, showing people sitting in the waiting room. I'm managing, I guess. I turn my body straight, joining in on the people watching. "You're always so vague when I ask you something like that. You did the same thing over the phone. Why is that?" Her expression becomes blank, as if my question has caused her to look inward. I'm not sure. I must be conditioned to do that for some reason. My eyes return to her. "Well, I want you to be able to trust me with that information. Even though we may not be a real couple, we are still business partners. To be successful in business, there must be trust." Marissa nods, taking in my words as she still stares ahead. "You're absolutely right. I'll work on that." After a long pause, she finally meets my gaze again. "When you lost your mom, did you know that she was going to pass on?" I look away, feeling taken aback by her question. It's as if she is immediately testing my theory on trust. "No, I didn't. My parents were never married, so they had joint custody of me. When I became an adult, I made sure to visit her regularly because she lived alone. One Tuesday evening, I stopped by because she hadn't been answering my calls. I found her collapsed on the kitchen floor. She died from a heart attack." She looks down as she fiddles with her fingers. "I'm so sorry. It must have been traumatic to find her like that." "It was." I finally admit it to myself out loud. My drinking and partying really got out of control ever since. Instead of trying to drink the grief away, I should have gone to therapy. It takes a real man to be able to admit that. Her dark eyes watch me with sincerity. "Thank you for trusting me with that." I feel a warmth in my body that gives me comfort. A huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders just from talking to her about it. All these years I've been carrying it around with me, oblivious to the suffering I'd been inflicting onto myself. Thank you for listening. I believe your situation is far more challenging, so if you ever need to vent about anything, you can return the favor by trusting me. My lips form a smile. She becomes even more beautiful as she reciprocates my smile. I will do that. Well, I should probably get back. Oh, wait. There's one more thing I need to tell you about. I remove a small flyer the size of a postcard from the inside of my suit jacket and hand it to her. Tomorrow morning there is a charity event at this orphanage that Stakes Casino is sponsoring, and our presence is required. My father is the one who confirmed everything, so he is aware that you will be absent for the first half of the day." She flips over the yellow flyer, studies it, then looks up at me. "That's perfect. I've been wanting to get back to being involved in humanitarian projects." I rise to my feet, buttoning the middle button of my suit jacket. "That makes two of us. It's been almost impossible to step foot outside the casino these days." I observe how adorable she looks in her casual wear, appreciating how I'm able to see a more comfortable side of her outside of the skirts, blazers, and pumps. Marissa places the palms of her hands against her jeans as she stands, forgetting that she isn't wearing a skirt. Force of habit. She giggles as she walks next to me towards the double doors.
Chapter 12. Marissa. I decide to take advantage of Aiden's offer to have his driver take me to the charity event the Stakes are hosting at the orphanage. As Mr. Stakes' secretary, I had to be in attendance anyway, but I like to think Aiden wanted my company. He did excuse me for the first half of my workday. I shout inside the car, "Thank you, Terry," before closing the door and walking up to the building. I stand outside the double doors and check the time on my new watch. It's 8 o'clock on the dot. I pat myself on my shoulder. I take pride in my punctuality. I take out my phone and send a message to Aiden, informing him that I have arrived. I feel a wave of excitement rush over me. I am so excited to interact with all these kids. I can't wait to spend my time with them. My phone dings and I look down to see Aiden has answered. "Hey, you. On my way to meet you." My lips curl up into a smile and my heart starts beating quickly. My stomach does a little dip and I feel myself getting nervous. Oh God, what is happening to me? Seconds later, the front doors open and Aiden stands there, tall, broad, and handsome. He strolls over to me and softly kisses my cheek. His hand runs down my arm and he slips his hand into mine. He leads me inside the building and through some more double doors and into a beautiful green and lush courtyard where kids are running around. My body gets jittery with excitement, and I pull on Aiden's arm to get his attention. "I'm going to join some of the girls over there." I point to where I see some young girls playing hopscotch and others who glide their chalks across the pavement. He leans into me and presses a firm kiss against my lip. It feels reassuring, safe, and genuine. "Have fun. I'm in the middle of a soccer game with the boys." We part ways, and I head over to the girls who welcome me with open arms. They stuff my hands with chalk. I sit down cross-legged on the cool pavement, careful to sit in a discreet way that wouldn't show excessive skin from my skirt. I start drawing a new game of hopscotch for the girls, and they crowd me in excitement. I honestly can't tell who's more excited. I stand back and watch them use my new format, and I glance over at the grass where I see Aiden high-fiving a boy with the biggest smile on his face. I haven't ever seen him look so natural, relaxed, and happy. Another boy runs up behind him and hugs him from his back. He turns around and lifts the boy off the ground, spinning him a bit in the air and putting him back down with a laugh. The boy squeals with glee and others crowd him, asking to be spun around too. He does the same until all the kids are satisfied. My heart warms as I watch him interact with the kids. I place a hand over my heart and sigh deeply. I just don't think I was expecting this from him. He looks so handsome. Or my hormones are off the charts. There has to be some kind of scientific explanation, right? At the end of the event, I stand next to Aiden as he prepares to make a huge announcement. I am unaware of this announcement, so it will be a surprise to all of us. He stands tall at the grassy area after all the activities have been conducted. So we have been contributing to this orphanage since the beginning of our company. They have played such a huge role for us, and these kids mean everything to us. He pauses and looks down at me and back up at everyone else. Which is why we are donating $25,000. Roars of applause erupt, and you can likely hear the cheers from blocks away. I gape up at Aiden in awe, and without thinking, I bound into his arms and hug him tightly, I squeeze his body and I feel him unsure of how to return this unexpected action. But I don't care. I adore what he did. I feel his muscles under his jacket go from tense to relaxed, and he hugs me back, squeezing me just as tight. After the event, I stand with Aiden outside, just as we're headed back to work. "Hey, are you free for lunch?" he asks with a hint of nervousness. "Why?" I tease. "Is this a date?" He smiles. "I mean," I gasp dramatically. "Do you have a crush on me, Aiden Stakes?" I use a hand to cover my shock. He bumps his body into mine with a laugh. "Shut up." Oh my God. Does he actually have a crush on me? "Yes, I'm free for lunch." At the restaurant, I scan over the menu, but I can't help but feel like I am being watched. I flick my eyes up over the menu and see Aiden staring at me. A smile creeps up to my lips and I put the menu down. "Do you need help reading the menu?" I tease. His eye contact doesn't falter, making me feel a little nervous all of a sudden. "Just looking," he says with a casual shrug. I laugh and cross my hands over the menu. "It was so admirable what you did today. Your generosity is unmatched." His face softens and he takes my hands in his, seemingly out of the blue, but I don't move. "I have always had a soft spot for children," he says. "Do you want any kids?" I ask curiously. "Why? Are you offering?" He grins flirtatiously. I roll my eyes with a dorky smile plastered to my face. He gazes into the distance, and I can see a literal thought bubble forming over his head. "I want a bunch. I adore kids." He comes back to reality. "I grew up an only child, and I always wanted a sibling. I want my kids to have the pleasure of having siblings." I tilt my head at him, literally entranced with his soft spot for kids. He fiddles with the rings on my fingers. "You?" I nod. "Yes, I love kids." His gaze flicks between my eyes and he finally looks down. "So, when did you want to do that?" he says as he grabs the menu again. "Whenever it happens, I'll be excited," I respond. "Me too," he says.
Chapter 13. Aiden, I'm supposed to be reviewing the recent large payouts made by the casino to our patrons, matching them against the in-house records for accuracy, but all I can think about is Marissa. I've never interacted with a woman on such a comfortable level, and she continues to check the boxes on my list for my ideal wife that I never considered until now. Maybe the way we're playing this role so intently makes me appreciate our connection even more. It makes all the meaningless, casual encounters I've had even more lackluster. But I can still see her face radiating such genuine happiness as she played hopscotch with the girls at the orphanage. I pretended not to focus on her interaction with them, but I was sneaking frequent glances while playing soccer with the boys. When she hugged me tightly after I announced the casino's donation to the orphanage, I could feel all the oxygen leaving my body. The feeling was euphoric, an authentic embrace that makes me crave more of it. It's probably unhealthy to be developing this obsession for Marissa, but it just feels too good to ignore. I need to think of an excuse to have her arms around me again. Just as I'm formulating my next plan of action, my father lets himself into my office without knocking, briskly closing the door behind him. What the hell is going on? He never stops by my office. I brace myself for more criticism from him as he walks over with a pleasant demeanor, lowering himself into the chair opposite my desk. In my mind, I'm gritting my teeth while I ask, "What can I do for you, Dad?" He looks around my office like it's a new world to him, because it practically is. "I heard you and Marissa were a big hit at the charity event earlier." "Yes." I place my arms over the documents scattered on my desk, surprised that he is here making small talk. "We both had a great time with the kids." "That's good to hear, son." He clears his throat, finally fixing his dark eyes onto me. "Hopefully I can expect some grandchildren in the near future then." I want to respond to his question, but I can't move past the fact that he has called me his son. I can only think of 2 other occasions where he has done this because it seldom happens. It must mean that he is genuinely proud of something I've done. He fills the silent air with chuckles after a considerable amount of time has passed without a response to his question. That's all right, Aiden. I didn't mean to put you on the spot like that. I finally snap out of my daze, hoping that I can continue to be on my father's good side for a change. It's fine, Dad. Well, there's a reason I'm here. I believe it's time for you to stop being a bachelor and have Marissa move into your condo. I remember how lifeless that place felt the last time I was there. It's as though you don't even live there. It could really use a woman's touch, and you finally have the perfect woman to fill that space. He finally takes a breath after giving his spiel, smiling as if his request has already been agreed to. I find myself at a loss for words, knowing that it would make Marissa uncomfortable, since we are not really romantic partners. I quickly think of a way to oppose the idea without rousing his suspicions. Well, it's not only my decision. Marissa has her own apartment, and she might prefer to live alone. He waves his hand in the air like he's swatting away my resistance. That's a ridiculous excuse. You are both in a committed relationship. This is the most logical path for your relationship to take. Why would a couple live separately when it's no longer newsworthy to move in together? I sigh heavily, realizing that he is not letting up. Okay, Dad, we'll discuss it. Perfect. He rises to his feet as if those words were his cue. I'll send Marissa over right now so you can do just that. His feet take upbeat strides as he leaves my office with the door swung open. I bend my arms against my desk, placing my head into the palms of my hands with a muffled groan. This is not a scenario we could have predicted when we agreed to do this. In hindsight, I should have planned better, but my father's unpredictability is something I still struggle to gauge over the years. It's almost as if he's pushing this joint living arrangement to call our bluff. My head raises out of my hands once I hear the familiar clicking of heels against the tiled floors. Marissa's eyes observe me curiously as she enters through the opened door. Can you please close the door behind you and come have a seat? She carries out my requests, then places her hands over her bare knees in the chair in front of me. Did something happen? I immediately got anxious once your dad sent me over to you. I become more nervous than I ever have in my life. I'm not even this nervous when I give press conferences to do damage control after a huge screw-up. My father has urged us to live together. He says it doesn't make sense for us to have separate places, and I get the feeling that he's testing us. Damn. She sinks into the chair, processing what I've just told her. Yeah, we definitely don't want to do anything that will make him more suspicious. I understand it's an uncomfortable position to be in, but it will raise some major flags if we don't go along with it. My eyes observe her with anticipation. How soon could you move into my condo? Marissa fiddles with her rings at first, then her captivating dark eyes look up at me. I can move in tomorrow. Chapter 14. Aiden, this is going to be an interesting experience for me. I've never lived with a woman before, so a part of me worries that I may not be capable of making her feel comfortable in my condo. I am grateful that she is open to the new living situation, because my father has a way of knowing everything. If we continue to live separately, he would have his methods of finding out. I notice a feeling of excitement flowing through me. If it were any other woman moving into my space, I definitely wouldn't feel this way. As I drink my morning coffee while looking out of my large living room window, my heart beats faster, not because of the caffeine, but because Marissa is on her way over here. My father happily granted her the morning off so this move could take place. I sent 2 professional movers over to Marissa's apartment so she could have her most important belongings with her while she's here. I've already emptied the entire right side of my massive closet that is the size of most bedrooms. I buzz her through the gate, then smile as I imagine her in the elevator, making her way to the 34th floor penthouse. Once I give my confirmation on my touchscreen tablet, the elevator doors open, and she stands in front of me wearing high-rise blue jeans and a plain white crop top. Welcome to your temporary home. I walk over to her, grabbing the gray duffel bag from her right shoulder. Her jaw drops as she looks around her new world. This is more charming than I thought it would be. When she looks ahead, she can see the white and gold-themed living room with the grand window behind it, overlooking the vibrant city. Was that your way of saying you don't particularly find me charming? I flirtatiously raise my eyebrow. Marissa responds with an adorable giggle, removing her sandals from her feet. Not at all, but you're a guy, so I expected the place to be a bland bachelor pad. Fair enough. I place her bag on the couch, then raise my arms into the air. Let me give you the tour. I watch her thoughtfully as she covers the distance between us. This is the living room. This couch is a pull-out bed, so this is where I will sleep since there's only one bedroom. Oh. She nods, admiring the gold accents and the soft white rug between her toes. I guide her to the right towards the long bar that leads into the kitchen. I rarely use this kitchen. I have a private chef who makes my meals on the off chance that I'm home. You're free to use it anytime you wish. She follows me like my tail through the kitchen, and then we pass through the other side of the living room by the window. I open the door to the bedroom, leading her inside. This is your domain. You can make yourself at home. I walk backwards to reveal the door leading to the closet. And the entire right side is yours. She gasps as her eyes try to focus on just one thing. This is the largest closet I have ever seen in person. We walk to the back of the bedroom to enter the ensuite bathroom. She places her hands at her chest as she walks around it, a giddy grin forming on her face. You've probably never even used this huge jetted tub. I'm a big bubble bath person myself. It's all yours. I gestured towards it then to the tall glass shower. Showers are much more efficient in my opinion. The monitor on the living room wall beeps, so I leave the room after excusing myself. The two movers appear on the video with Marissa's things in their hands. I press the button to communicate with them. The elevator is to your left. It's the 34th floor. Yes, sir, they respond, then make their way up. I turn around to see Marissa admiring the view from the window. I just made some coffee if you would like some. Her face lights up as if I've said the magic words. Coffee would be amazing. We enjoy our cups of coffee while the movers bring up her things, then get dressed for work. Terry waits for us downstairs, greeting us as usual while opening the back doors for us. I look over at her once the Rolls-Royce takes off in the direction of the casino. Is there anything you will need that you didn't see in the condo? It's actually well equipped for a bachelor. Her full lips form a smirk. I match her flirtatious energy. Well, I'm not a bachelor anymore, am I? I suppose not. On a technicality. I stare at her lips, remembering how soft they felt against mine. What am I thinking? I'm only supposed to kiss her to validate our relationship to others, not for my own satisfaction. A thought comes to my mind, bringing me back to the present. The rent for your apartment will be covered for however long you're with me. It would be unfair for you to pay for a place you're not occupying. She tucks a free strand of her hair behind her ear. Thank you. That's very generous. I force myself to look away from her, pretending to stare out of the left side window. There is no denying how much I enjoy her company, and the more time I spend with her, the more my feelings for her intensify. We play our role well once we arrive at the second floor of the casino, giving each other a quick peck on the lips before parting ways. When I get to my office, I begin thinking of ways I can make her feel welcomed for her first night outside of her comfort zone. I make arrangements for my personal chef to create a special meal. Everything will be perfect. When we arrive home together, she will be surprised with the best food of her life and the finest wine.
Chapter 15. Marissa. As I follow Aiden into his beautiful condo, he walks me into the dining area, where a table full of exquisite food and wine awaits us. He turns to me. I wanted your first night here to feel special. I hope this isn't too much, he says, smiling at me. Too much? I think to myself. Of course, it isn't too much. It's like you're seeing the vision inside my head of the things my perfect man would do for me. I can't believe he went to all this work for me. My expectations of him are proving to be entirely wrong. No, of course not. It's beautiful. Thank you, I say, when I finally get words out through my shock. Good, I'm glad. I want you to feel at home here. He pulls my chair out for me, and I sit. He sits in the chair across from me. I would have cooked for you, but as you know, we've had a busy day. He grabs the wine from the middle of the table and pours me a glass. With his rough, masculine personality, I can't believe he can do anything like this dinner, especially for me under these circumstances. You look, I hope impressed, he says, jolting me out of my thoughts. Yes, actually, I'm very impressed. You don't seem like the romantic type. Not that this is romantic. I quickly try and correct myself. I stand up and put my plate in the sink. Let me wash these for you. No, I'll take care of it later. Can I help you unpack, get settled? No, I shout. No, I'm okay. I think I'll head to bed. Thank you for dinner, I say as I rush down to the bedroom. I don't know why I seem so nervous. I don't want him to think that I think he's being romantic with his gestures. He can't feel that way toward me, can he? I struggle to find my pajamas while rifling through my boxes, so I slip out of my work clothes. I'll have to sleep in my bra and underwear tonight. I climb into the bed, and his sheets smell of laundry detergent. Thank God they're fresh, I think to myself. I lay there on the unfamiliar pillows, staring at the ceiling. He is being so lovely. Why is he acting this way? No, Marissa, I think. Don't let your overthinking ruin this. Just accept and appreciate his kindness toward you. His bed is so comfortable, it feels like I'm floating. But why can't I sleep? Is it because I haven't had a man do anything as he did for me in a long time? Have I forgotten how good it feels to have a man do nice things for me? I can't let myself get caught up in his gestures. As the morning sun beams through the window, waking me up, I can't recall falling asleep. I lie there for a few minutes, remembering the events of last night, how he had taken me by surprise. His arrangement had been so beautiful, and it's adorable that he wanted the first night together to be remarkable. I climb out of bed and put on a t-shirt that I find sitting on the top of one of the boxes. It must have fallen out while they were moving them. I walk into the bathroom to look at the damage sleeping has done to my appearance. His bed has been surprisingly kind to me, I notice as I look in the mirror. I open my toiletry bag and pull out my toothbrush and paste. As I'm brushing my teeth, I notice a feeling in my stomach. Am I nervous to see him this morning? What will he say? Will he ask how I slept in his bed? Is it rude to say I slept amazingly while he's bunking on the pull-out couch for me? My eyes can't leave the mirror as I play with my hair, trying to give it that sexy look like I just got out of bed. What am I doing? I finally force myself to stop stalling and walk down the hall to find him. He's no longer on the pull-out bed, and it's put away nicely, with his blankets folded on the cushions. Maybe he's in the kitchen, I think as I make my way to it. He is nowhere. Instead, I find a beautifully set table full of warm breakfast. The steam is still rolling off as I sit in the chair. There is a note placed perfectly in the center of my empty plate. Good morning. I hope you slept well. I had to leave early for a board meeting, but my driver is waiting for you downstairs whenever you are ready to leave. Enjoy your breakfast. See you soon, Aiden. His handwriting is immaculate. I feel a smile spread across my face as I think, maybe I should embrace this and enjoy it. Being a princess in this fairy tale we have created might not be so bad.
Chapter 16. Aiden, the board meeting is a snooze fest as usual. I catch myself dozing off several times, then find something in the room to focus on to maintain my alertness. The dynamic of my relationship with my father has shifted for the better, so I need to do everything in my power to not anger him in any way. My mind drifts off to the dinner I shared with Marissa, my heart racing when she called the ambience romantic. She hit the nail on the head with that description. It was my first time ever catering to a woman like that, and I would do it again in a heartbeat to see that impressed, joyful expression on her face. As I enter my office after the meeting, my phone vibrates against my chest. I take it out of the inside pocket of my suit jacket to see an unsaved number calling me. I slide up the green call icon as I sit into my black office chair. "This is Aiden Stakes." A woman with a low voice responds, "Good morning, Mr. Stakes. This is Dr. Ramsey. I'm Monica Thornton's doctor." The call catches me off guard. Then I remember that I put my phone number down on the visitor log. "Yes, Dr. Ramsey. Is everything okay with Mrs. Thornton?" "Yes, don't be alarmed by my call. She's asking for you specifically, so I'm calling on her behalf to see if you could make a visit today." My heart warms at the thought of being considered in this way. She must hold me in high regard. Dr. Ramsey continues, "She also asks that you come alone without her daughter. I can't recall the last time I felt this special. A woman with a known limited amount of time left on this earth wants to spend her valuable time with me. Thank you, Dr. Ramsey. I'll be right there." As Tony drives me to the hospital in the Rolls-Royce, I ask him to make a stop on the way. I enter an upscale jewelry store and the saleswomen immediately flock towards me, recognizing who I am. I'm looking for something for my girlfriend's mother. Their expressions suddenly reveal their disappointment while they help me pick something out in order to make a handsome commission. I choose a Tacori diamond necklace in 18-karat gold. This gesture is the least I can do to make Marissa's mother feel as special as she has made me feel. After signing in at the front desk, I make my way to room 506. I lightly tap on the open door, peeking my head into the room. She smiles at me, her face revealing a healthy pink flush. You wouldn't be able to tell that she's sick by just looking at her. She excitedly waves her hand forward and backwards at the wrist. "Aiden, please come in." I walk towards her, then lean over the bed, giving her a kiss on both cheeks. "I'm so honored you've asked me to visit." "Oh, please. You're practically my son now, and I've always wanted a son." She gestures for me to have a seat in the green armchair on the other side of her. My heart flutters as I walk around the foot of her bed. This is the second time in the course of 3 days that I am being called someone's son, making this the best week of my life. I hold her gaze as I slowly descend into the chair. "How are you feeling?" She pushes the palms of her hands against the bed to sit up straighter. "I'm better now. You know what? If I was 30 years younger, I'd take you for myself." The smirk on her face is identical to Marissa's. I chuckle shyly, reaching into my inner jacket pocket for the jewelry box. "Mrs. Thornton, I have something for you." "Oh, please." Her dark brown eyes sparkle under the bright hospital lights. "Call me Mom." I immediately choke, not expecting her to accept me like this so soon. I look down briefly to hold my emotions together, then meet her gaze again. "Mom?" The happiness I suddenly feel overwhelms me as I open the jewelry box in front of her. "I picked this out for you myself." She gasps, her hands covering her mouth as she studies the necklace. I've never had anyone buy me something so fancy. Her eyes become glossy as she looks up at me. "You'll have to excuse me. I'm an emotional wreck these days. The slightest things make me cry." "Feel free to cry in front of your adopted son." I remove the necklace from the case, rising to my feet as I unclip the clasp. "Can I see you wear it?" She nods with a sniffle, unable to form a verbal response. I lean over her, my arms gently resting on her shoulders as I secure the clasp behind her neck. She catches me off guard by pulling me into a hug with her arms wrapped tightly at my lower back. "You've made my day!" Little does she know she has made my year. I chuckle heartily, enjoying the embrace as if she gave birth to me, then slowly moved backwards. I'm glad you like it. As the diamond drops against her hospital dress, I smile with satisfaction. It looks wonderful. I spend several hours with her, bonding over the stories she shares with me about Marissa's childhood. At the end of my visit, I ask her what would make her the happiest in the world, and she replies that she wants to attend our wedding while she's still alive. When I return to my office, Marissa enters shortly after as if she's been waiting for me. She shuts the door behind her, crossing her arms over her chest. My mother called me saying that you went to visit her alone. What makes you think you have that right? My joy shrivels away. I couldn't turn her down when she asked for me. You should have. You've overstepped a boundary. She exits my office angrily before I can apologize. Not knowing what else to do for her, I call Danielle into my office, telling her Marissa's sizes and handing over the company credit card. When I arrive home after working late, I find the gifts scattered everywhere and Marissa drunk in the living room. Marissa approaches me with an unreadable expression. You really think your money solves all your problems, huh? She stands on her tiptoes trying to make out with me. As badly as I want her, I gently push her away. You're drunk. She holds my gaze with focused eyes. I'm coherent, and I want you to make love to me. Show me how truly sorry you are. My lips press against hers, expressing all of my hidden feelings.
Chapter 17. Marissa. Aiden's masculine hands on my skin make me feel so empowered. He reaches down and grabs my thighs, pulling me into his arms. I wrap my legs around him, and he carries me to the bedroom. Our lips never part the whole way down the hall. As we reach the bedroom door, one of his hands leaves my leg and reaches back to turn the knob. He still never lets our lips part. The door flings open, and he bursts back onto the bed. It causes me to land on top of him. I straddle his body with my legs and put my hands on his chest. I'm preparing myself to let go. Let him take me wherever he wants. Then suddenly, he gently pushes me off of him. Aiden gets up and pulls me to the edge of the bed. I sit staring into his eyes before he speaks. Normally, I would fly through this, only worried about myself, but I don't want to do that with you. You deserve better than that. I'll slow things down. He grabs the buttons on my shirt and slowly undoes them one by one. I slide it off my shoulders, exposing the red lace bra I have on underneath. He stares at my chest and runs his fingers from my collarbone down between my breasts, all the way to my belly button. His eyes never leave my skin, trailing along with his fingers. The passion in his eyes drives me crazy. His soft touch on my skin is sending chills down my spine. Once his fingers reach the top of my pants, he stops and glances back up at me. Tell me what you want, Marissa, he says, his sexy stare making me want him. I want you, I quickly respond. I hope he doesn't think I seem too eager like I have planned this. My hands fly around his neck, pulling him into my embrace. How hot. He wants me to tell him what I want from him. I have never experienced anything like this before. Not that I'm all that experienced to begin with. My insides begin to warm up as he slowly pushes me onto my back, and he gently climbs on top of me. His actions are so slow and careful. They make me feel so fragile and feminine. I have never had a man be this gentle with me, so worried about my needs above his own. I didn't see him being this way. He slides his arm underneath my back, causing it to arch as he's pulling me up toward him. He undoes the clasp of my bra as he kisses the side of my neck. He moves slowly down to my now exposed chest. He is taking a little bit of extra time on each one. I grab the first button on his shirt, letting him know I don't want to be naked alone. He realizes what I'm hinting at and undoes the top two buttons. He slides it off over his head. He exposes his ab muscles. How have I not noticed he has abs? I I should have at least assumed they were there. I place my hand on them and feel his deep breaths. He reaches down, and I arch my hips as he slides off my pants and then my panties. I know I've had quite a bit to drink, but that was amazing, right? I say as he lays down beside me. Yes, it was. I look at him just as he turns toward me as well. Our eyes meet, and he goes in for a soft kiss. I turn onto my side and put my hand on his hard chest. I can feel his quick heartbeat. You sure know what you're doing? I laugh. Well, thank you. I hope that's a good thing. He chuckles back. Definitely a good thing for me, I say as I put my leg over him. We fall asleep staring into each other's eyes as I lay in his arms. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 18. Aiden. My eyes open to the pale sunlight peeking through the gold curtains of my bedroom. It feels like we've overslept, and I remember my phone died last night before I had the chance to charge it. Marissa still sleeps against my chest, making me question if this is real or a beautiful dream. My right arm has fallen asleep wrapped under her torso, but I couldn't care less. It feels too good to have her in my arms like this. I wish we could both call out of work and spend the day lounging around the condo together. I use the index finger of my left hand to gently trace the shape of her face, the smoothness of her forehead, the wide bridge of her nose, her soft lips, with just the right amount of fullness. We may have breached the contract last night, but to hell with the contract. As I continue to experience new sensations with Marissa, I'm becoming a better man because of her. For the first time ever, I wanted to please a woman more than I sought out my own pleasure. Hearing her moan my name in ecstasy still sends chills down my spine. How do I tell this amazing woman that I'm falling in love with her? I no longer want to play this role. With everything in me, I'm wishing that this arrangement can be real. My heart sinks into my chest at the possibility of this being an unrequited love. Marissa has her reasons for being here with me right now, and it would be unfair for me to persuade her based on my feelings alone. Her face moves upward against my chest, the air from her exhales tickling my bare chest. As she stretches herself awake, her eyes jolt open. Then she looks around at the increasing brightness of the room. Oh, crap. What time is it? I realized that I'd been so preoccupied by watching her sleep that I never checked the clock. My body sits up slightly as I glance over at the nightstand behind her. It's 8:20. Shoot! Marissa hops out of the bed naked. The sight of her round butt jiggling as she walks away makes me instantly hard. She disappears behind the closed door. Then I sit up fully in the bed, rummaging through the dark strands of my hair with my fingers. I was supposed to be at the casino over an hour ago, but that responsibility is of no concern to me right now. I savor every minute of feeling like a real couple waking up together. My feet lazily pace to the kitchen where I brew a fresh pot of coffee for us. If we had more time, I would make her breakfast to show her how much I truly appreciate our intimacy last night. As I enter the bedroom with both cups in my hands, she exits the bathroom with only a towel wrapped around her, hurrying to her opened box in the closet that she hadn't had time to unpack. It bothers me that she walked past me without even a glance, but I know how important punctuality is for her. I call out to her while she's no longer in my range of sight. I made you a cup of coffee. She responds from the closet. Thanks. Can you leave it in the kitchen, please? My desire to drink my cup of coffee has diminished because it always tastes better when I drink it with her. I place both cups on the kitchen counter, then head to the bathroom for a quick shower. Afterwards, I enter the room naked to see Marissa observing herself in the mirror as she wears her white blazer and matching white pencil skirt. I always love seeing her in white. I notice her sneaking glances at me through the mirror as I put on my boxer briefs, then my white collared shirt and navy suit with white pinstripes. The tension in the room is thick as neither one of us speaks, making me wonder if she wants to just pretend that last night never happened. She heads to the living room first, then I follow shortly after. The continued silence is killing me now, and I have to know what she's thinking. I watch her as she slides into her nude pumps by the door. I'm curious to know if last night has changed the dynamic of our relationship. Marissa glances at me briefly, then shrugs. I was drunk. It won't happen again. That's it? She doesn't feel anything from what we did together? She was so passionate with me last night, and now she is saying that it was just the liquor. Perhaps this is my karma for giving a similar response to so many women over the years. I didn't realize that being on the other side of it hurts this badly. As we ride in the back seat together to work, I want to ask her if she has regrets about last night, but I leave the topic alone since she was so short with me about it previously. Instead, I take the route of small talk, bringing up topics about the casino, and she reciprocates the conversation effortlessly. When we arrive on the second floor, we perform our usual kiss, and then go our separate ways. Is this how it's always going to be from now on? After receiving a taste of how a genuine relationship between us could be, it's disregarded before it's even given a chance? I must have subconsciously known that falling in love would be this complex, and that's why I've spent my whole life avoiding it. But it's too late now. My head leans back against the headrest of my office chair as I spin in slow circles, attempting to dizzy myself into not thinking about Marissa. Every minute I'm apart from her, the urge to see her smile becomes harder and harder to fight.
Chapter 19. Marissa. My mind feels numb as I sit at my desk, lost in thought, thinking about how Aiden feels, the way his soft skin melts into mine. I bite my lips slightly at the idea of how wet his lips are. He's so unexpectedly handsome, and how he makes me feel is unexplainable. I never saw him in this light before our night together. He is such a gentleman, not wanting to continue when I seem not myself and too out of it. The high heels I chose to wear this morning push onto the floor and make my chair spin around in circles. My head flies back as I spin. It's like the scene you see in every romantic movie ever made. I feel like a little girl, getting giddy over the first boy to grab her hand on the playground. No, you can't. You can't enjoy it. It's a mistake. It can't happen again, I keep telling myself. I believe it a little until my mind shifts to our passionate night together once again. As hard as I try, I can't help but know that I did enjoy him, and the thought of what this means terrifies me. I know this is just an arrangement, and the other night is an error in our judgments. There's no way he can feel the same way that I do. I know he isn't in his office right now, spinning like a schoolgirl in his chair the way I am. We have an arrangement. That's all this is. I can't let it happen again. The feelings I have after one mistaken night will only grow if I don't get this under control. I have to control myself, forget about what we did, and move on. Marissa? A voice calls from down the hall. It shakes me out of my thoughts as I try to find where it came from. Marissa? Oh, it's Mr. Stakes. I better hurry before he notices how lost I am today. I jump up out of my chair and run into his office. Yes, Mr. Stakes, I say, catching my breath. Are you okay? It took you a minute to answer me. You looked lost in thought, he says. Wow, he did notice. I guess I look just as lost as I feel. Yes, I'm fine. I didn't sleep well last night. I lie quickly. I can't explain to my boss the inappropriate thoughts I'm having at work about his son. What can I do for you, sir? Well, okay then. If you say so. I called you in here because I wanted to inform you that I've made a decision. You and Aiden will be the new face of Stakes Casino. He smiles and stands up. Wait, what? I don't think... He interrupts me. Yep, a couple's photo shoot is scheduled for you tomorrow. That's not a problem now, is it? He sits down on the edge of his desk. Aiden's confidence definitely comes from this man. I've seen him do this move with clients dozens of times. How can I argue with my boss? No, of course not, sir. We will be there. You can count on it. I say and walk back out of his office. The new face of Stakes Casino. The words ring in my ears the whole way back to my chair. Soon the entire town would know, and we would be the front face of the casino. What have we done? Is it too late to go back now? My usually comfy chair feels strangely hard under me as I sit here, regretting every decision that has led me up to this point. I decide it'll be best to throw myself into work, to try and shut my brain off everything else, to remember why I'm here. As I walk onto the casino floor, the neon lights flash and people are laughing. The clanking of the machines and the music playing overhead rings in my ears. It's such a magical sight. This view is why I love what I do, providing the public entertainment that keeps them busy while letting them forget their troubles outside this casino. Plus, who doesn't love money, right? As I'm glancing around the room, ensuring everything is running smoothly and everyone seems to be enjoying themselves, I spot a man out of the corner of my eye. He seems to be approaching me. He looks familiar, but I can't quite place his face. Hello, Marissa, he says, outstretching his hand for me to shake. I grab it firmly with mine and we shake. Hi. I look at him in confusion, trying not to seem rude. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Tony. I'm sure you've heard about me. He smiles. Tony, that's right. He's Aiden's best friend. That's why I know his face. Yes. Tony, you're the best friend. Sorry about that. I thought I recognized you. I just couldn't put a name to the face. No problem at all. It's great to finally meet you. Aiden's told me so much about you, but you never know until you meet someone for yourself. He pauses to look around the room for a moment before finding my eyes again. You must be one special lady. Why do you say that? I ask. Well, I've known Aiden for a long time, and it's not like him to be in a relationship, especially one this serious. Tony's suspicious. Come on, Marissa. Think of something to change his mind. Something cheesy and mind-blowing that he won't be able to question. You have to stop his suspicions or he will ruin everything.
Chapter 20. Aiden. I feel grateful that our work has ended around the same time, making it ideal for us to ride home together. My personal chef is already preparing dinner at the condo for our arrival. I am looking forward to watching Marissa enjoy being catered to again. The sun has already started setting as we enjoy the humid breeze with our back windows slightly cracked open. I look over at her as she gazes out the window to my left. Did anything interesting happen today? Her gaze shifts to me as if my question has abruptly brought something to the forefront of her mind. Yes, actually. I ran into your buddy Tony while I was surveying the casino floor. Tony can be a handful. My fingers nervously graze my lips as I imagine what their dialogue could have been. I apologize on his behalf if he said anything out of line to you. No, not out of line, per se. She pauses as she replays the scene in her mind. He was just sure to mention how your being in a relationship is out of the norm. Of course he would say that. He met me during my wildest days and is my biggest enabler for bad behavior. I scoff at the irony. Are you sure about that? Her lips form her signature smirk that makes my heart beat faster. Isn't it once a playboy? Always a playboy? Don't mind him. He doesn't see the side of me that you see. I watch her sincerely while she returns her attention to the view outside the window. Everyone is capable of changing. You don't think it's dangerous that he's suspicious? I shake my head confidently. Tony is harmless. He just always has to feel like he's involved in everything in my life. That's the role he plays as the brother I never had. Okay. She responds in a tone that doesn't suggest much confidence. I'll take your word for it. When we arrive home, Chef Daniel serves us a meal with a presentation so magnificent that it would be fit for a king. I pull out Marissa's chair for her. She sits, and then I sit across from her. My hands carefully grab the 2,000 bottle of Chilean wine, then begin opening it with the wine key. Have you ever had Chilean wine? Her eyes are fixed on me as if I'm about to give a tutorial. No, I haven't. You're in for a treat. I remove the cork, then generously pour into 2 wine glasses, placing one in front of her. Thank you. Her impressed smile returns, filling me with immediate satisfaction. Try the veal first, I suggest, placing it closer to her plate. She takes a piece with her fork, brings it to her lips, and barely chews. It's so tender. We help ourselves to all of the dishes while making pleasant remarks about each one. Her eyes study me during the middle of the meal as if she has something to ask. Finally, after a long pause, she inquires, "How do you think the photo shoot will be tomorrow?" I should have expected that my father would use our relationship as a marketing opportunity. It will further exhibit our relationship to the public, so secretly I'm thrilled about it. I choose to downplay my sentiments, knowing that Marissa may be uncomfortable about it. I think it will be very professional. My father only works with the best photographers. Marissa drinks from her water glass. I guess I just feel a bit out of place since I've never been in the public eye before. I nod, empathizing with her position. That's understandable, but you're not doing it alone. I crack a joke to lighten the mood. With my horrible track record, you'll always be a saint no matter what you do. She attempts to hide a smile as she eats more of the food. My eyes glance over to her full glass of wine. Why haven't you touched your wine? Oh. She looks at the glass as if she will find her answer on it. I think it's probably best if I remain sober. I don't want to make any more irresponsible decisions. She has finally revealed her true thoughts about last night. Her lovemaking with me was an irresponsible decision. Knots form in my stomach, making me lose my appetite. I set down my knife and fork, then chug the rest of my wine in an attempt to push down the lump in my throat. She quickly changes the subject. Thanks for dinner. I can store the leftovers and wash the dishes. That's not necessary. I pick up her glass of wine, taking a huge sip from it. I'll be up for a while, so I'll do it. Okay. She blesses me with one more smile as she pushes herself back in her chair and stands. It was really delicious. Good night. Good night. I bitterly down the rest of the wine as I watch her perfectly sculpted body walk away from me, disappearing into the bedroom. After putting away the remaining food in the fridge and thoroughly cleaning the kitchen to take my attention away from what feels like a heartbreak, I tiredly walk to the bedroom. Marissa has already fallen asleep in the bed, causing me to lighten my steps to the bathroom. I brush my teeth, wash my face, and then retrieve a clean t-shirt from the closet. As I'm leaving the bedroom, I admire her one more time before closing the door quietly. My body feels colder as I lay on the pull-out bed alone, the sudden discomfort of the springs stabbing me in my back adding to my misery. While our sex was the best I've ever had, I find myself craving the intimacy I shared with her more than anything. I just want to have her soft body in my arms again.
Chapter 21. Marissa. Aiden and I stand in the middle of the room, looking at the photography set in front of us. Mr. Stakes is standing with us. He wants to oversee the session to ensure we capture the photo he wants. We have to act as naturally as possible. He must believe this is a session for a couple madly in love. Hello, you must be Aiden and Marissa. The couple of the hour, the photographer says as he steps toward us. He shakes both of our hands and looks at Mr. Stakes. I hope this is what you were looking for, he asks. Looks great. Hopefully the after product will make me equally happy, Mr. Stakes replies. The photographer nods and gestures to the back room. There is a dressing room in the back. I see that you both have already dressed to the nines, so it will mostly just be some finishing touches. He walks with us back into the room. Several people are standing all around us as we enter. A tall blonde lady walks up to me. She's wearing red bottom heels and a dress so tight, I can see she isn't wearing anything underneath. Marissa? She asks in a clear Russian accent. Yes, that's me, I answer her. Perfect. Can you step over here with me for a moment? Mr. Stakes requested you to be in the most expensive diamonds. I mean, after all, you will be the face of a casino. She laughs. I walk with her to the table across the room. I've never seen so much jewelry in one place. Different colors and cuts range from huge necklaces to dainty chokers. We weren't sure what dress you would choose to wear, so we brought everything. This photo shoot has to be perfect. Yes, I agree, I say as she grabs my hand and sets a beautiful pink diamond bracelet on it. Wow, it's so pretty. I'm so out of my element here. I have never seen expensive jewelry, and I haven't worn any. I keep telling myself that this is all part of the fantasy. Enjoy it while it lasts. She grabs the matching choker from her pile and spins me around. She places it on my neck and clasps it as I hold up my hair for her. It looks like the photographer needs something. How about you choose your earrings, and then we will go let them know you're ready, she says as she walks off to let me choose. There are many options. Large diamonds that rest on my ear, or simply dangly ones. There are even hoops that look as if they'd rest on my shoulder. I decide on a simple pink pair to match the jewelry she's put on me already and walk over to where she's talking to the photographer. Ah, there she is, he says when I approach them. Yes, here I am. Do I look okay? I ask. Do a spin for me, my dear. He makes a swirling gesture with his fingers. I awkwardly twirl for him, and he grabs my hand as I face him. Beautiful. He brings my hand to his lips and kisses it as Aiden walks over to us. You look stunning, Marissa, Aiden says. Thank you. You look pretty handsome yourself. I smile back at him. He grabs my hand, and we walk back to where the cameras have been set up. Mr. Stakes is still standing in the same place we had left him. Oh, Marissa, you look fantastic. Great choice of diamonds. The photographer I have chosen for you is a master in couple photography, so let's hope he can grasp some truly magnificent photos. We have to pick the perfect one to be the face. We both nod at him and get in front of the camera. The photographer has us in all different poses. I can't tell if he is being creative or having trouble getting good photos. We have good chemistry, but will that show in photographs? If we can't get the perfect image, Mr. Stakes will find out we're lying. One of the last poses he has us in is me sitting on Aiden's lap. Grab his face and seductively look into your lover's eyes, he says. As my hand touches his warm face, my knees get weak. All I want to do is kiss him. The longer I sit there staring into his eyes, I can't help myself. I lean in and give him a passionate kiss. Perfect, absolutely perfect, the photographer shouts, breaking our kiss. Mr. Stakes begins to clap, and I jump off Aiden's lap, snapping back into reality. I can feel him looking at me as his father approaches us. You two are naturals. I can't wait to get them back so we can pick one. We both nod at him. How about we all go out to dinner? I look up at Aiden to see his response. He smiles at me and nods. Yes, of course, I tell him. Mr. Stakes says, "Thank you to everyone," and lets them know he will bring the jewelry back when we finish dinner. As we walk out to the car, Aiden grabs my hand. My heartbeat quickens at his gesture. Is he just doing this because his dad is beside us? We climb into his car and head toward the restaurant. "You didn't even ask where we were going," I say, looking at him still holding my hand on the center console. "I don't have to. Every time my dad wants to go out for a fancy dinner, it's always the same place. He's very predictable." "Oh, okay," I say, thinking. His hand feels so good on mine. Our fingers entangle as though they fit perfectly together. When we arrive at the restaurant, I see Mr. Stakes already at the entrance. We walk up hand in hand behind him. "Here are my +2, he says, pointing at us. The waitress nods and it grabs 3 menus. "Follow me this way," she says. As we make our way to the table, I can't help but notice how many people here look just like me. They are wearing solid diamond necklaces and have giant wedding rings broadcasted on their hands. Even with all of my accessories, I feel out of place in such a glamorous place. The waitress stops at our table and places the menus on each side of the table. "My name is Olivia, and I'll be your server tonight. Can I get you started with something to drink?" she asks as we sit down. Mr. Stakes tells her that he wants to make a toast and requests wine. "I'm so impressed by your beautiful images." "Your chemistry shines bright," he says, looking at us both.
Chapter 22. Aiden. After the exhausting day at the photo shoot location, followed by dinner with my father at his favorite place, Marissa and I collapsed into our beds as soon as we arrived home. The alarm on my phone wakes me up at 6:30 and my eyes squint at the bright screen to turn it off. It's then that something takes me by surprise. My eyes jolt open once I see that I have over 500 notifications. What the hell is going on? I unlock my screen to see that the notifications are from all social media platforms and people I've met through business offering me their congratulations. I open the casino's Instagram to see that 3 of our professional photos have already been uploaded, receiving over 300,000 likes collectively. Well, my father didn't waste any time, did he? There are even new articles that have been forwarded to me, all of them dubbing me and Marissa as the Stakes couple. My mouth forms a giddy smile, releasing a whispered cheer. I'll have to pretend in front of Marissa that the world knowing about us doesn't faze me, but deep down I love how we've become a trend. We look so good together that we could easily be the envy of the most popular celebrity couples. I owe my father one for this. I jump out of the pull-out bed with a burst of energy, performing a victory dance to the bedroom door. I'm careful not to wake Marissa as I head to the bathroom, knowing that she still has 30 minutes left before her alarm goes off. I would normally head to the casino first, but I decide to wait for Marissa in case the press is already downstairs waiting for us. I leisurely set the couch back to normal, then brew a fresh pot of coffee. As I sit on the couch enjoying my cup while scrolling through more headlines about us, I can hear Marissa turning on the shower. I'm sure she can anticipate that her fame is going to rise from this public relationship. What she probably wasn't prepared for is becoming an overnight celebrity. She exits the bedroom 30 minutes later in a pale blue blazer and black pencil skirt, carrying her black pumps in her right hand. "Good morning." "Good morning." I greet her from the kitchen as I wash my coffee mug in the sink. "Would you like some coffee?" She puts on her heels near the elevator. "I'll get some at work. I was so slow getting ready this morning." I turn off the coffee pot, then walk towards her. "You're probably still worn out from yesterday." She grabs her black handbag from off the coat rack. "I don't see how models do it. Photo shoots are more exhausting than I ever imagined they would be." I chuckle as I press the elevator button, then retrieve my cream suit jacket from the coat rack. "You're right. I couldn't imagine doing it day in and day out." When the elevator doors open, I allow her to enter first, admiring her as I follow behind. After pressing the down button, I place my hands in my pockets, looking down at my brown leather loafers in need of a good buffing. I should probably warn you that the press may already be downstairs when we get there. Her eyes widen as she looks at me. Already? I'm afraid so. I break her gaze in order to hide my smile. It appears we went viral as a couple overnight. Marissa doesn't blink as she stares at the elevator doors in disbelief. You're joking, right? I wrap my arm around her waist, pulling her towards me as we reach the first floor. It's not a joke. We can't be caught slipping at any moment now. Eyes will always be on us. Her jaw drops as the elevator doors open and a crowd of 8 to 10 journalists obstruct our path to the Rolls-Royce. How are we going to get around them? I guide us forward, already knowing how these situations play out. They'll move out of the way. They just want us to acknowledge them. As I push open the glass door with my right hand, the press storms us with photographs and questions. Stokes couple! Mr. Stokes, how long have you been keeping your relationship a secret? I raise my hand at them with a friendly smile. We promised to give you the story. We just have somewhere important to be right now, so would you excuse us? My grip around Marissa becomes tighter, making my testosterone levels rise. I take pride in feeling like her protector. Terry opens the door for us quickly. Then Marissa slides all the way over to the left side to save time. I follow behind her, then shut the door, while the paparazzi still blind us with the flashes of their cameras. The car takes off quickly, causing both of us to release a sigh of relief. I chuckle as I notice how wild her hair has become after she had to rush into the car. I slide into the middle of the seat, turn her face towards me with my right hand, then groom her hair with my fingers. Her dark brown eyes study me closely. What are you doing? Nobody is watching us right now. Sorry. The coldness of her words causes me to move back to the right side of the back seat. I'm sure she's just feeling a bit overwhelmed and needs to process all of this. When we arrive at the casino, more paparazzi are waiting for us at the main entrance. Casino security is already on the scene, creating a visible path for us to walk through. Once we arrive in the casino, it feels like life has returned to normal. Marissa continues to be silent as we make our way through the casino floor to the employee elevator. Once the doors open to the second floor, we are greeted with streamers and confetti being thrown at us by a group of about 15 employees. My father approaches me with a big grin on his face. I'd say congratulations are in order. We haven't received this much attention in a decade. He walks in between us, placing an arm around each of us. The future looks bright for the Stakes couple.
Chapter 23. Marissa. The next morning is more of the same. As soon as my eyes open to the light shining in my window, I check my phone and see all the messages pop up. Everyone is asking about Aiden and I's pictures. They are captivating and obviously believable. I get up and walk into the bathroom. While I'm stripping to get into the shower, I take breaks to scroll through my social media. Our pictures are everywhere. All the local news pages have our pictures as the cover on their newest articles. A phone call pops up on my screen that I don't recognize. I never answer unknown numbers, so I let it go to voicemail. I set my phone on the counter and turn the shower on, making the water boiling hot, just the way I like it. My fingers entangle themselves in my hair as I wash out the shampoo and then the conditioner. I spend the whole time thinking how weird it is that my face is plastered all over everything. When I grab my towel and slip out of the shower, placing my foot on the mat, I notice my phone is ringing on the counter again. I grab it, and it's another number I don't recognize. As it goes to voicemail, I see I now have 6 missed calls, and they all have left voice messages. I scroll through each one, and they all are from different news reporters, wanting to set up times to meet us for an interview. This is all too much. How did this happen so fast? I throw my towel around my body and walk back into the bedroom to get my clothes on. I hope everyone at work leaves this alone today. I already need space from the news. I wonder how Aiden is handling all of this. He is used to publicity being a stakes, but this is a different kind. Suddenly, the door opens and Aiden walks in. He is in his underwear and walks over to the closet. "Good morning, Marissa. Now that you're up, I want to talk to you before you get dressed for the day, in case what I'm going to tell you will influence your outfit." He laughs and looks down at my towel. "Okay. What is it?" I ask. I can't help but notice his tight body as he is rifling through his never-ending array of shirts. "Well, I'm sure you have been getting just as many phone calls about this as I have." "Oh, good. It's not just me. I was wondering." "There's a radio show that really wants to meet with us. I figure that if we get out and answer some questions, maybe the other reporters can use some of our quotes from the radio and leave us alone. Plus, being on a radio show is not being filmed. I thought that might be more appealing to you." "Okay, I guess that seems like a smart idea. What time do we need to be there?" "Well, as soon as you get ready, we will head that way. I figure we can get it done before work and be done stressing about it." He smiles at me. I grab my underwear off the bed and walk back into the bathroom, letting him get dressed. I leave the door open a crack so I can see him in the mirror. Why would he worry about a radio show influencing my outfit? It's cute, though, that he seems to be agreeing to this for me. I slip on my underwear and bra and walk back out into the room. He has his shirt on now and is looking for pants. I can't help but wish he'd have left his shirt off and found pants first, just to get a little bit longer to stare at his perfect pec muscles. As I walk around him to my side of the closet, he grabs his pants and walks back out of the room. I quickly throw on a cute skirt and blouse with my favorite red high heels. I'm sure there will be reporters again outside the building waiting to take our pictures. Oh, I bet that's why he said it can influence my outfit. He grabs his coat and hands me mine as we walk out into the hall. We walk to his driver and climb in the car. As we head for the station, I can't help but feel nervous. This will be my first time appearing on a live show like this, and I don't want to mess anything up. "Are you ready for this?" he asks as we pull into the parking lot. I guess I have to be. I laugh, and we step out into the crowd of cameras waiting for us. Everyone is asking us questions as we walk to the building. Aiden ignores them, so I do the same. We make our way into the building. "Ah, Mr. and Mrs. Stakes? Well, I guess not quite yet," laughs a man from behind the front desk. "Follow me this way. They're all set up and ready for you." We follow him down the hall, and he gestures us into the first room on the right. "Hello, guys," the radio host says when we enter. "Please come have a seat. We'll get started right away. I'm just on a quick break." Aiden pulls out my chair and I sit down. He sits in the chair beside me and grabs my hand. I look down in shock as he squeezes it. I must look as nervous as I feel. And I'm back. Just as promised, Mr. Aiden Stakes and his new hottie Marissa are here with me. We will be accepting calls for the next 20 minutes. They are ready for your questions. The man begins talking into his microphone again as the first call comes in. We get swarmed with phone calls for the full 20 minutes. Surprisingly, many of the calls were just younger girls calling to tell us how cute we look together. When the 20 minutes wrap up, the host ends his live. "Thank you both for agreeing to do this, and I hope this helps clear out some of those reporters I'm sure you've been getting. It was great having you." We both shake his hand and thank him as we return to the front desk. We wave at the kind man behind the desk, and Aiden grabs my hand as we brace ourselves to make our way back out to the swarm of reporters waiting for us. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand,
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 24. Aiden, Marissa says she's managing the stress well from all of these appearances we're making, but a part of me can't help but feel otherwise. While it's hard for me to put myself in her shoes because I've known the limelight since I was a teenager, I naturally empathize with her because I care for her deeply. I'm hoping all the time we're spending together will bring us closer, so she can confide in me more openly. At the end of the long day, I make Terry aware of his new responsibilities. He knows to escort Marissa into the condominium building, not leaving until she has entered the elevator with her key. I'll even hire a personal security guard for her if I have to for when we're not together. Making sure she feels safe is a priority to me. I'm now able to have an evening out with peace of mind. I head to the bar to have beers with Tony. He wanted us to go to Regal Club, but I chose a local bar instead because I'm not in the mood to be entertained by women. I recognize him immediately from the back of his head as he sits at the bar, flirting with the female bartender. Many people have mistaken us for actual brothers, since our dark hair is the same length, reaching the nape of our necks. We also have a similar build, albeit Tony is slightly leaner. I give him a hard pat on the back while looking at the bartender. My brother isn't giving you a hard time, is he? She smiles at me with admiring eyes. Wow, 2 handsome brothers are better than one. I'm Lisa. She studies me, chewing her gum obnoxiously. It's too bad that you're taken. Where's your girlfriend? I sit in the bar stool to Tony's left. She was tired after our radio show today, so we're just having a guys' night. Tony drinks from his beer, then places his arm around me. I refuse to believe a good-looking guy like this would ever settle down. He turns his attention back to Lisa. Get us 2 shots of 1800 Reposado, another round of beers, and add a shot for yourself. He winks at her before she leaves to prepare the order. So, he smirks at me as if he has discovered something on his own. Who is this new relationship geared Aiden? I don't recognize him at all. Lisa brings over the drinks, then raises her shot of tequila while looking at me. To the stakes couple. We clink glasses with her, then knock back our shots. Lisa wipes her mouth with the back of her hand after taking the shot. When things don't work out with you and your lady, you know where to find me. She smiles seductively before leaving to help another patron. Tony hypes me up by repeatedly patting the back of his hand against my shoulder. You've still got it, man. The bachelor life doesn't want you to abandon it. I take a big sip of my beer. I'm not interested. I'm happy with what I have. Okay. He releases a sarcastic laugh. How does it feel to have your relationship in the public eye like this, though? Photo shoots, radio shows, appearances. It's gotta be hard to juggle it all. You know I can handle it. I'm just worried about Marissa. This is all new to her. Yeah, man. He takes a big swig of his beer. This could take a toll on her for sure. I arrive home around 10:30 to find Marissa already knocked out in bed. I tiptoe around her as usual, get cleaned up for bed, then make my way to the sofa. I stare up at the chandelier above me, thinking about how Marissa's mother wants to see us get married before she passes on. How am I going to pull this off in such a short amount of time? The first order of business is buying Marissa a ring. I'll make some time to do that tomorrow. I need to formulate a plan of proposing to her. It needs to be in a public setting to move things along with our arrangement. That's the reason I'm doing all of this, right? If it's supposed to just be for show, why am I going about things as if Marissa and I are really together? This is my last thought before I doze off to sleep. I wake up first to my alarm, rubbing the sleep from my tired eyes. As much as I want to wait for Marissa and go to work together, there's a board meeting that I can't be late for. After drinking my coffee and getting dressed, I leave a note for Marissa, telling her that Terry will be in the lobby downstairs, taking extra protective measures to make sure she gets to the casino safely. The board executives gather in the boardroom punctually, knowing how even a minute of tardiness drives my father up the wall. The CEO nods at me respectfully from the front of the room, making me anxious as I lower into my seat. He spends the first 20 minutes talking about the usual business topics, then catches me off guard by pointing at me. Aiden Stakes and his lovely partner, Marissa, have increased our business by 200%. Let's give a round of applause to the Stakes couple. Everyone watches me as they clap while I awkwardly sit frozen with my arms against the table, fingers intertwined. The clapping carries on longer than I expect, so I finally respond with, "Thank you," to cease their actions. My father continues, his excitement escalating as he speaks. Stakes Casino will have a formal dance on Saturday that will be hosted by the Stakes couple. We are expecting a huge turnout of all the top people in the industry, politicians and celebrities. I clap along with the executives this time while a great idea enters my mind. This event will be the perfect opportunity to move my personal agenda forward.
Chapter 25. Marissa. The news of the event has inhabited my mind since Mr. Stakes had announced that the special couple would be hosting it. I groan as I sit on my bed staring at my closet. There is no way I can host this event with no knowledge of anyone there. I have probably scheduled meetings for them with Mr. Stakes, but I don't know them well enough to mingle around and host. I can't learn about their names in one night. Maybe I can access some work files from home so I can learn a little more about everyone. I don't think I can cram this all in one night. This is going to be a disaster. I whimper and grab my phone from my nightstand. Perhaps we can cancel? I text Aiden. Immediately the texting bubbles appear. My stomach dips in anticipation, and I stare blankly at the screen. The bubbles disappear, and my face drops. He left me on read in my spiraling moments. The moment I needed the most encouragement, he just decides to ignore me. So much for being a boyfriend. You're going to be just fine. You're amazing. You know the event space. You know the people. When you hear their names, you will know exactly who they are. You can be rest assured that the food is great, and if it helps, I'll be there. I'll be right by your side holding your hand. What? My face brightens, and my mood lifts. Of course he was going to help me out. He has never left me hanging. I am so glad the food is going to be good. Nervousness == dissolved. I shoot back, "Ha ha. I'm happy to reassure you," he answers. He knows I was being sarcastic, right? Does he really think I actually care about the food? Just knowing he would be at my side through it all completely settled my nerves. I hope he knows that. I had told Aiden I would meet him there because my sister wanted to get me ready for today. He insisted that he would pick me up, but I knew if Michaela was getting me ready, I would definitely not be on time. I sit in the car breathing nervously. My sister grabs my hand from the driver's seat and clutches it. "You look stunning and you're going to be fine. Plus, I'll be around talking to some wealthy businessmen," she adds a wink. I look down at my dress. I do feel stunning tonight. My red ball gown cascades down my legs, and the sweetheart bodice shows all my curves. I know I look incredible tonight. My sister pats my leg. "All right, let's go." I open the double doors to the event hall and see the lights dancing across the walls. People swarm around in groups and eat tiny appetizers. My eyes catch sight of Aiden far away, already staring at me. I see him push his glass of champagne into a colleague's hand without taking his eyes off me, and he bounds towards me, maneuvering through groups of people without faltering his eye contact. He comes up to me and takes my hand. He kisses the top and pulls me into him. He envelopes me in a kiss, cupping my face. I immediately get lost in the kiss and forget that I'm standing in a room full of people. I slowly pull away. "You look gorgeous," Aiden says. I wonder if he actually thinks so, or is putting on a show for the businessmen approaching us. "Your little lady is lovely," a man says, taking my hand and kissing the top. "Absolutely divine," a female says, lightly shaking my hand. "Thank you all," I say with my warmest good host smile. A slow song plays overhead, and the dance floor fills with couples. I look at them gathering in the center of the room, clinging to each other as the band plays. I put a hand over my chest and smile at them. I feel fingers entangle into mine, and I look down at Aiden's arm, luring me to the dance floor. I look up to him to meet his eyes, and he smiles. "May I have this dance, Marissa?" I nod, and I feel my body heat up. Aiden takes me to the center and takes the small of my back into his large hand. He places the other hand into mine, and we sway to the music. He looks down at me, not through me. He stares into my eyes deeply, and I can see every unspoken word hiding there. "You're stunning," he whispers. "You look pretty good yourself," I say back with a smirk. He tilts his head and continues to look deeply into my eyes. "I mean it. You're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen." This takes me aback. Is this even a show anymore? He leans his head towards mine, and I tiptoe to meet him. If this is a real, meaningful kiss, I don't want it to happen in front of everyone as a performance. I lower myself and decide to rest my head on his chest instead. I can feel his heart beating quickly, a thudding against my cheek. Heat escapes his body, and he tilts my head up to look at him. "Please," he whispers against my ear. I can't help it anymore. I grab the sides of his face and press him into my lips. He wraps the rest of his arm around where his hand was situated and pulls me into him. Our bodies touch and warmth gathers between us. It feels natural, safe, and perfect. No one has ever felt this way before. He moves his arms up my back and caresses my neck, running his fingers along my jawline. I savor his touch. My arms run along his back. He pulls away and smiles down at me. "Your kiss is like magic, Marissa." I poke a finger at his chest. "That was all you, sir." He takes my hand and steps back, then rests on one knee. "Will you marry me?" My legs become jelly in an instant. My knees suddenly very heavy. Is this all an act? Was everything an act, including the kiss? People gather around us, gasps fill the room, and camera flashes ensue. I was expecting to do this much quieter. I thought we would secretly elope and just announce we were married. I didn't think he would do it in a hall, gathered in front of hundreds of guests. I have to remind myself that hundreds of people are still fixated on us, and Aiden is still expecting an answer. "Yes," I say with a rehearsed smile. 100 times yes. My heart catches in my throat.
Chapter 26. Aiden. When the event concludes, I guide Marissa to the emergency exit at the back of the casino. Terry is waiting for us back here. We can avoid the paparazzi this way. She watches carefully as I'm about to push against the door. Isn't that going to sound the alarm? I push open the door, checking if the coast is clear. I had security temporarily disable it. My arm takes her hand as we step into the darkness to be greeted by the headlights of the Rolls-Royce. Terry runs around the front of the car to open the back door. "You two must have had a hell of a night. The pictures of your engagement are already plastered all over social media." Marissa enters the car first, then I pat Terry on his shoulder. That makes it a success. He closes the door after I enter the back seat. The beginning of our ride home is silent as we both replay the night's events in our minds. My heart races when I look over to see her admiring the huge rock on her ring finger. Her lips form a smile that quickly diminishes. She must have suddenly remembered that this is all just a gimmick, bringing her back to reality. I grab her attention by holding her left hand, admiring how the ring complements her small, soft hand. Actually, I don't even know what style of ring you really like. Her eyes are low, focusing on how my hand touches hers. I guess I've never really thought about it. You did a great job, though. It's a gorgeous ring. My hand lowers hers to her lap, then retreats. So, you would be happy to receive this ring under normal circumstances? She holds my gaze, reading my eyes. Her lips part to say something, but no sound comes out. It makes me wonder what she's thinking and why she's holding back. I want to pull her over to me to express how I feel about her when the car comes to a stop. Terry looks around before opening the door for Marissa. It looks like you're in the clear. Enjoy this night of entering your building privately while you can. I know, right? She sighs deeply. Thanks, Terry. Have a good night. Get some rest, Terry. I walk past him, taking Marissa by her hand and leading her into the building. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard while we wait for the elevator to descend. The tension rises as the doors open and we enter together. I use my key, then press the 34 button. My rising heartbeat rings in my ears until I can no longer hold back. I cup Marissa's face with my hands, pushing her into the right side of the elevator. Our lips meet with passion, parting in unison, our tongues longing to be met again. Her breath echoes into my mouth as she moans sensually. When the elevator does open, I lift her legs off the ground, and she wraps them around my lower back. She runs her fingers through my hair as we continue to arouse ourselves more from the vigorous kissing. I place her to sit on the bar of the kitchen. Her red ball gown drapes over the granite like a tablecloth. I pull back from the kiss to see her eyes open curiously. I don't want to persuade you into this. I'll stop if this isn't what you want. Marissa seductively holds my gaze as she slides down from the bar, circles around me, then removes my black suit jacket, letting it fall to the ground. Her hand grabs my red tie, pulling my body into the living room where she removes the tie from my neck completely. You must have forgotten that I'm completely sober tonight. She fully unbuttons my white dress shirt, then bites her lip while tugging at my belt. I'll take full responsibility.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 27. Marissa. We lay side by side in his bed, and I'd look over and see that he's fast asleep. Given that we had sex all over his home, I can definitely understand the exhaustion. It has been the best sex I have ever had, though there's not much to base it off of. I'm sure it doesn't get better than this. As much as I love our lovemaking, what does this mean for us? Clearly, I have been exhibiting feelings for a while. Sleeping in his arms does not help me combat these turmoil-causing feelings. Again, this is just for appearances. But there is no one watching these stolen glances and risque nights. So, is this real or not? My head swarms with possibilities and spiraling thoughts. I look up from in between his arms and watch him sleep with the slightest grin on his face. I don't ever want to leave, There is no doubt, though, that I will ever forget what I am working towards. This position has put me in a place of more opportunity because of my relationship with Aiden. But I don't want him to think I am using him. Quite the opposite, actually. I really like him. My alarm goes off on the nightstand. I am jolted awake from my thoughts and peaceful sleep. I groan and reach out with my hand to shut it off, and I roll over to an empty bedside. My arm feels for his touch, or the warmth of his skin, but he's not there. My cheeks warm and I sit up, feeling embarrassed for having been overthinking about my feelings towards him. He clearly just got up and left, without a kiss or a single goodbye. What was I expecting? Footsteps thud closer and closer to the room, and Aiden is suddenly on top of me, smothering me in kisses. I giggle as he finds my lips and slips his tongue into my mouth. I reciprocate the kiss and he pulls away with a smirk. I made breakfast, Sleeping Beauty. He grabs my arm and pulls me out of bed. The bed sheet falls, and I completely forget I am naked. I look down and my body floods with heat, like he wasn't just exploring every inch of my body last night. I can get used to this, he says, pulling me towards him and into the kitchen. The middle of his kitchen island is sprawled out with breakfast foods. Pancakes, eggs, sausages, bacon, fruit, and every breakfast food you can imagine. I wasn't sure what you exactly liked in the morning, he says sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. I raise a brow. I actually am not a breakfast fan. Also, I'm vegan, I say deadpan, though he's definitely seen me eat meat. He rushes over to the island and starts gathering things together nervously. It's so cute to see this billionaire playboy act like this. I'm kidding, I tease and reach for his hand. I love it. We enjoy breakfast and get ready together. We stand side by side while we brush our teeth, and he helps me zip up my dress for work. We greet Terry as we climb into his luxury car that definitely costs more than my rent, and we head to work together. This life seems so natural and so fitting. I can see myself doing this every day, though I probably shouldn't get my hopes up. On the way to work, he answers emails on his laptop, but never lets his left hand leave my knee. He is always ensuring that I'm safe with him constantly. I love his touching reassurances. Maybe it's not his intention to make me feel that way, but I adore the feeling of being looked after. Marissa, I have a task for you. Mr. Stakes hands me some documents while I'm sitting at my desk on the phone with a client. I nod in his direction and put my call on hold. How can I help? I say brightly. I need you to run down to the joint hotel and pull some records from there. The documents are going to look a lot like these. He drums his fingers on my desk. You're the best. I skim through the records as I resume my phone call. I take some information on the current call and hang up. I grab my purse, documents, and rush out of the door. Outside, there is a lot of commotion. I peer through the doors and see swarms of people and police trying to cut through the crowd. A celebrity is probably in the area or something. I walk out of the doors and quickly rush to Terry, who is waiting outside the car door. Hurry in and be careful, he calls out to me. Marissa, over here. I hear from the swarms of people. Marissa noticed me. I see people whip out their phones and take photos of me. I try to cut through the people, and they try to touch me. Terry stretches his hand out and I grab it. He helps me climb in the car and shuts the door behind me. What is going on? I look out the window and see people shouting to me in the car. I love Aiden, I hear as well. Terry zooms away and hordes of people follow. What's going on? I ask, partially out of breath when Terry climbs into the car and shuts the door, muffling the noise outside. Oh, the engagement. The stakes are like royalty here, Terry says casually. So, where to? Outside the hotel, more people are gathered at the entrance. They make space as our car approaches, and then they begin to swarm just outside of the car door. Terry? I say nervously. How do I get in? He runs over to my side of the car and opens the door. Screams and camera flashes fill my head. I get an instant headache and I feel dizzy. I feel my heart beating outside of my chest and my breathing quickens. Terry pushes people away from me and tries his best to cover me, but there is only so much he can do. People are reaching out and grabbing my arms and touching my hair. I can feel them trying to get my attention. The press arrives in the distance, and I see news vans parking and journalists hopping off the car. Marissa, how does it feel to likely inherit tons of money? Marissa, are you using the stakes for their bank accounts? Marissa, how has fame affected you? Ha, ironic. I actually think fame is making me have an anxiety attack. Once inside the building, I run into the bathroom, lock the door, and grab onto the sink. I try to steady my breathing, but my heart won't stop pounding. I pull out my phone and call the person who makes me feel safe. The line picks up. Hey, you. Aiden, I whimper. I need you at the hotel. I don't know what's going on. I don't even feel the tears until they're falling onto my dress. I'll be right there. I hear the concern in his voice picking up. I stumble to the floor and lean up against the wall, trying to steady my breathing. A couple minutes pass, and I hear thudding on the door. It's Aiden, I hear him yell. I try to get up, but my legs are like jelly. I cry even harder, frustrated with myself. Baby, he calls out. My sobs choke me, and I can't seem to stand. I think he hears my cries because then I start to hear louder banging on the door, and then suddenly the door swings open. He rushes inside and collapses onto the floor next to me, pulling me into his chest and caressing my head. He lightly kisses the top of my head as he rubs my shoulders. I'm here now, he assures me. You're safe now. I continue to sob into his dress shirt, and he squeezes me tightly.
Chapter 28. Aiden. I returned to my office, still disturbed that Marissa's safety was at risk. I'm grateful she called me, allowing me to come to her rescue, but from now on she needs a bodyguard with her when she's not with me. I need to inform my father of this immediately. As I am about to rise out of my black office chair, there's a knock on my door. I recognize Marissa's sister, Michaela, through the glass, and my curiosity piques. Come in. She smiles at me as she enters, closing the door behind her. Good afternoon, Director Stakes. Hi, Michaela. Please call me Aiden. I gesture for her to sit in the armchair in front of me. What brings you to my office? She lowers herself into the chair carefully, covering the short skirt of her cocktail waitress uniform with her hands. Well, there is something important I need to discuss with you. My eyes stare at her, waiting for her to elaborate. She reads my cue, then continues. It's about Marissa. I notice how her body becomes tense after her last statement, and it increases my anxiety. What is it? Is she okay? I don't feel comfortable talking about it at the casino. She reaches into the pocket of her skirt, taking out a folded piece of paper, then sliding it onto my desk. Can you come here after work? Please don't tell Marissa I've reached out to you like this. My hands grab the paper, unfolding it to see an unknown address. I look up at her with anticipation. I can be there around 7. Michaela brushes her hands against her skirt as if her palms have become sweaty. I appreciate it, Aiden. I'll see you later, then. She stands, walks to the door in her low heels, then exits the room. I sink into my chair, releasing a deep sigh. What was that all about? Is there something Marissa has been hiding from me? This is weighing heavily on my mind. It's going to be a challenge to get any work done today. After texting Marissa around 6 o'clock to let her know that Terry will take her home alone, I complete my final tasks. I take my car keys from my desk, then walk to the restricted access garage, unlocking my gray Ashton Martin DB11. I drive to the address on the paper, which turns out to be an apartment complex. Michaela waves at me from the gate, using her keycard to let me in. She lowers herself to my window, addressing me once I open the window. I realized later that I never wrote the apartment number. It's building G towards the back. Did you walk up here? I look around, seeing a lack of cars at the entrance. Yeah, she giggles. I didn't get my steps in at work today. I signal with my head to the passenger seat. Get in, I'll drive us. Michaela enters the car with excitement, then directs me on which way to go. We walk into her building, then take the elevator up to her floor. She closes the door behind us after we enter her small studio. It's such an honor to have my boss in my home. Let me take your jacket. She has already started removing it before I can respond. Thanks. I look at the night view from her only window, then lower myself onto her couch. Have you lived here long? She responds from the kitchen that is separated by a small wall. About 6 months. I look down at the coffee table, picking up a magazine with Marissa and me on the cover, with the headline Steaks Couple Takes Vegas. My hands drop the magazine as Michaela approaches me with 2 glasses of red wine. She hands one to me, sitting to my left with a smile. I have to be a good hostess to my future brother-in-law. I finally lower my guard since she has addressed me in that way, clinking my glass with hers while reciprocating her smile. I can definitely drink to that. My head turns to her as I recognize the familiar taste. I would have never expected you to have Israeli wine. This is Ben Zimra Cabernet Sauvignon. Her jaw drops with a gasp. My ex-boyfriend was Israeli. He put me onto it. You're quite the wine connoisseur to pick up on that. She drinks more of her wine. I drink more from my glass, each sip bringing back the memory more clearly of the first time I tried it on a vacation in Tel Aviv. You could say that. I like to try the wine of each country when I travel. She gives me an impressed look. That's a long-term goal of mine. I've only been to a few countries in Europe with Marissa. The suspense has been killing me. I'm glad she's mentioned her sister so I can segue into the reason why I'm here in the first place. Speaking of Marissa, what did you need to tell me about her? She avoids my gaze, circling the rim of her wine glass with her index finger. I'm not sure how to really say this. My vision becomes blurry as I set my almost empty wine glass on the coffee table. I've had this wine before, and it's never given me this sensation. I sink into the sofa, feeling the vertigo as 3 versions of Michaela stand over me. How are you feeling? She leans over me, whispering into my ear. Just try to relax. I become more lightheaded as she strips down to her underwear. What are you doing? I struggle to hold on to my consciousness, coming to terms with the reality that she has drugged my glass of wine. Before I can ask her why she's done this, she straddles me where I sit, making out with me until everything goes black. Chapter 29. Aiden. I open my eyes to a sunlight-filled studio apartment. My hands push myself up off the couch I had fallen asleep on. I'm relieved to see that I'm still fully clothed, but it angers me to know that the sister of the woman I love has done something so criminal towards me. I run my fingers through my unkempt hair, trying to analyze what I could have done to make Michaela an enemy. There's nothing justifiable that makes sense of her actions. I've been nothing but considerate to her and her mother. The only reason I'm even attempting to empathize with her right now is because I love Marissa. What kind of grievance could she possibly have with me? Oh, is she jealous because I want to make her sister my wife? I stumble to my feet, realizing that Michaela has abandoned me in her apartment. Well, she couldn't have gone far. I'll get an explanation from her soon enough. I check the bathroom and kitchen just to be sure, not finding her in either room. I retrieve my suit jacket from a hook near the door, then hastily make my exit. My Aston Martin rips through the side streets, the sound of the engine matching my frustration that grows the more I think about the betrayal. What would Marissa make of this? Would she believe me when I tell her that I was conned by her sister? Or would she lose her trust in me, thinking that I've gone back to my womanizing ways? This is the last thing I need right now while I'm trying to pursue a genuine connection with her. When I arrive at the casino, I go straight to the beverage department to meet with the beverage supervisor. He informs me that Mikhaila quit her job yesterday and hasn't been seen since. I head to my office with even more unanswered questions. What the hell is going on here? Director Stakes. Danielle stops me before I enter my office. Your father has been looking everywhere for you. This can't be good. I nod at her before changing my direction. Thanks, Danielle. I exhale sharply, knowing that it's inevitable for my path to cross with Marissa's. She slowly rises from her chair with a strong look of concern on her face as I approach the CEO's office. You weren't answering your phone last night and you never came home. I raise the palms of my hands towards her, hoping to put her mind at ease. I can explain everything. You're right. I should have called, but my phone was dead. Her dark brown eyes look me up and down with suspicion. You're wearing the same suit as yesterday. She breaks my gaze briefly. Aiden, what's going on? Before I can answer her, the door to the CEO's office swings open, and my father glares at me forcefully. You! Get in here now! I give Marissa a look with a gesture, assuring her that I'll be back to explain. My heart races as I enter his office, recognizing that tone of voice anywhere. He's about to verbally massacre me. I'm having a rough morning, Dad. Can we make this quick? He turns around with photographs in his hand that he firmly presses against my chest, causing me to stumble backwards. You can start by explaining these. My hands take the photos out of his grasp, studying them one by one. It was all a setup. These are pictures of Mikhaila in her underwear making out with me on her couch. I sigh heavily, tossing the pictures onto a nearby table. I was set up. These aren't real. Oh, it gets better. The tone in his voice increases as he retrieves a newspaper from his desk. Son of Stakes Casino cheats on his fiancée with her sister. His eyes look at me with rage. What the hell is wrong with you, Aiden? For the first time in your life, you had it together, then you threw it all away for what? For a piece of ass? He walks over to me, poking the side of my head with his hand, imitating a gun. When am I going to get through that thick skull of yours? Dad, I take a step backwards, lowering my gaze. You haven't given me a chance to explain. He chuckles sarcastically. Oh, I'll give you a chance to explain. He passes by me, cracking open the door to peek his head out. Marissa, come in here. Damn, this is not the way I needed to reveal this to her. I want to tell her privately, but it appears that opportunity is gone forever. She enters the office making glances at us both, utterly oblivious to the bomb that is about to be dropped on her. What's going on? The CEO doesn't respond with words. He simply passes the newspaper to her, and she reads it. My heart beats out of my chest as her gaze shifts from the paper onto me. Her eyes widen and her lips part, but no sound comes out. My father places his arm around her, bringing her into his embrace. I'm sorry I brought such a dishonorable person into this world and that he has harmed you like this. It's all my fault. Marissa appears to not be breathing as he holds her. When she finally moves out of his arms, she looks at me with pain in her eyes. How could you do this to me? You made me believe that you've changed. Marissa, please listen to me. I take a step forward, holding her gaze sincerely. I would never do anything to hurt you like this. It was all I'm tired of your excuses. We're done. I watch her helplessly as she storms out of the office, my chest tightening at the thought of losing her forever over something so fraudulent. Karma has her eyes set on me once again.
Chapter 30. Marissa. How did I let myself be so stupid? I should have known better than to believe what we have is real. It's been too good to be true from the beginning. I let myself fall for him, and now I'm the fool. He has betrayed me, and with my sister, I think as I storm to my desk. It's bad enough that I have to know what went on between them and see pictures of it, but now the whole world also knows. I know why he did it, but why did she? My own sister, flesh and blood, betrays me, and makes me a fool to the whole world. Soon everyone will see the pictures and know what they did together behind my back. I'll be the laughingstock of the whole town and the whole casino. I have to know what's happening inside Michaela's head and why she feels this is okay to do to me. What have I done to make her angry enough to do something like this to me? I get to my desk and start rifling through my purse to find my phone. I deserve an explanation. If you can make me the laughingstock of the whole town and make my fiancé cheat on me, you can answer your damn phone, I think, as it just continues ringing. Her voice pops up, telling me she's unavailable and to leave a message. I don't want to leave a voicemail because that will let you know why I'm calling, and you'll continue dodging me, I think to myself as I set my phone down. Just the sound of her voice makes me angry. How can she do this to me? I don't deserve this. I can't sit here waiting for someone in the building to say something to me about it. I have to leave. I grab my things and head out the door to the garage. Aiden's driver is waiting for me as usual. "I'd like you to take me to the condo, please," I say as I climb in. "Okay, where is—" I cut him off. "It's just me. Can we go, please?" "Hurry." He speeds out of the parking lot and down the road toward the condo. I can't sleep there with him another night. I need to grab my belongings and go home, especially when he isn't there to try and give me stupid excuses about what happened between them. I can grab my things and return home before he even gets off work. When we arrive at his condo, I jump out of the car and sprint to the door. "Are you okay?" Terry yells to me out the window. I ignore him and keep running. Apparently, not everyone has seen the photos. I reach the door, throw my key in the lock, fling the door open, and head to the bedroom. I don't even bother shutting the front door behind me. I won't be here long enough. I run around the room, throwing all my clothes onto the bed and looking for a bag to put them all in. Why did I let Aiden throw away my moving boxes? Next, I walk into the bathroom and grab my toiletry bag out the door. I throw everything around as fast as my hands go, flinging my toothbrush and hairbrush in the same pocket. "I thought I'd find you here," Aiden says from the doorway. I jump at the sound of his voice. "Oh my God, Aiden, you scared the life out of me. Why are you home so early?" I ask, holding a hand on my chest as my heart feels like it's trying to escape. "I needed to see you. You have to let me explain." "I don't have to let you do anything. Get out of my way." I push him out the bathroom doorway and walk back to the bed, tossing my toiletry bag on the pile of clothes. "Please, I know how bad this looks, but would you just let me explain? Nothing you can say will make me forgive you for cheating. I know this is just an arrangement, but you made me an embarrassment to the whole world." I find a trash bag crumpled under the bed and start throwing my clothes into it, ignoring him completely. How can he expect me to just act like it's not a big deal when he did it with my sister? The nerve of this man showing up here trying to make excuses like this. "She drugged me," he shouts from behind me. "Wait, what?" I ask, turning around to look at him. "Yes, I know how crazy that sounds. Believe me, I do. But it's true. She asked me to meet her at an address she gave me. She said she had something important to tell me about you. I figured I should go since she's your sister. But when I arrived, it was at her house and she had wine. She was talking to me, but suddenly I started not feeling well." "Oh my God. Why would Michaela do that to you?" "I don't know. All I know is when I woke up, she was gone. I think someone is trying to cause issues between us. I'm just not sure why they would involve your sister." "I don't either. I need to find her. We have to get to the bottom of this." "Where's the first place that would come to mind when you normally can't get a hold of her?" "Oh, of course. I bet she's at the hospital. I bet she went to see our mom." "Well, you have to know for sure. I'll come with you." He starts to head for the door, but I grab his arm on his way by me. He turns and looks at me. I just want to say that I'm so sorry. I should have known you wouldn't do something like this to me. I should have just come and asked you first before assuming. Don't be. I know how bad everything looked. I'm just glad you believe me. I would never do that to you. He leans in to hug me, and I squeeze him as hard as I can. We both head out the door down to see Terry. As the driver pulls out of the parking lot toward the hospital, Aiden grabs my hand tightly and stares out the window. Chapter 31. Marissa. Aiden and I fly through the elevator doors and angrily make our way down to my mother's hospital room. We turn the corner and through the large glass windows. I see her. Michaela is sitting on the edge of the bed, talking to my mother. She's beyond predictable. As soon as I see her, my whole body tenses, my hands start to shake, and my teeth clench. I'm squeezing Aiden's hand harder and harder as we get closer to the doors. I can feel how angry you are. Believe me. I'm furious at her as well. But try to keep cool until we figure out what's happening, especially in front of Monica. There has to be an explanation for all of this. And we want to find out what it is before your cute, angry self scares her off. He laughs and squeezes my hand as he turns to face the door again. No promises. I can't think of anything else to say before we walk into the room. Monica's eyes light up at the sight of us. I smile at her and look at the back of Michaela's head. Oh my gosh, today is just full of surprises, Monica says. Michaela whips around to see us behind her. She's nervous. I can see it all over her face. She can't even make eye contact with me. Monica chimes in again. What are you guys out doing today? She asks. And as I'm about to respond, Michaela interrupts. Can I talk to you for a second? She quickly asks as she gets up and walks over to me. I nod at her and gesture for her to head out the door. I don't want to do this in front of Mom. I'll stay here and talk with Monica while you guys are gone, Aiden says, grabbing my mother's hand, causing her face to light up again. Michaela walks out to the courtyard, and I follow closely behind her. I'm steaming mad the whole way, watching her walk and wondering how my sweet sister can be capable of hurting me so badly. I'm so angry I don't notice us reaching the middle until she stops suddenly and slowly spins around to face me. I know you're mad, she begins. I can hear the shakiness in her voice. Wow, that was not the way to start this, I say, anger rising in my tone. No, I'm sorry. Just listen, please. I know you're mad. I never wanted to hurt you, but I did it for a good reason, I swear. What on earth would be a good enough reason to do what you did? I'm not sure who you and Aiden have pissed off, but one of the high shareholders of the Stakes Casino came up to me and offered $50,000 if I could create this scandal. You know what that amount of money could do for Mom. I had to do it. I made the down payment for her transplant with it. She looks down at the ground as the tears roll down her cheeks. I'm so sorry. I can't imagine how mad you both are at me and how embarrassed you feel, but I had no choice. There was no other way. Oh, Michaela. I know, I'm sorry. More sorry than you'll ever know, but I had no choice. You know I would never come up with that money on my own, and I wouldn't have been able to live with myself if I let that go. I'd be letting go of my only chance to save Mom. I understand why you did it. I really do, but Michaela, you have tarnished many reputations in the process, including mine. I know, and I'm sure you hate me for it. I really am sorry. She starts bawling into her hands. I just didn't know what else to do. I hate seeing her like this. Mom is so important to both of us, and I can't help but feel a little bit grateful that the down payment is taken care of. I step forward and put my arms around her. As soon as I hug her, I feel her arms fly around me and we stand in the courtyard embracing for way too long. We walk back to the room when I feel she is doing better. I smile as we enter and see Aiden sitting on the edge of Mom's bed. They're both laughing hysterically. I love how nice he is to her and how much she clearly adores him already. Sorry, Mom. It's just a quick visit today. I needed to speak to Michaela. We'll come by soon and stay longer. I wave at Aiden, gesturing to him to get up and come over to me. I grab his hand and walk him back out the doors to the car. I can feel him staring at me as the driver makes his way to our condo. Well, what did she say? He finally asks. Please, just have an open mind with what I'm about to tell you, I say, squeezing his hand and looking into his eyes. My heart pounds in my chest, trying to figure out how to say why she did it. Will he be understanding? Or will he be too mad to have compassion for her? Okay, I promise. What did Michaela say? Why'd she do it? I know she embarrassed us both and messed with your reputation. So I understand if you can't forgive her, but our mother needed a down payment for her liver transplant. I guess one of the high shareholders of your dad's casino offered to give her $50,000 to create this scandal. Oh, poor Michaela. That was probably the hardest decision to make. Picking between her relationship with you or the health of your mother. That's awful for her. Wait. That isn't the response I would expect from someone who's incredibly angry. Why don't you sound angry? The only thing that makes me angry is that someone took advantage of your mother needing help to get to me. I love your mother and know how badly she needs that transplant. Michaela needed the money, and I could never be mad at her for that. He smiles at me. Plus, this isn't the worst scandal I've been involved in. I think you added that last part to try and lighten the mood, but that doesn't make me feel all that much better. I giggle nervously at him. Will things continue to get worse? Are there people out to get us? All it will take is one scandal to bring this all crashing down around us, exposing our plan and making us look like fools. I can see the worry on your face, but hun, we will get through this together, I promise. I like the sound of us getting through it together, and I want to believe him, but I just don't know if he's right. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 32. Aiden. We head back to the casino, eager to clear up the misunderstanding with my father. I turn to Marissa as we approach the front door. I think it would be best if you do most of the talking. My father listens to you more than he listens to me. She nods blankly, indicating that her mind remains elsewhere. Terry opens the door for her, assisting her out of the back seat with his hand. I let myself out, taking large strides around the back of the car towards them. Terry, we'll be back shortly. He respectfully nods. We enter the employee floor side by side, walking like a couple on a mission. Danielle sits behind Marissa's desk, filling in for her while she's out of the office. My eyes are fixed on her as we approach the door. Is he inside? She nods instantly. Yes, Director Stakes. I give the door a light knock before opening it, allowing Marissa to enter first. The CEO's eyes shoot up as he watches us curiously from his desk at the back of the room. "You're back here together?" He shakes his head with disappointment as he looks at Marissa. "My dear, you can't believe his stories. He's only manipulating you. Trust me. I wrote the book when I was his age." "Mr. Stakes." She walks over to him, ready to debunk his theories. "It was all a setup. One of the major shareholders put my sister up to it, bribing her with $50,000 to carry out this scandal." He rises from his chair in shock. "What? You're telling me that this disloyalty came from in-house?" He circles his desk, stands in front of her, and puts her hands together in a prayer position inside his. "I'm sorry you got caught in the crossfire of all this." She holds his gaze respectfully. "I'm just glad we figured it out quickly so we can work on finding a solution." My father kisses her forehead, then holds my gaze as he takes a few steps towards me. "I will start an investigation to find out who this traitor is. He will never be associated with Stakes Casino ever again. I'll drag him to hell myself." Well, that's the closest I'm going to get to an apology from him, so I'll take it. In the meantime, he begins to pace the floor between me and Marissa. Something must be done immediately to repair the image of the Stakes couple. I finally take the opportunity to let my voice be heard. After my greatest transgressions, we always held a press conference to do damage control, or in this case, we would be setting the record straight. He strokes his salt and pepper beard with his thumb and index finger. "You might be onto something there, Aiden. We can have the sister speak at a press conference tomorrow, exposing the mole in our company." His feet stop pacing as he stands in front of Marissa. "Do you think you can put her up to it?" "She'll do it," Marissa assures him. "She deeply regrets her actions and will do whatever needs to be done to set things right." "Good." He exhales deeply, then glances at us both. "You two have had a hell of a day. Take the rest of the day off." She wraps her arms around him. "Thank you, Mr. Stakes." Anyone watching this scene would think he's her father, and not mine. He hugs her tightly in return, bringing a smile to my tired face. I turn to leave the office when he calls out to me. "Aiden!" My body slowly turns, expecting one more strike of criticism from his lips before I leave his sight. "I'm sorry I didn't believe in you." His eyes express disappointment not geared towards me. My heart sinks into my chest. In my 25 years of life, this man has never once apologized to me. Marissa is definitely softening his heart as much as she has softened mine. I put on my best act, pretending that his first apology hasn't affected me as deeply as it has. "No problem, Dad." Marissa walks over to me with lighter steps, and we leave the casino together. The ride home is uncomfortably awkward. I'm not sure what to say to her to provide her with comfort, and even if I did, it might be best to just say nothing while we process these dramatic events. When we enter the condo, Marissa goes directly to the bathroom without speaking. I hear the water in the tub running for quite some time. Then when an hour passes by, I knock on the door to check on her. "Are you okay?" Her soft voice responds from the other side of the door. "Yes." "Okay." I sigh in relief. My personal chef is on his way now to prepare dinner for us. I'm not hungry. I'm just going to go to bed early. A sharp pain in my chest appears. I can very noticeably feel her pulling away from me. As much as I still want to be close to her, I have to respect her wishes. "Okay. I'll be in the living room if you need anything." I make small talk with Chef Daniels as he cooks, secretly hoping that Marissa will change her mind and join me for dinner. Once the food is prepared, I ask him if he would like to join me, but he declines, stating that he has another obligation. Jeez, I must be really desperate. It's difficult to enjoy the food without her presence. Even the wine tastes bland. I clean up the barely touched food, then head to the bathroom for a long shower. After cleaning my body, I just stand under the water lifelessly, like the characters do in the television dramas. I'm finally able to gauge the feelings that they successfully portray in those scenes.
Chapter 33. Marissa. Michaela and I sit here staring at each other from across the table. She knows I need to talk with her about something, but I can't think of how to start the conversation. I know what she needs to do. Aiden's idea to hold a press conference is the only way we will get our reputations back and the perfect image of our relationship. I hope she'll forgive me for what she has to do to make this happen and make things go back to the way they were before. Michaela, I asked you to meet me here today because I need to ask you something. I begin. I can hear the shakiness in my voice. I wonder if she hears it too. I figured you didn't invite me here just to have lunch. We haven't just had lunch together in quite some time, she says, pushing her salad around. Right. Aiden and I have something we need you to do. You've made quite the mess for us. I told you why I did it. I know you did, and I understand your reasoning behind it, but you know Mom wouldn't want us all getting looked at this way to help her. So what are you saying? We need you to do a press conference. We need you to explain what happened and fix our images. You're more worried about your images than helping your mother? She starts to get angry. Of course not, Michaela. I want nothing more than to save Mom, but this isn't the way to get the money. I don't blame you, and we aren't upset with you, but you need to make this right. I promise we will find another way to get Mom the money. I place my hand on top of hers. You promise? I can hear her anger starting to soften. I promise. We will get everything set up, and all you have to do is explain that someone took advantage of you needing help with Mom. Just tell them the deal they made with you, and explain how horrible it made you feel but that you were trapped. Then Aiden and I will get up with you and tell everyone we forgive you, and everyone will have to believe it. Okay, I'll do it only because I feel horrible for ruining things. Everything was going well, and I made it look like you got cheated on publicly, and I think, legit or not, he's making you happy. I open my mouth to protest but stop. Maybe she isn't wrong. I do think that Aiden is starting to make me truly happy. Maybe it's not so big of a lie after all. As we wrap up our meal, I grab my phone and call Aiden. Hi, Michaela agreed. Get everything set up and we will be there in 30 minutes. We're going to finish up here and head that way, I say when I hear him on the other end. Awesome. That's perfect. Good work. I'll see you soon. He hardly ever says goodbye on the phone. He hangs up. And sometimes I think it's because he can't get out of his work brain enough to talk to me for real. Her questioning stare is piercing through me as I put my phone away. He says he'll have everything ready for us to head straight there. She nods anxiously at me, and the waiter returns with my debit card. He hands it over to me and I start to put it back in my wallet. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day, he says as he walks away. We grab our things and head for the door. Once we're in the car and driving toward the casino, I feel her look over at me, once again with a stare that pains me. When I decide to look over at her, she has tears in her eyes. Hey, what's going on? I ask her. Everyone is going to hate me, she says. They're not going to hate you. If Aiden doesn't hate you for ruining his reputation and almost ruining his chances of promotion, no one on the street will care. It's going to be okay. She turns and looks out the window as we continue down the road. I stare forward and focus on the road in front of me. I hope this works even though the shareholder will back out. I hope she doesn't get too much backlash from this, even if coming clean is the right thing to do. As we pull into the garage, I feel my stomach turn. Everything is going to be okay. You have to be strong for her, I tell myself as we make our way into the building. We get closer to the casino entrance, and I see the mob of reporters that Aiden has managed to quickly muster up from somewhere. We approach them, and camera flashes immediately start going off. Aiden steps in front of us, taking the heat, as his father steps to the podium. We've asked you all here today to record what this young lady has to say. She is responsible for the scandal with my son, and she would like to give her reasoning. She feels awful and wants to clear some names. So we ask you to have open minds and hearts as you listen to her story. Thank you, he says and backs down. I hug Michaela before she makes her way in front of the crowd. She rests her hands on the podium and looks back at me. My sister Marissa. She is one of my favorite people on the planet, and this man, Aiden, makes her happier than I've ever seen her. I didn't want to hurt either of them, but she tells them the story she told me, tears welling in her eyes as they ask her questions about our mother. It isn't easy to hear them, nor is it easy to talk about her situation to a room full of strangers. But I watch her in awe. She stands here, owning her wrongdoings, and making me so proud. Aiden steps up to her once she finishes, and gestures for me to do the same. Now that you've all heard her story and the truth behind what truly happened, we ask you all to please spread the word. My sweetheart and I want to return to our normal and happy lives together. One reporter interrupts him. Aren't you angry with her? She nearly ruined your reputation and your relationship. Do you see any sort of relationship with her after this? We all understand the importance of family. She was desperate. In an attempt to save their mother, she made an error in judgment. She owns up to it, which in no way changes our relationship. Now there will be no further questions. Thank you. He steps down and walks over to Michaela and me. He grabs both of our hands and leads us out the door. We walk to his office and take a seat around his desk. Michaela, he says, I appreciate your willingness to clear this up. It means a lot to us. Of course. I think I'm going to head home now, though. Goodbye, Marissa, she says and stands up, heading to walk out the door. Do you need a ride? I ask her. I'll call a cab, she says as she walks out of the door. I turn back to face Aiden. He is staring at me in a way that tells me he has something he needs to say.
Chapter 34. Aiden. We seem to be playing the staring game as Marissa sits across from me in my office. Her expression is hard to read, and it adds to my growing insecurities. I want to simply tell her how I've fallen in love with her, and we should just do this thing for real, but the fear of rejection makes my chest tighten. I exhale sharply, finally breaking the silence. How are you managing right now? She looks down, breaking my gaze as if she wanted different words to come out of my mouth. As well as I can, I guess. You still don't trust me, do you? Her eyes squint slightly, revealing that I've somehow triggered her. What does trust have to do with anything? Everything! I stand out of my chair, walking around the front of my desk. You don't trust me enough to tell me how you really feel about everything that's going on. Marissa scoffs, frustratingly throwing her head back. What are you, a psychiatrist now? My hands rest on top of my desk as I lean against it backwards. No, Marissa, I just want you to talk to me. She pushes herself out of the chair abruptly. You're usually so good at reading the room, Aiden. Her body brushes past me, then she looks over her shoulder before leaving the room. I don't feel like talking. The sound of her heels against the tile diminish until they can no longer be heard. I don't know what to make of us anymore. I thought we were bouncing back from all of this, but the past 24 hours prove otherwise. My hand reaches for the tan ceramic vase off my desk, forcefully crashing it into the wall to my left. Danielle hurries to my office after hearing the sound, looking down at the scattered pieces on the floor. Oh no, that was the vase you made in Turkey. She pauses, meeting my gaze once she realizes I have intentionally broken it. Not a problem, Director Stakes. I'll go get a broom and dustpan. Don't. I raise my hand at her, feeling completely depleted of energy. Just leave it, Danielle. She nods, watching me with concern before returning to her desk in the lobby. I meet with Tony at the VIP room in the Regal Club after a long shift. It's probably not the best idea to drink right now, but It's the only way I can clear my head for the night. We clink the necks of our beer bottles together, then race each other to chug the entire thing. Tony throws his empty bottle across the room after barely beating me. Let's go! The undisputed beer-chugging champion! He stands to his feet, flexing his muscles like a bodybuilder. Very much disputed. I chuckle at his performance, tossing my empty bottle towards the trash can and missing horribly. Oh, Tony chuckles, lowering himself into the lavender booth. So you've had a hell of a week. How about we get some ladies in here? I crack open another beer. Tony, you saw the press conference. My lady and I are going to work things out. He dramatically slides into a horizontal position on the couch. You're no fun anymore, man. Anyway, we haven't hung out with Luke in a while, so I invited him. He should be here any minute now. Great. I take a huge gulp of my beer. I'm always down to drink with another frat brother. He sits up normally. That's the spirit. So how about this? I'll get some ladies for me and Luke, and you can sit here reminiscing about the days you weren't a stick in the mud. Whatever, man. I watch him leave the room with a purpose. My eyes shift around the walls as the neon lights hit them. The dance music is low per my request, and the TV monitors are all off. I'm left here alone with my thoughts, the very predicament I came here to avoid. It seems like Marissa doesn't want to have much to do with me these days. No matter what I do or say to show her that I care about her, she still manages to detach herself from me. If only it were that easy for me. Tony loudly returns 5 minutes later with a girl under each arm and Luke obnoxiously cheering behind him. After making his way over to me, I stand to give Luke a brotherly hug. It's been a while, Luke. It has. Luke grabs a beer, cracking it open against the table. I see you're still getting yourself into trouble, though, but this time with a lady. Well, that's new. He drinks from his beer, then entertains the brunette Tony escorted inside. The waitress enters with a tray full of 1800 reposado, sets it on the table, then leaves. Let's go! Tony gestures for everyone to come over, then places a shot in each hand. This is the rule of the game. The last person to take both shots has to take a third. The women look at each other with a playful groan, while the men prepare themselves for battle. Tony yells out, "On 3! 1, 2, 3!" It looks like a ripple of shots are being taken throughout the room. Tony and I finish first, followed by Luke and then the ladies. Tony chuckles with satisfaction, placing a third shot in their hands. As the night carries on with similar games, I feel the levels of my drunkenness increasing. I laugh hysterically with the guys while we tell the ladies outrageous stories from our fraternity days. Tony stumbles as he points at me, delivering the punchline of the next tale. Then this guy runs out of the room naked with 3 sorority girls. The 2 girls gasp while Luke claps his hands enthusiastically like a seal. He playfully places his arm around me. What do you have to say for yourself now, Mr. Fiancé? I chuckle heartily, barely able to keep my balance. It's Mr. Fake Fiancé. Tony gasps. I knew it! I knew I hadn't lost my guy to the death sentence of commitment. I lose the feeling in my legs, disjointedly collapsing backwards into the couch. What the hell have I just done? Luke sits next to me, playfully boxing my arm and chest. He wouldn't abandon his bros like that. Ladies, you know what that means. Our good-looking guy here is still available. Tony sits on the other side of me, patting my chest with his hand. Now let's take some more shots.
Chapter 35. Marissa. I sit comfortably in the perfectly placed chair by the largest window in our condo, holding my hot cup of coffee, steam still rolling off the top. I sit here watching, basking in the sunrise like I do every morning, the perfect start to the day. Then suddenly my phone starts to ring. I look down and see my mother's face on the screen. My heartbeat quickens, and my hands feel shaky as I swipe to answer it. Hi, Mom, I say as soon as I hear her voice. Oh, Marissa, I'm so glad you answered. I've been trying your sister all day, and I can't seem to get an answer. She responds. Her voice is scratchy and soft, like she has been crying. "What's going on, Mom?" I ask, playing dumb. "What do you mean, what's going on? I saw the pictures. How come you haven't called me? I should have heard about it from you." I'm racking my brain. What does she need me to tell her? What pictures is she talking about? Oh no. I completely forgot that Mom might see what's been going on. And of course, she didn't see the press conference explaining everything. "Marissa, I deserve an explanation." "Yes, of course you do. But I think it would be better to talk about it in person." "Well, you know where to find me," she says and hangs up the phone. Why does she sound angry with me? As far as she knows, I'm the one who got hurt here. I put my cup in the sink and head to the bedroom to get dressed for the day. Terry is waiting for me downstairs. "Where to today?" he asks. "Hospital. I'm going to see my mother." He nods, letting me know he understands as I do up my seatbelt. All I can think about the whole way to the hospital is how upset she will be when she finds out this is all to help her. I know she never wants us to get involved, so once she finds out Michaela did this for money, she will lose it. I get nervous as we pull into the parking lot. Why am I worried? Michaela has done this, not me. I walk anxiously into my mother's room, and I can see the anger on her face as I enter. "What's going on, Marissa?" she asks. "You'll completely understand once I explain everything, but I need you to keep an open mind as I talk, okay?" She nods at me, and I start from the beginning. None of what you have been seeing is real. Michaela was offered enough money that made her create this scandal. It made everyone involved look bad, including herself. But when she told me what had happened, she agreed to a press conference, explaining to the public what she had done. It was enough money to help with your transplant. She didn't feel she had another choice. I can feel her starting to get more angry the longer I'm going on. Michaela did the right thing in the end. That's all that matters, okay? I say to her when I finish the story. "She made this all up for me? How could she hurt you like that and Aiden? It doesn't make sense why she would hurt everyone, and even her reputation, to help me," she says. I can sense the anger still in her voice. "We both want to help you, Mom. Believe it or not, whether you want us to. She got an opportunity to do it, and she took it. I don't blame her one bit, and neither does Aiden. He was so sweet about the whole thing. He even told the press that he understood why she did it. There are no hard feelings on our end, so I hope there aren't any here either." Her look softens. "I know. You both are always trying to help me. I feel awful it came to this. I feel awful that everyone got hurt on my behalf. I would never have wanted this. I wish she would have asked me before she did it." "That's exactly why she didn't. She knows you, Mom. You would never have let her help." I grab her hand and sit next to her on the bed. She looks at me and tears fill her eyes. "I hope this didn't ruin anything between Aiden and you. He is such a good catch. And he seems so good to you. I adore him, and you always look happy when you walk in here with him. I want things to work out between you two." I told you, no hard feelings. Between him and I either. He is just the same sweet person he always has been. If anything, I think this whole thing might have brought us closer together. I can't help but smile. It feels good to be able to talk about him like this. It makes it seem more real, not just our arrangement. "Well, great. I'm so happy to hear that." She smiles and squeezes my hand. "Okay, now that you know everything, I should get going. I love you." I stand up and head for the door. Before my foot crosses the threshold, she calls out, "Hey, Marissa, if you speak to Michaela soon, can you tell her to call me? Maybe slip in that we had this conversation. She seems to be avoiding me. I understand why now, but..." "Yes, of course. I'll let her know. Bye, Mom." I feel lighter walking out of her room. I know that she deserves to know what went on trying to help her. She'd find out about this sooner or later, and we'd have to deal with it. I'm glad it's over. And she isn't upset with anyone, I think to myself as I walk out to the car.
Chapter 36. Aiden. I wake up to the sound of someone moving around close to me. I lift my face out of the white couch in my condo, feeling the after effects of last night all at once. My clothes from yesterday remain on my body, making me relieved that I didn't do anything horribly irresponsible. The last thing I remember is... Oh man, I told Tony and Luke about the contract relationship. They seem more thrilled by the fact that they still have the bro they know and love. Well, at least they think they do. I would normally be panicking over something like this, but I trust my guys. What about the two women in the room? No. They were too drunk to remember anything, and even if they do remember, nobody would count them as a credible source anyway. Marissa enters into my view in front of the long bar of the kitchen. She watches me attentively while she takes a sip of coffee from her mug. You look like hell. Yeah. My voice becomes extra raspy as I attempt to push myself up from the couch, but my body feels heavier than usual. I had way too much to drink last night. I know. She takes another sip of her coffee, turning her body at an angle to me. My eyes watch her curiously. You know, my heart starts beating out of my chest. There must be something else that happened that I don't remember. Marissa sets her mug on the counter, then matches my gaze. You got into bed with me and tried to spoon me. I kicked you repeatedly until you fell onto the floor. She takes a long sip of her coffee, then exhales with satisfaction. You should probably check your body for bruises. There might be a broken rib there, too. My lips form a smile at her returned sense of humor. Maybe she really just needed 2 days to herself to come back around. I attempt to laugh, then pause as the liquor makes its way up my esophagus. She responds with her back turned to me. There's a trash can near your head. I notice the small bin from the bathroom just in time to curl over it and vomit into it. There you go, champ, she sarcastically remarks without turning around. My arms tiredly push my body up into a seated position. I'm sorry about last night. I want to tell her I've exposed our arrangement to the boys, but the timing isn't right. I study her as she turns around in her white blouse and tangerine pencil shirt. She goes to the kitchen to grab something, then walks towards me with a mug, squatting in front of me. This is a hangover remedy that has been passed down through the generations. You might find this hard to believe, but my mom was quite the party animal in her day. My hands take the mug out of her hands, enjoying all the attention she is giving me. Thank you. She rises to her feet while looking at her watch. We only have 15 minutes to leave here on time. I take a sip of the elixir, the bitterness instantly making my face shrivel up. After a deep exhale, I respond, You can go ahead without me. There's no way I can work in this condition. Okay, champ. She walks to the elevator, presses the button, then puts on her nude pumps. Make sure you stay hydrated. She grabs her handbag, then disappears behind the elevator doors. I accomplish as much work as I can from home on my laptop while messaging my secretary Danielle throughout the day. By the afternoon, I finally start to feel like a person again. I wash off all of the shame and bad decisions from my body and make myself a small lunch. My eyes check the clock every half an hour, counting down the time until Marissa returns home. The way she was so concerned about me this morning gives me a glimpse of hope. Seeing the sexy smirk on her face and hearing the sarcasm in her voice makes me feel like we're on the right track again. I want to do something for her to show her my appreciation, so I order a dozen red roses to be delivered to her at work. Imagining the smile on her face while she receives them makes my whole body grow warm. The elevator sounds shortly after 6:30, sending my heartbeat into a frenzy. I turn my attention from my laptop on the living room table to the opening elevator doors. Marissa enters with her bouquet of roses in her right arm and a full paper grocery bag in her left. I sprint over to her, taking the brown bag from her while curiously checking its contents. You went shopping? She walks over to the bar to set down the roses. I thought I could make dinner for us tonight. The evening is filled with laughter and smiles as we enjoy the delicious meal she has prepared. Afterwards, we sit on the couch with our glasses of wine, watching the local news channel. Suddenly, a press story comes on with our pictures on the screen, stating that a credible anonymous source has confirmed that our relationship is a sham. My face hesitantly turns to Marissa to see her in complete shock. She places her wine glass on the coffee table, then turns her body to me. Is there something you're not telling me? I chug my wine, knowing that what I'm about to reveal is going to cause another rift between us. It slipped out while I was drunk with Tony and Luke last night. She throws her head back, releasing a frustrated growl. You've got to be kidding me. I move closer to her, holding her hands in mine. They are my brothers, baby. They would never talk to the press. Well, guess what? She pushes my hands away as she stands up abruptly. Somebody did, Aiden. She begins pacing the floor angrily, more than likely a habit she has picked up from my father. My career is ruined. I can't believe I signed up for this stupidity in the first place.
Chapter 37. Marissa. You told your drunk friends? What in the world makes you think that was a good idea? I stand from the couch and run my fingers through my loose hair, pacing back and forth. Oh, come on, Marissa. Don't act like you haven't told a soul about this, Aiden says from the edge of the couch. I told my sister because I can trust her, and I wasn't intoxicated like you were. I turned to face Aiden, who is now standing. You told Michaela? I thought we would keep this under wraps. Don't you dare turn this on me. I'm not the one who drunkenly told everyone at the bar, and now our faces are plastered all over the news, calling this a sham. I motion my hands in between us. Well, isn't it? Aiden says, crossing his arms. Oh, that's rich, I say, walking over to the dining table and grabbing my purse. I know I am, Aiden says like a little kid. I whip around, furious. Which is why you don't care about losing your job. You just care about money and being a CEO. Your daddy keeps your job secure. Not true. I care about you. I scoff. If you really did, you wouldn't have drunkenly told your friend group. Now my mother is going to be heartbroken, like I am. Oh, do not bring your ill mother into this. I can easily argue that you're using me too. Aiden approaches me and stands on the other side of the dining table. Am I? I take off my expensive new jewelry and throw them on the table. I take off my heels and toss them to the floor. Finally, I pull my blouse from over my head and throw it at him. Here, you can have it all for the next secretary you decide to screw because I quit and we're done. You know full well I never cared about the money. Aiden's face drops and he slowly walks towards me. No, Marissa. I can fix this. I can make this better. Don't walk away. I cross my arms over my chest and stand with my back to the elevator. You cannot fix this. You can't fix us. I feel my cheeks and ears grow warm. I turn around and press the button on the elevator. Marissa, please, stay. We can work this out, Aiden says as he walks towards me and reaches for my hand. I free myself from his grasp. Leave me alone. I don't ever want to see you again. The elevator dings open and I step inside, pressing the doors to close them faster. Just before the doors shut, I see Aiden run his hands through his hair, turn, and throw a wine glass on the floor. I hate myself. In my car, I breathe heavily. My chest heaves up and down, and I feel my heart racing. I need to get away from the public eye. I need to go somewhere safe. Michaela is pretty close by, and no one would suspect I'm there anyway. I knock on her apartment door, and she opens it with a large smile. Marissa, you're just in time for trashy reality TV and wine. She grabs my hand and pulls me inside. Where's your shirt? She says, perplexed. Long story. I say with a sigh and walk over to plop onto her sofa. I have time. She turns off the TV and sits down next to me, pouring some wine into a glass. Well, Aiden and I broke up, I say, taking the glass she just poured. You guys weren't even... She trails off. Yeah, I know, but now everyone knows we weren't ever really dating or engaged. I take a really long gulp of wine. Oh, she nods quietly. I mean, that must feel nice, though. You don't have to worry about pretending anymore. I liked pretending. It just kind of started to blur. Her brow raises the same way mine does. What do you mean? I like him, but for real, I feel my eyes sting, and I mask the swelling in my throat with another swig of wine. Her eyes widen and she takes the glass from me and drinks some wine herself. Oh, wow. And I quit. I'm resigning tomorrow. Michaela looks at me with even wider eyes. I look over at her, grabbing the wine glass back. So? I ask, needing to hear her thoughts. Okay, she clears her throat. So how did the press find out? I sigh deeply. Aiden told his friends while he was drunk. Michaela laughs and covers her mouth in discretion. What a dumbass. I laugh along at this tragic update and slap her arm. Stop. I sigh and look down at my fiddling fingers. Mom is going to be disappointed. Michaela solemnly rubs my shoulder. She'll understand. I know you did this for her. Ironically, you fell in love with him. I didn't say love, I protest. She raises her eyebrow in response. Mom will understand. I agree. Maybe if you go back to him, you can still make Mom's wish come true. Mikala shrugs. I shake my head no and sigh. I feel bad for lying. She scoffs. It's out in the open and you like him for real. I'm sure he likes you too, and weddings are probably easy to plan. I slump down on the couch and stare up at the ceiling. Remember when Mom would tell the waiters that we had a crush on them if we ever showed the slightest interest when we were teenagers? I say, stifling a laugh. She told my biology partner when he waited on us that one time. School the next day was so awkward. Michaela covered her face. She just wanted us to find boyfriends so bad. I laugh, holding onto my stomach. Michaela sighs and pours more wine into her glass. I suddenly see her face contort into a frown and her eyes fill with tears. Her distorted vision makes her spill some wine over the coffee table. She pouts and sits back. I didn't know you would take the breakup this hard, I say, rubbing her shoulders with a forced smirk, though my eyes start to sting too, for the same reason hers are. I'm just going to miss her so much. She whimpers and leans into me. I let the tears fall as well and use her sleeve to wipe mine. My voice breaks. Me too.
Chapter 38. Aiden. Marissa didn't come last night. She wasn't answering my calls and texts, leaving my mind to wander into the dark abyss. Is this really the end of us? I know we got hit back to back with trials, but these are the type of circumstances that can make a bond stronger if both people are willing to work through the hardships. The problem is, I'm alone in this relationship and I always have been. I get myself ready for work with zero motivation. I could care less that the press will be harassing me today for my side of the story. The only person I care about is the one who wants nothing to do with me. I meet Terry outside at the Rolls-Royce, then we drive in silence until he finally speaks. It sure feels different without Marissa here. I hope things work out between you two. His eyes glance back at me through the rearview mirror, but I am incapable of responding. My hand reaches for my phone in my suit pocket, attempting to call her again. Nothing. It goes straight to voicemail. Naturally, I start to worry now. If I don't see her at work today, I'll take more serious measures to find her. After dodging the paparazzi with the help of casino security, I enter the casino unscathed. When the elevator door opens to the second floor, my feet take large strides towards my father's office. I glance at Marissa's empty desk, sighing heavily before knocking on the door. The CEO's voice responds from the other side. "Come in, Marissa." I enter slowly, lowering my head to avoid the anticipated fire in his eyes. "Sorry to disappoint you, Dad." The door closes behind me as I brace myself for his anger to erupt like a volcano. He sits behind his desk, massaging the temples of his head in silence. I've seen this move before. This is the calm before the storm. Without warning, he sprints up out of his seat, causing his office chair to crash into the wall behind him. His finger shakes as he points at me, huffing and puffing before his words become coherent. "Sometimes I think that your sole purpose on this earth is to embarrass me and bring down everything I have worked so hard to build." His right hand slams a news tabloid article against his desk. "Be reasonable, Dad. You know that's not true." "It's not?" His eyes widen with rage as he takes slow steps towards me. "Then how do you describe the most defamatory moment of your 25 years of life?" "We made a mistake. I take ownership of that." I breathe in more courage to counter his aggression, breathing out sharply to calm my nerves. "But this can be fixed." He sounds like a drill sergeant as he stands directly in front of me. "What I hate most is that you've brought that intelligent woman down with you. She had a promising career in the industry, and now both of your careers have been ravaged." I hold his gaze in silence, the lump in my throat increasing by the second. He is absolutely right. I've been reckless, and I should have never approached Marissa in the first place. She was too good for all of this. He watches me curiously, expecting my rebuttal to be delivered by now. "I've had it with your ridiculousness, Aiden. You don't have anything else to say?" I avoid his gaze as my eyes become glossy. It may have started out as a contract relationship. My hand covers my face to shield me from his judgment as my tears come rushing down my face. But I'm in love with Marissa. My bizarre actions have rendered my father speechless for the first time ever. I can hear him take a few steps backwards, more than likely from shock. My second hand raises to my face, and I stand there in his office sobbing like I've never sobbed before. Suddenly, I am caught off guard when my father's arms wrap around me. The last time he embraced me like this was when my mother passed away 3 years ago, and it was more out of obligation than actual compassion. His voice becomes soothing, something I never knew was possible. "This is the most vulnerable I've ever seen you, son. You've gotten to this point years before I did, and you've really surprised me because of this. I guess it really just takes the right woman to force you to grow up." He moves back from the embrace, holding his hands at the sides of my shoulders. "Do you have faith that your connection with her will survive this?" I wipe my face with the back of my hand, then answer confidently. "Yes, sir." He shakes me lightly to give me reassurance. "Then you have to keep doing the work." I return to my office to see Tony standing outside the door in his casino uniform. "Tony, what is it?" He leans in towards me, speaking in nearly a whisper. "Can I talk to you, man?" "Yeah." I enter my office behind him with my hand on his shoulder, then close the door behind us. "Have a seat." It's very odd that he's in my office like this. We have a chain of command, so he never comes to me with work-related issues, and we always handle matters with our personal life outside of the casino. I watch him curiously as I lower myself into my office chair. I'd be lying if I said seeing you sit in here doesn't make me nervous. "Yeah, well, you have every right to be. There's some shady dealings going on around here." He leans forward in his chair like a typical Italian gangster. "Man, one of the shareholders offered me some major cash to put some dirt on your and Marissa's names, but I turned it down. After hearing the recent findings from the media, I thought there might be a connection. It's this damn shareholder stirring the pot again. We need to move forward faster with this investigation." "Thanks, Tony. That's very helpful." I lean back into my chair, stroking the groomed hair of my goatee with my index finger. "That means Luke is the culprit."
Chapter 39. Marissa. I sit in my car just outside the building and take a shaky, deep breath in and out. I hold my resignation papers in my hands. My notice dampens in my clammy hands. Hordes of angry people gather outside the doors, making my heart instantly palpitate. This is so humiliating. This facade we worked so hard on came crumbling down with one drunken exchange. Who informed the media? What ultimately hurts the most is losing the best friend and love I found in Aiden. Too bad he clearly thinks this is still a facade, and I was just pretty enough to use. I cover my face with my hands and groan. I do not want to do this. I am so embarrassed that I fell for him in the first place, though the chances of him actually liking me back was slim to begin with. We both know what the true purpose of this arrangement was. I fight my way through the media frenzy and hover my hands over my face. My bag gets tugged, and different media outlets blurt questions right in my ears. Microphones are held to my lips, and I try to bat them away. How does it feel to have used one of the richest man's son for money? Do you feel any regret about this arrangement? What made you lie to the media? So, the engagement was false? Do you really love him? That last question made me tremble and a shiver snaked through my spine. Once inside, I take a deep breath and make my way to the office. I fish the papers from my bag and hold them out in my hands. I walk into the office space and lightly knock on the door. Come in, Marissa. I slowly open the door and slip inside. Good morning, Mr. Stakes. Marissa, sit. He motions to the chair. I can't deny this offer, given that I'm about to resign. I take a seat, unnerved and antsy in my place. I take the papers in my hand, and I reach over to hand the documents over. Mr. Stakes reaches out to grab the papers. My resignation papers, I say stoically. Mr. Stakes' hand freezes in midair, and he pushes the papers back to me. I can't take these. I clear my throat. It's nothing against you personally, sir, I say, still holding the papers out. I can't accept these papers. An impatient smile flicks across my face and leaves in an instant. I insist. He grabs the papers from my hands, sets them back on the table and slides them over to me. Look, Marissa, I can't accept these unless you know the real truth. I sharply inhale and lean back in my seat. What is that? I say, a bit more forceful than I mean. I surprised myself. I clear my throat. You need to decide on your feelings for my son, he says quite curtly. Excuse me? What do you feel for my son? He folds his hands onto the desk. My eyes dart to the side of the room and back at him. I'm sorry. I'm not quite sure how to answer this. Without absolutely spilling my feelings in front of this man's father, I'm upset with him. But what we had was undoubtedly real. It's simple, really. I fiddle with my hands in my lap. My son is in love with you, Marissa. My heart jumps into my throat, and my heart skips a beat. Any protests I had already prepared disintegrate from my mind, and my breath falters. Sorry, I ask, shaking my head. I must have misheard. My son is utterly and completely enamored with you. At least for him, the love he had for you was raw and real. I stare down at my hand, the ring still fixated over my ring finger. I feel my eyes stinging, and I blink back tears. After some time, I look back up. Look, I can make these headlines disappear. It'll be like this never happened, but I refuse to accept the resignation. I sigh and stand, feeling exasperated. Thank you, Mr. Stakes. Though I just got this wild love confession from his father of all people, it does not change the fact that this would be a bad idea. The media would be in a frenzy, and the lies would be too much to get all entangled in. The does he love me and does he not flower would be plucking along all day in my head if I stayed. If he really, truly did love me, I would like to hear it from him himself. Unfortunately, I have been dodging his calls all day. On the way to his condo, I stare down at my call log on my phone. I scroll through the dozens of missed calls from Aiden, and a part of me winces as my heartstrings are being yanked on. At this point, I will be surprised if he really does want me. I look out of my window at the lunchtime rush of traffic, and Michaela cusses out another vehicle in front of us. With a sigh, she turns back to me. I don't know, Marissa. I love you, but I don't think completely avoiding him is the best idea. You really like him, and he really likes you. She sighs and looks back at the road. And trying to resign? Now you're just being dramatic. I punch her in the shoulder with a grin on my face, though my heart is literally hurting. She starts to laugh. What are the odds that he is at his condo while we're moving you out? She laughs hysterically and tries to modestly cover her mouth. I roll my eyes, and we pull into the parking garage. I push my last box of things to the door, and Michaela stands in the doorframe, waiting for me. I'll give you some time to say goodbye. She walks off. I run my hands over the kitchen island, and I'm instantly reminded of us eating breakfast together before work in the morning, then over to the sofa, where he would help me tie my heel straps. My heart pangs in my chest, and I decide to just walk out before I start crying. In bed, I scroll on my social media. DMs are constantly springing into my inbox. People tell me I'm a monster for using him, that I'm a gold digger, followed by a list of profane names. I whimper and make all my social media platforms private and unfollow Aiden on everything. Though that might just ignite more controversy. I let a tear escape my eye, then another and another. Soon I'm sobbing on my bed.
Chapter 40. Aiden. I don't want to become the lovesick, crazed ex-fiancé. Perhaps I would be lucky if I could even refer to myself as that. A part of me feels like I'm obsessing over her since she's still ignoring me. It took her 2 days to forgive me the last time. Maybe that's her turnover rate. I'm only making light of the situation to keep me from having an emotional breakdown. Deep down, I've never been this miserable before in my life. I've accepted that it may take longer than I would like for Marissa to communicate with me again. I just need to know that she's safe. She has moved all of her things out of my condo while I was still at work. The realization of this was like a dagger being wedged into my heart. We had become so close over this short period of time, and I really thought she would want to salvage what we've built so far. Once again, it's just me projecting what I want onto her. I've never had the balls to have this conversation with her, so it's unfair for me to make such a bold assumption. Terry becomes my spy, secretly checking on her, then reporting back to me to give me some peace of mind. He has texted me stating that her car is parked at her apartment. It takes everything in me to not show up there and plead with her one more time. I've done enough damage as it is. I find myself behind the wheel of my Aston Martin regardless, driving wherever the wheels take me. Instead of going out for drinks and making things worse, I find myself parked in front of my father's villa. It's ironic how my bad decisions have actually brought us closer this time. I've spent my whole life in pursuit of his approval, and this is the closest I have ever gotten to it. He is starting to see how I'm becoming a better man, albeit he had previously given up all hope due to the apple not falling far from the tree. I feel strangely nervous as I ascend the stairs and ring the doorbell. What if my interaction with my father in his office was all a hallucination? It's the scene I hoped would play out since I was a teenager. He opens the door with a surprised yet welcoming expression. I can't remember the last time you visited your old man like this. Well, I sigh with relief. Here I am. Yes. He steps backwards while studying my demeanor. Are you gonna just stand there or come inside? Right. I enter the house, walking straight towards the grand living room. He follows behind me with a cigar in his hand. I was just enjoying a cigar on the back patio. How about a drink? I pace around the living room, recalling the time I brought Marissa here. Oh, I don't know, Dad. You're a scotch drinker, and I don't know if I can hang. He chuckles from the kitchen. From what you've shown me today, you're a man now. Men drink scotch. I guess there's no debating with you, I mumble under my breath. My hands pick up a picture of me taken when I was 10 years old wearing my white and yellow baseball uniform. The tone of his voice grows softer as he walks closer behind me. You still resent me for that, don't you? I place the large frame back in its original place. For what? He stands beside me, admiring the picture. I knew you wanted to be a professional baseball player, and yet I took you under my wing in the casino business regardless. It was a logical decision. I turned to face him. It's what any father would do to keep their legacy alive. His left hand passes me a short, crystal glass of scotch. Logical, but also selfish. Let's go out to the deck. I follow behind him, exiting the glass sliding door to the huge deck. He sits in one of the black lounge chairs with his scotch in one hand and his cigar in the other. I admire the night sky reflecting onto the pool below us as I slide into the chair to his left. He turns to me, opening his large wood case labeled Regius Double Corona. I remove one, placing it at my nose to take in the familiar aroma. These are the ones you always smoked while I swam in the pool. He takes 2 extra long cedar matches and lights his cigar, while puffing into it, then hands me the matchbox. It's amazing that you can remember that. I repeat his actions, recalling the first time he taught me about cigars when I was 18. My mouth takes in the aromatic flavor, then releases the smoke. Olfactory memory is a fascinating thing. Yes. He exhales a thin cloud of smoke, then takes a sip of his scotch. So tell me, what's your plan to get Marissa back? I feel so lost without her, Dad. She moved her things out of the condo and hasn't returned my calls. The scotch burns my throat as I take a gulp of it. That's to be expected. He raises his scotch glass towards me. Women are led by their emotions while we are led by our egos. We can learn some valuable lessons from them. For several minutes, the sounds of the frogs and crickets provide an intermission in our dialogue. I sit upright in my chair, swinging my long legs around to my right to face my father. Dad, I'm sorry for everything. I've caused so much trouble being a spoiled, ungrateful brat all these years. I really want to set things right. A smile forms on his face, not like anything I've ever seen before. Stand up, son. I rise to my feet as he embraces me for the second time today. His hand pats against my back firmly as he offers me words of encouragement. Marissa is the best thing that has ever happened to you. I trust that you'll get her back.
Chapter 41. Marissa. On my day off, I sit in my small living room, watching TV and the media coverage over my life. This is like a movie. I just wish we could skip to the end where everything is okay. But not all movies have happy endings, do they? I watch footage of me dodging questions about my love life as I try to rush into my work building, the headline reading that I remain uncooperative. I roll my eyes and continue watching to see if there are any other assumptions made about me that I can address. Watching my face contort into grimaces and pure anguish from being ambushed by paparazzi and news media outlets, I'm reminded of the pain it is to go into work every morning. It's a miracle they haven't found out where I live. I grab the remote and flick to another channel, the competing news station covering the same thing. I flick the remote again, still projecting my story. My face grows warm, and I just turn the TV off. My phone starts to ring. I swear if it's Aiden again, I will block him. I know deep down I don't mean that, but his constant reminder keeps what I lost fresh in my mind. I look down and see that it's my mom. Hurriedly, I answer the phone. Hey, Mom, how's it going? I'm headed over later, I say in a soft tone. Marissa, I'm getting my transplant today, she says. A gasp escapes me, and all my oxygen is left from my body. Really? That's amazing news. Happened rather quickly, but this is a miracle. I'm getting prepped for surgery soon. I would love it if you girls came by. We were going to go anyway. We can't miss this for the world. Of course we'll be there. My voice breaks and a single tear trails down my cheek. I swipe it away with my hand and rush over to my room to get dressed. I sit in my car, rushing over to Michaela's apartment with my eyes flooded with tears of relief and happiness. I stare through blurry eyes with extreme concentration on the road, lest I need a transplant surgery too. Michaela and I sit in the waiting room. My leg bobs up and down. I fidget with my hands, and Michaela nervously twists her hair. I take several deep breaths, but my heart continues to drum in my chest. A doctor emerges from around the corner. Thornton? Michaela and I rise from our chairs. Her hand feels around to find mine, and she grasps it tightly. Yes, that's us, I say. The doctor flips through some pages on his clipboard and smiles. Your mother is doing just fine. She's just in the recovery room resting. I turn to Michaela, whose eyes flood with tears. Can you take us to her? The doctor smiles. Absolutely. We walk into the room and my mother's eyes drowsily open. A small smile forms on her face. My girls? We walk over on either side of her and take her hands. How are you feeling, Mom? I ask, happy to see her awake and talking. Just grateful to have had this donor come in. She takes both our hands and cups our faces. Thank you for coming. Ma, we couldn't miss this for the world, Michaela says, as my mother swipes a tear from her cheek. She stares at both of our faces for a minute longer and motions to some seats. We scoot the chairs a bit closer to her and watch her like a hawk. My mom's eyes are closed, but her smile never fades. Girls, I'm fine. You all can blink. We both smile and let out a laugh. I'll take up some double shifts to cover what the insurance didn't, Michaela whispers to me when we notice our mom has drifted off. Yeah, I'll ask to work some overtime for Mr. Stakes. I agree as I reach over and take her hand. Good thing he refused my resignation, I say half-heartedly, though I do wish sometimes I did not have to be there to face him anymore. It's paid for, my mom mutters from her bed. Were you not asleep? Michaela sighs. No, I wasn't, my mom smiles. Girls, do not worry about the payment. It has been covered. It's probably how I got the transplant so quickly, too. I stand up and rush over to my mom's side. How? Your ex-fiancé? She gives a small chuckle. He paid every penny. My mouth dries up, and I stammer with my words. He must really love you to do such a thing. She turns over and squints at me. He really does love you, Marissa. I let out a sigh and take my mom's hand. Mom, I really can't just let him. Oh, yes, you can, she interrupts. It's a gift. It's a blessing. It's not meant to be paid back. Relationships are not a scoreboard. Yes, but to involve you just feels so wrong. It's like family, Marissa. Family takes care of family. I stagger back and slump into my chair. I am so grateful my mother is here and got the surgery. I am so grateful she is going to be okay. But at what cost? I feel like I owe my life to Aiden, and I don't want to be obligated to him in any way, especially not now. I would rather lay down my life to save my mother's. I would rather work tirelessly every day to provide for her than have to owe Aiden Stakes. Thank him for me and tell him how much he means to you, my mother's raspy voice says. Michaela slides my phone in my hand. His contact opens on the bright screen.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 42. Aiden. I roll over to the side of the bed where Marissa used to sleep, taking the pillow into my arms as if it's her soft body, then bringing it to my face. It smells like the earthy, organic products she uses in her hair. I inhale deeply, missing her presence with every fiber of my being. My father calls to inform me that we have a meeting with the investigator he hired. I force myself out of bed, take a quick shower, and get dressed. I rush myself out of the door without having my coffee, knowing that I can order a cup at the cafe we're meeting at. Terry greets me downstairs, punctual as usual. Good morning, Director Stakes. Good morning, Terry. I enter through the back door he holds open of the Rolls-Royce. I scroll through my social media pages while we make our way to the location in silence. The hate comments are astounding, and they are mostly targeted towards Marissa. I feel myself getting angry, hoping that she isn't paying these trolls any attention. I exit out of all my apps, placing my phone back inside my suit jacket pocket. Terry's eyes meet mine through their reflection in the rearview mirror. How are you holding up? It's another scandal. Just a walk in the park for me. I break his gaze to stare out the right window. I'm worried about Marissa. Hopefully the news she will receive today will give her some peace. I'm sure it will. Some unexpected good news during a time like this is just what she needs. He pulls the car up to the front of the cafe, hops out and opens my door. I exit, checking my surroundings first. The press always has a way of finding things out before they happen, so I've learned to always be on my guard. I place my hand on Terry's shoulder. This shouldn't take long. Can I get you anything? A bagel? A crepe? He smiles with gratitude. An apple Danish and a black coffee would be superb. I pat his shoulder before walking away. You got it? My eyes scan the interior of the cafe, locating my father with a man in regular clothes, not much older than me. I'm not sure why I was expecting a man in full inspector gear. Maybe I've watched too many movies with that cliché. The man rises to his feet when he sees me, immediately shaking my hand. Mr. Stakes, it's a pleasure to meet you, although I wish the circumstances were different. Of course. I pull out the chair next to my father and sit down. Thank you for your hard work. The CEO sits with his arms against the table, leaning in closer towards me to speak. Investigator Brooks was just telling me how he has gathered enough evidence to bring down the traitor. His career is finished. Investigator Brooks places a manila folder in the middle of the table, flipping through its contents. My eyes widen as I recognize the shareholder in the photographs. Damn, it's Tim Berkshire. That's unexpected. My father sighs heavily. He was the first investor that got on board 40 years ago. This makes the betrayal that much worse. I place my left hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry, Dad. Investigator Brooks flips to a specific picture. This is him meeting with your fiancé's sister. He flips to the next photo. And with your old friend Luke. I managed to sit next to them at the bar, so I have audio of the conversation as well. I retrieve my phone, dialing a number from my call log. Danielle, contact the press. Tell them we're ready. We allow 5 members of the press into the casino after they've cleared security. The boardroom has been arranged for the conference with 2 microphone podiums at the back of the room and ample room for the guests. I stand behind the podium on the right, feeling the sweat accumulate on the palms of my hands. This is the first time I've ever felt nerves while doing this, and I have a very justifiable reason for feeling this way. My father moves closer to me from the other podium, placing his hands at my blue and white tie to adjust it. Are you ready, son? I nod, feeling grateful that he is standing by my side through this. We adjust our postures as one of the media staff members speaks, going live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She stands centered in front of us, facing the camera with a microphone at her mouth. I'm Shannon Baldwin, coming to you live from Stakes Casino for an announcement from the CEO, Evan Stakes, and the Director of Operations, Aiden Stakes. She lowers herself into a chair, allowing the camera to fully focus on us. Good afternoon, gentlemen. The floor is yours. The CEO confidently places his hands on the top sides of his podium. There has been much controversy regarding Stakes Casino recently, and we are holding this press conference to expose a snake that has been slithering within our company since its inception. Shannon expresses her confusion from her seat. A snake? Her eyes shift to me. We assumed you'd be speaking out about the fake relationship. My father responds. We'll get to that shortly. He continues to speak about Tim Berkshire, concluding that he is no longer affiliated with Stakes Casino. Thank you, CEO Stakes. Shannon fixes her green eyes on me again. Now the question on everyone's mind is, Director Stakes, why did you further tarnish your public image with the contract relationship? I look into the frame of the camera as if I'm speaking to Marissa directly. We all know I haven't had the best reputation. While my relationship with Marissa Thornton started out as a contract. I pause to exhale sharply. I've fallen in love with her. Gasps fill the room. I look over at my father, who has the most satisfied smirk on his face. My eyes shift forward again, with an expression so serious that the public has probably never witnessed. Furthermore, I have renounced my claim to the company and have signed over all my shares to the fiancé that I'm in love with. Thank you for your time. I feel my father's eyes boring a hole through the back of my head as I walk away from the podium, passing all the media personnel with their jaws dropped and exiting the room with my head held high.
Chapter 43. Marissa. Monica and I sit anxiously on the edge of her hospital bed, wondering what Aiden has just done. It's one thing for him to pay for my mother's surgery, but now he's given me everything he has. His actions aren't even making sense. How can he give everything to me, I think, as I look over at my mother? Wanting to find the expression on her face, there's as much shock on her face as I feel on mine. Well, I guess at the very least, seeing her expression makes me feel less like I'm being crazy if it surprises her too. I can't help but think he's doing this to get my attention. He's starting to feel smothering, or like he is trying too hard to win me over. I'm unsure if he really is, or if I'm still not used to men doing nice things for me. Maybe his love language is an act of service, and this is just his way of letting someone know he likes them. I need help straightening out all the thoughts entangling themselves in my brain. Hey, Mom, I say, getting her to make eye contact with me. Can I ask you a question? Of course you can. After what he just dropped, I would be worried if you didn't. She laughs and scoots in closer to me. I want complete honesty, okay? Do you think he is being too smothering? He's obviously doing all this to get my attention, and he certainly has gotten it now. I just don't know if it's good or bad attention I should give him. I mean, he pays for your surgery, and now this? He gives me everything he has, just like that. I just can't help but feel like he is moving too fast, doing too much for me. Honey, I understand why you would feel this way, and I know how it all looks. But some people are just good. And sometimes, usually not very often, we are lucky enough to come across those people. I truly think you found yourself one. He's a good one, and I hope you can realize that. She smiles at me and grabs the side of my face. But you wouldn't be the girl I raised if you didn't have your suspicions. Knowing she thinks I found a good one makes me feel giddy. I rarely ask my mother for advice about my social life, primarily because up until Aiden, I didn't have one, so there was nothing to discuss. But it feels nice to get her advice this time. I can't seem to see what he's doing on my own. Maybe it isn't apparent to me because we started as an arrangement. Now, for me, it's definitely real. And I need someone to tell me if it looks like it's real for me too. I'm completely falling for him. I don't want to allow myself to get blinded by his charm. Monica has seen Aiden and been around him enough to have an opinion about him without me telling her anything, so I trust her view. We sit silently for a few minutes as I contemplate what she's telling me. Every single part of me wants to believe he is doing it out of the kindness of his heart. I hope he is falling for me the same way I'm falling for him. I truly believe he cares, and I need to find out if it's in the same way I care about him. I'm sorry, Mom, but I have to be somewhere, I say as I stand up from the bed. Go get him, she yells. I suddenly find myself running out of Monica's hospital room, down the hallway to the elevator doors, and out to the car waiting outside for me. Take me to the condo, please, I say as I throw open the door, quickly climb in and buckle my seatbelt. He speeds out of the parking lot. As we're driving, thoughts start racing through my mind. I can't decide what I'm going to say when I see him. I think of the different scenarios in my head the whole way through town. Once I make it inside our building, and the closer my footsteps get to the condo, my heartbeat quickens. My palms start to sweat as I reach for the doorknob. I take a deep breath as the door swings open. As soon as the doorknob hits the wall, causing a thud, Aiden turned to see what causes it. There he is, I think to myself. He's standing in the middle of the living room, looking like complete crap, actually. What did he do between the conference and coming here? He's usually so proper and well-dressed. I didn't even know he owned anything other than work attire. He's the poster guy for someone who has just lost it all, even though he is the one who took it away from himself. He has a drink in his hand, his hair is a complete mess, and he's wearing gray sweatpants. I've never seen him look so terrible. He's such a cliché for what people say about men in crisis. I think, and I can't help but giggle at him as I walk in the door. He hears me laugh, and anger quickly spreads across his face. I'm glad my grief amuses you, he says. I ignore him and walk toward the middle of the room where he's standing. Despite his messy hair and drinking, he looks absolutely adorable. I've never had a guy do anything close to what he's done for me and now my mother. His generosity and wanting to make me happy are incredibly attractive. I look past his rough parts and get as close as I can to him, meeting his eyes. I give him a flirtatious grin, and just before he can get another word out, I throw myself forward, and our lips meet in a passionate kiss.
Chapter 44. Aiden, it feels so good to have her lips against mine again, but I never expected her to show up at my condo like this. Her mother's liver transplant was a success, and she now has ownership of Stakes Casino. She has everything that she ever wanted. So why is she here with me? I pull out of the kiss slowly, gripping her shoulders in my hands. Why did you kiss me? Her brown eyes read mine sincerely. Why did you give me everything you have? My hands drop from her body, then I take a few steps backwards. I would rather live with nothing so that you can have everything. That's what true love is. No. Her demeanor becomes more serious. You're a fool, Aiden. I lower my head, accepting the reality of this situation. She has come here to say her goodbyes while shaming me in the process. My father's tactics have effectively been passed on to her. Marissa continues with her judgment in a softer tone. A fool I have fallen in love with. My eyes rise up, stunned by her confession. Her eyes have become filled with tears as she sobs in front of me. I crash my body into hers, wrapping my arms around her tightly. I had no idea, baby. She clenches my white t-shirt, wetting it with her tears. I should have told you sooner. I gently hold the back of her head with my right hand. Better late than never. Shut up. She giggles as she moves out of my arms, wipes her face with her hands, then notices the mascara stains she left on my t-shirt. Oh, sorry. I look down at the new artwork on my shirt, lifting it with my hands while turning my head as if there's a crick in my neck. I could make some money off of this since I'm a bum now. I'll call it Ugly Crier, Marissa. She smiles widely as she punches me in my chest several times. You're such a jerk. I grab her fists, pulling her to my body, wanting to taste her lips again. We make out more sensually than we ever have, her soft moans making me hungry for more of her. She breaks the kiss to pull my t-shirt over my head, then presses her parted lips against mine with desire. My tongue steadily explores her mouth, enjoying every second as we make up for lost time. I end the kiss by biting her lower lip, causing her to arch her back in my embrace. She looks at me seductively while my hands reach for the bottom of her shirt, lifting it over her head. I kiss the left side of her neck thoughtfully as my hands unclip her beige bra at her back.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyler always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylerWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyler's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylerWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
I look up at the ceiling as my right arm holds her body against mine. So where do we go from here? She raises her head from my chest to look at me, caressing my bare chest with her soft fingertips. There's nowhere to go but up.
Chapter 45. Marissa, we stand here, hand in hand in front of this crowd of people, while they ask us questions about our relationship, the type of questions only nosy reporters want to know. We're here today to debunk the rumors floating around about us, the ones asking if we have split up for good. I'm in a fog as question after question swarms past me, and I hear myself answering them one by one. It's like I have an out-of-body experience. I see myself standing here with Aiden next to me, but I'm watching us answer questions left and right like we are fighting them off. Suddenly, a question is thrown at me that jolts me back into my body. Marissa, why did you take Aiden back again after the roller coaster you two have been in since you announced your relationship? One of the reporters in the back asks. I stand quietly for a moment. Thoughts racing through my mind, and before I can even think about what I'm saying, it spills out. I love him. I absolutely love him. And when you find someone you love, someone who is worth fighting for, you don't give up. Being in the eyes of the public is a new stress on a relationship I have never had before, but it's worth it to be out in the spotlight with him. I smile at him. The look on his face surprises me. He smiles back at me and nods to the crowd. I can't believe I just said I love him in front of everyone. Surprisingly enough, my response ends the questions about the rumors. The next reporter moves on. What does the future of Stakes Casino look like? As soon as his question fills the air, Aiden and I look at each other. Our hands still joined together. Aiden looks back at the crowd. It's an even partnership going forward. My answer didn't scare him off. The whole room fills with laughter and clapping as we walk away from the podium and back into the casino. As we enter, we notice the entire room is full of balloons and streamers. Everyone from work greets us with glasses of champagne. Mr. Stakes walks up front and center to us, holding 3 glasses. He hands us our glass and turns to the crowd of people and lifts his glass to make a toast. To my son and his lovely soon-to-be bride, he says, I wanted to surprise you both. Welcome to your engagement party. He hugs me and shakes Aiden's hand. As he's walking away, I can't help but feel like he's accepted me. Aiden squeezes my hand and walks us into the middle of the room. Everyone gathers around us as the music plays softly in the background. I glance around the room at all the beautiful, well-planned decorations and can't help but think, he definitely got help planning this. There's no way he did this all on his own. Aiden grabs my hand and we dance to a slow song that plays. Everyone sees us dancing and grabs a partner to join around us. This is our first dance. Should we get out of here? I think you have some packing to do, he whispers. Packing? There's evident confusion on my face as I look at him. Yes, packing. Your things to come back home? He smiles. Really? You want me to? Of course I do. It's just not the same there without you. I miss waking up with you there. Let's go. We sneak out the back doors and down to his driver. To Marissa's, please. We have some things to pack. He laughs as the driver nods and heads out of the parking lot. The whole way to grab my things, I can't help but feel like I'm floating. He wants me to come home. Home. Our home. It's not the same without you. His words ring in my head the whole drive. When we begin packing, I'm just throwing things into boxes. I want to get back to his condo as quickly as I can. Hey, maybe when we get home and get you all settled, we could start planning? He asks. Planning? Yes, planning. You know, for the wedding? Does talking about this make him shy? Really? I would love to. I run over and hug him. He gives me a long, passionate kiss and tells me to get back to work. I want to do this at home. Let's get moving. Within a couple of hours, all my things are in their boxes, and Aiden asks Terry to come to help us carry stuff to the car. We can send a moving truck for the rest, he says as we walk back down to the car. I'm so giddy. All I can think about is looking through bridal magazines. I have never thought about finding the perfect dress, but now I can start. We pull into the parking lot, grab the boxes we bring, and make our way inside. I unpack, quicker than it took to pack, and find Aiden sitting on the couch looking at something. I walk in and sit beside him on the couch. Sitting down, I notice it's one of my bridal magazines. What are you doing with that? I laugh and grab it from him. I told you I wanted to start planning. This is where the planning starts in all those romantic movies you love to watch, right? I throw the magazine onto the table and wrap my arms around him, giving him a long, passionate kiss.
Chapter 46. Aiden. Those 3 months leading to our wedding day flew by faster than the blink of an eye. I stand here at the altar of the city's most extravagant banquet hall, elated to make the woman I love my wife. Since Stakes Casino has played a huge role in our love story, we decided to keep the casino's colors, red and gray, and of course, add white. I smile at our 200 guests as I anxiously straighten the front of my white tuxedo. My father points at me with a proud smile from the front row, and I point back at him with a respectful nod. My eyes scan the long aisle covered in red carpet as the orchestra behind me plays an alluring piece. My best man, Tony, walks down the aisle first, his arm intertwined with the maid of honor, Mikhaila. Her long red dress with gray accents matches his gray tuxedo and red bow tie. They look so good together that the thought of playing Cupid crosses my mind. Everyone stands as the wedding theme begins to play. My heart beats into my throat as I see Marissa appear at the far end of the aisle. The exuberant smile framed in her bold red lipstick matches her white wedding gown as the lights illuminate her. Monica walks her down the aisle slowly in her more modest red dress, wiping her tears of joy with a red handkerchief. When they arrive at the stage, Monica kisses Marissa's forehead, then takes her seat next to my father. I escort Marissa up the 4 steps, then we stand in front of each other, holding each other's hands tightly. I continue to hold her gaze as I kiss both of her hands. "You look stunning," I whisper. She whispers back with her signature smirk. "You always say that." The pastor greets everyone and begins to speak, but all I can focus on is Marissa. Nobody else exists in this moment but her. I feel more fortunate than I ever have in my life to be marrying the woman of my dreams. All the heartache, character defamation, and nights without sleep were worth it. I would do it all over again in a heartbeat. The time comes when the pastor has cued us to read our vows, which we decided to write ourselves. I pull out the handwritten paper from my inner jacket pocket when I'm given the microphone. I thought I would feel more nervous to read my vows, but the world already knowing how I feel about this incredible woman makes it a cakewalk. What I wasn't prepared for is my emotions getting the better of me. I glance at the paper while clearing my throat, then look into the dark brown eyes I fell in love with. Marissa Alexis Thornton. I never thought I would experience a love of this magnitude in my lifetime. It's usually a cliché when most people say this, but you have genuinely changed me as a man. I have matured in ways that people believed were impossible. I glance down to my left, especially my own father. He responds with an encouraging nod. My eyes return to her beautiful face. I love everything about you. How you fiddle with your fingers when you're nervous. How you daintily pull down your skirt as you stand up, even when you're not wearing a skirt. Everyone chuckles, including Marissa. I glance down at the paper, then return to her. Your cheeky smirk that drives me crazy, and how the bridge of your nose wrinkles when you laugh hysterically at something. I turn to face the crowd. The question I get asked the most is why I sacrificed everything I have for a woman I had no obligation to. For someone who is in love, their obligation is to their heart. My body faces her again as I lean in closer to her. My heart has always been yours. Her cheeks become rosy as I stand close enough to her to steal a kiss. The audience squeals and cheers with anticipation, as if they can feel the tension between us. It takes everything in me not to kiss her at this moment, but I pull away knowing that my time will soon come. I promise to be faithful to you, honor you, and keep that beautiful smile on your face. You have made me the happiest man on this planet, and I look forward to our life together as partners in both love and business. I love you. She mouths the words with a smile, instantly making my throat swell up. It's now her turn to recite her vows, and she impresses me by not having them written down. She places her hands in mine, exhaling deeply. Aiden Stakes. I don't have written vows for you today. I wanted to just speak to you from the heart. She pauses to smile nervously. So, that's what I'm doing. It's the things that you are completely oblivious of that made me fall in love with you. How you always place your hand over the top of the doorway to shield my head when I enter the car. How you subconsciously wait for me to have a bite of my food first before you can allow yourself to eat. She briefly turns her attention to the audience. In the beginning, we used to sleep in different beds, and he would wait until he thought I was asleep to drape my covers over me more securely. Her smile returns as she holds my gaze. I was never asleep when he did this. You knew? I mouth the words with a smile. She nods, then returns to her ad-libbed speech. In hindsight, I should have caught on to your green flags sooner, but I was too busy looking for red ones. As we move forward into this joined life together, I promise to always support you. You have my unfaltering loyalty, and I will love you until my dying breath. She hastily hands the microphone to the pastor, brings my face to her with her hands, and kisses me fervently. The audience cheers wildly as the pastor attempts to speak over them into the microphone. Well, now that you're already kissing your bride, I now pronounce you husband and wife.
Chapter 47. Marissa. Aiden and I clink our coconuts as we stare off into the blue waters of Bora. Bora, it has always been a dream destination of mine, and Aiden's dream is to make me happy. How did I land a guy like him? Reclined on the beach chairs just before the waters, I close my eyes, savoring this moment and everything that led up to me being here, lying next to the love of my life. A smile forms across my face. Aiden reaches over and traces his finger along my jaw. What's on your mind? I softly inhale, bliss soaring through my body. This, you and us. I open my eyes and turn over to face Aiden. His sunglasses rest at the top of his head, and his smile now reaches from ear to ear. I think about that all the time, too. He runs a finger over my lips, leans in and kisses me, softly at first, and then more passionately. I push him away with a laugh as warmth gathers between my legs. Not here, I smile. He hangs his head in defeat and looks up at me. Please, I smirk playfully. Maybe at night when there's no one around. Plus, there's always our room that looms over the blue water. His eyebrows raise and a grin plays at his lips. Our excursion is in 30 minutes, he says as he glances at his watch that he refuses to take off. I can't wait until he wakes up with a silly tan. I shove him away with a smile. Let's go to the water. It's calling my name. He stands up, pulls my hand and tugs me into his body. He wraps his arm around my waist and squeezes me tightly to him. I feel the love he is radiating, and it courses through my veins. He turns my body towards him and tips my head upwards. You have no idea how much you mean to me. You have no idea how much I want you. He motions to his surroundings. I never thought I would be in a place like this with you. I smile. My heart warms, and my hands reach up to clasp his. I think we could have eventually come for some kind of business endeavor. He chuckles and brings my face towards him, embracing me in a soft kiss. He pulls away after a minute and pulls me towards the water. Later that night at dinner, I push food around my plate and a question lingers on my tongue. So why did you do it? He pauses and looks up at me. Do what? I sigh and meet his eyes again. Pay for my mom's surgery. Was it to get my attention? He sighs and takes my hand in his, making me drop my fork. You know that's not why I did it. I did it because I love you and your mom. I raise an eyebrow and he laughs. You know what I mean? He squeezes my hand tightly. Besides, relationships don't keep scoreboards. He adds. This takes me back to the night of my mom's surgery and her telling me to thank him for his generosity and the fact that she said that exact same thing. Something tells me they were in communication during the time I was painfully avoiding Aiden. Just thinking about that time and how I reacted makes my heart hurt. If only we had communicated things much earlier. We would have been in Bora Bora a lot sooner. I rub my chest just over my heart. Thank you, Aiden. You saved our lives. I feel my throat swell and I decide to push the emotions down. I mean, who wants a wife who breaks down about her husband's generosity over dinner at sunset? He takes my hand and kisses the top of it. For you, my love, I would give the world. And with his money, he definitely can. But that's not what I want. I just want him. Because if I have him, I already have the world. We lay side to side on the bed, the open windows blowing the scent of the ocean into our rooms. I take a deep breath and continue looking out at the starry night and the tide along the shore. The moon hangs over the sky at the perfect point, illuminating our bedroom with light. Life has been so good. The ups and downs lead me to this exact moment. With the man of my dreams, I would do it all again if I had to. If it meant it would all lead up to this very moment, with Aiden caressing my face on our honeymoon, I would do it all over. So, what was that you mentioned earlier about what we were going to do tonight? He rasps in my ear as I'm curled up to his chest. I play dumb. I'm not sure if I know what you're referring to, Stakes. Oh, I think you do, Mrs. Stakes. A chill runs down my spine. That sounds perfect. Aiden grabs me, flips me over, and looks down at me with an assertive smile. His arms are on either side of me, locking me into this position under him. Now, there's definitely no place I'd rather be, because this right here is perfect. Did you mean this? I look up at him with a grin. Why don't we find out? He traces his fingers over my lips and bends down to kiss them passionately. We kiss until we're breathless, and he pulls off my robe given to us by the complimentary massage place. Hey, shouldn't we rest after that? I pull his face towards mine. I think we'll get a great sleep after this. Agreeing without hesitation, I pull down his boxers.
Chapter 48. Aiden. I stare at her from my desk as she attentively studies a document with a pen perched between her enticing lips. Her head raises in my direction, then slightly tilts when she notices my eyes fixed on her. She responds to my action with the pen muffling her voice. What? My lips form a flirtatious smirk. How do you expect me to get any work done when you're teasing me like that? Her eyes cross as she looks down at the pen in her mouth before removing it with a playful scoff. You're such a perv. We have moved into my father's old office to take advantage of the large space. I sit behind his old desk at the far end of the room. Marissa uses my old desk, which we move to the front corner of the room. There's a knock on the door, and we both acknowledge it by saying, "Come in." Our new secretary, Michaela, enters with a large notepad in her hands. She glances at both of us before speaking. The event coordinator just called. She wants to know if she has the green light to start planning the event on Saturday for the Winner's Circle. Yes, we need that planned ASAP, Marissa replies. Okay. Michaela makes a note in her notepad, then reads something else from it. You have a lunch meeting with Congresswoman Hurd today and a shareholders meeting tomorrow morning at 8. Her eyes rise from the notepad. What about the date for the employee appreciation banquet? I glance at the calendar on my desk, then look at her. Schedule it for the 31st. She makes a note, then energetically bounces. Perfect. Can I get you coffee or anything? Her face grimaces when she meets Marissa's gaze. Sorry, I forgot. You look like you've had enough for all of us, Marissa playfully snaps. My sister-in-law giggles. I'm just so happy I don't have to wear that short skirt anymore and get objectified by the male patrons. I join in on teasing her. And the significant pay increase does nothing for you? That too, my dear brother. Michaela points at me with a wink. Well, I'll be at my new desk if you need me. She performs a happy dance as she leaves the office. Marissa shakes her head, pretending to be annoyed while she secretly loves having easy access to her sister. I see why they say not to mix family and business. She slowly stands from her chair, then brings the documents she has finished reading over to my desk. Business is already booming as it is. I'm not sure if we should accept this proposal. I take the papers from her hands, let them drop to the desk, then rise from my office chair. She watches me curiously as I walk around to the front of the desk, then lift her to sit on top of it. CEO Stakes. She bites her bottom lip seductively as I place my hands at her butt while standing between her legs. It seems like the only way to get you to focus is to screw you on your desk. I kiss the side of her neck amorously. Well, CEO Stakes, you've caught on to my plan. I'm about to lay her back on the desk when she makes a gagging sound in my left ear. I move back to see a startled expression on her face before she covers her mouth with both hands. Damn it, boys. You're cock-blocking me again? She pushes me out of the way like a linebacker, then runs out of the office towards the bathroom. I was beyond thrilled when we found out that Marissa is pregnant with twin boys. But then her morning sickness started about a month ago and got progressively worse as she approached the end of her first trimester. I've encouraged her to work from the comfort of our home several times, but she refuses to. Only our close friends and family know right now, and we've decided not to go public with the exciting news until she starts showing more. After a long day at the casino, I cook dinner for us at the condo. Marissa observes me as she sits at the bar counter with a book of baby names. How about Brian and Brandon? I chuckle as a memory from my childhood comes to my mind. There was a kid named Brandon who used to bully me in school. Never mind. That could be a bad omen. She hisses as her face expresses a wince. We don't want your own child beating your ass. We laugh together as I stir the fragrant contents in the pot. My eyes study her as she focuses on pairing names from the book. Her diligence makes the corners of my lips curl upward. Damn, I really am the luckiest man in the world. I serve the food for us, then we eat together at the dining room table. Marissa's eyes widen, looking up at me from across the table after she takes her first bite. This is so good, babe. I take my first bite, then nod approvingly. I thought you'd like it. I remembered to avoid all the foods that you're repulsed by right now. She smiles widely as she leans forward to stroke the right side of my face and my chin with the back of her hand. My husband is the greatest. We continue to come up with matching boys' names while we enjoy dinner. I take a long sip of my wine, set the glass down on the table, then look at her with loving eyes. How about Corey and Colin? She looks up from her plate, gasps joyously, then stands slightly to kiss me over the table. I love it.
Chapter 49. Marissa. Babe, you really have to stop worrying. I take another chunk of my hair and run a straightener through it. They won't be upset if we're 5 minutes late to our reservation. Aiden darts his eyes at me exasperatedly. It's not the 5-minute late dinner reservation. I'm worried about baby. It's the fact that you're having contractions every 7 minutes. A playful smile hangs on my lips. One last section, babe, I promise. I watch Aiden as he paces around the room. He runs his hands through his hair, and you would think he's the one in premature labor. I'm just going to drive you straight to the hospital, Aiden says, pointing a finger at me. Oh, please. I have lots of time. These are just Braxton Hicks contractions. I've read about it before. I wave a hand at him. Aiden mutters under his breath, and he unbuttons the top of his polo. I can't breathe. I unplug my straightener and walk over to him. I run a reassuring hand on his arm. I am fine. A sharp pain shoots up from my back and I grimace. The doctor said if I can talk through a contraction, I pause and try to breathe. I'm fine. Aiden takes my hand and sits me on the bed. Your last contraction was almost 5 minutes ago. It's getting shorter. He wipes a hand on his forehead. The contraction passes and I sigh. Are you sweating? Aiden darts his eyes from me to my engorged stomach. Obviously not, Marissa. Labor is a completely normal, everyday occurrence. Good. Because my water broke when I started my makeup and I didn't want to worry you. Aiden jumps to his feet. You mean 2 hours ago? He runs his hand over his face. That's why you changed. How did I not notice? I am such a dumbass. I hear his muffled voice. I'm honestly so fine right now, I say coolly. Marissa, if I look between your legs right now, I can bet you that I will see Corey or Colin's head. He takes my hand and pulls me behind him. Where are we going? I say casually, as I ask the world's most obvious question. The hospital. At the hospital, I lay on the bed on my side. See, Aiden, the 3 hours we've been here, we could have been at the dinner. Aiden stuffs another ice chip in my mouth. Stay hydrated. The doctor walks in and has me adjust so that she can check to see how far dilated I am. All right, Mrs. Stakes. You are about 6 centimeters, so we just need to hang tight just a bit longer. Aiden whirls around and starts approaching the doctor. Ma'am, are you sure she is progressing along correctly? Is she okay? I read that the longer your water has been broken, the worse it can be for the baby. Is this your first baby? Aiden looks back and smirks, then looks to the doctor. That I know of. Aiden, I yell from the bed. Yes, sorry. These are my first babies. Well, Mr. Stakes, I will have you know that she is progressing a lot faster than usual twin labors. The doctor scans my chart. Aiden pales. Well, is that a good thing? Do you want your wife to be in pain for over 20 hours? He shakes his head. No. The doctor smiles. She is just fine. Sometime later, Michaela and my mom each French braid one side of my hair. You see, when you're pushing, you are going to feel like dying, but having your hair out of your face will definitely eliminate one problem, my mom says. Not to mention you're pushing 2 babies out, Michaela adds. The photos are going to be so pretty, my mom says. No one is posting my wife's body online, Aiden says as he goes through the hospital bags to find my lip balm. A sharp pain curses through my entire lower body. My back, butt, and stomach are killing me. I gasp loudly and grip my stomach. I try taking deep breaths, but the pain is overwhelming. Michaela jumps up. Someone get the doctor. Aiden darts over to my side and takes my hand. Are you okay, love? Do I look okay? I say, fighting off profanities. I squeeze Aiden's hand, and he clutches onto me tightly. You're doing great, babe. Where the hell is the doctor? I yell. My mom rushes out of the room to assist Michaela with the search. You look beautiful, Marissa. Aiden strokes my face lightly. Shut up. The doctor rushes in with Michaela and my mom at her side. The doctor lifts the blanket up. Yes, it's time to start pushing, Mama. Would you like some more head support for you up there before we start? Just get them out of me, I yell as my face contorts. The doctor guides me. All right, big push on 3. 1, 2, 3. I yell and give this my all. One more time, the doctor says. I can feel the veins forming on my head. I grip Aiden's hand tighter than ever. He winces a bit. Oh, does that really hurt, Aiden? Grow up. Your wife is in labor. Michaela bickers in sisterly fashion. Can you guys shut up? I say as I push a human out of me. Here is baby boy number 1, the doctor says as she places him on my chest. Who's this? I cry tears of joy and relief. I look up at Aiden, who is sobbing. This is Colin, he manages to say. I nod ferociously and agree. He's perfect, Michaela says. How precious, my mom adds, wiping tears. We're not done yet, the doctor says as she counts down again. 3, 2, 1. I push, exhausted. No, we're going to need a bigger push. I push again with all my might and gasp for air. Well, that was a quick labor. She places the baby on my chest right next to his brother. Say hello to baby 2. Hi, Corey, I say as I graze his cheek with my finger. My boys are perfect, Aiden says, leaning over me and touching their fingers. They certainly are, Mr. and Mrs. Stakes.
Chapter 50. Aiden, my boys are growing up before my eyes, and it's really making me miss the times we could hold them in our arms. Someone should have warned me that the terrible 2s with twin boys is literally doubled. It seems like basic math, but you don't realize how chaotic it can truly be until you're actually experiencing it. Colin, your mother is going to kill me if you lose that. I chase him around the couch so many times that I start to lose my breath. He looks over his shoulder as his toddler wobble slows down once he has realized I've stopped chasing him. My jaw drops as he passes my wedding band to Corey, like a baton. Then Corey runs off into the dining room. Had a feeling you 2 were in cahoots. My feet take slow paces in the dining room. You are just too smart for your own good. Corey giggles happily when he sees me coming after him. I'm stopped in my tracks when I hear Colin crying. "What is it, Cole?" I walk back to the living room, kneeling beside him. He grabs his head as if he has hit it on something. I inspect the top of his head full of thick hair to find no bumps of scratches. "See? You're okay?" I kiss his head, then stand up quickly. "Now I just need to catch your co-conspirator." The elevator dings and Corey runs over as the doors open. "Mommy!" Marissa smiles happily as she enters the condo with shopping bags in her hands. "Hey, Pumpkin! Mommy just needs to put these bags down first." I sprint over to her, kiss her lips, then take the bags out of her hands. "We missed you." She chuckles as she picks up Corey and kisses him. "You mean the boys were wearing you out for the past hour?" I place the bags down on the counter, then watch as Colin runs over to hug her legs. She places Corey down, then picks up Colin. "Hey, yams!" Colin giggles as she blows a raspberry on his cheek. "Corey, come here." I kneel down as he runs over to me, then check his hands to see that they are both empty. "What did you do with it?" "I need to find this ring before Marissa does." She walks over with Colin still in her arms. "What did he lose this time?" "Oh, nothing." I chuckle nervously as I retrace his steps in the dining room, unable to find the ring anywhere. As I make my way back to the kitchen, I see Marissa on her knees in front of Corey while he's reaching into his pocket to give her something. "You're Mommy's little detective, aren't you?" She lovingly rubs the top of his head, then looks at me with a raised eyebrow as she holds up the gold ring. "Were you looking for this?" I run my hand through my hair, thinking of how to save my ass after my own son turned me into the authorities. "Yeah, I got nothing." Marissa rises to her feet, looking unintentionally sexy as she walks over to me and pushes her body against mine. "We had a talk about this already." "Right, Daddy?" She looks at my hand as she grabs it, then slides the wedding band on my ring finger. "This is a choking hazard for toddlers." I try to focus on her words, but her body being pressed against me is making me hard. I place my hands at her ass, squeezing her cheeks tightly. "If you keep calling me Daddy like that, we're gonna be expecting baby number 3 soon." She stands on her tiptoes, moving close enough to kiss me. "You can't even handle 2, she whispers. Her body moves out of my clutches and she smiles seductively before going after the boys. "Yams, Pumpkin, let's go get cleaned up." Marissa turns to look at the twins in their car seats from the passenger seat. "Are you too excited to go to Grandma's house?" They both respond joyously. "Yeah." As I turn into the driveway of the familiar villa, Monica and Evan come towards the SUV, waving us down happily. "There's Grandma and Grandpa." The two have been inseparable since our wedding, and Monica moved into my father's estate not too long after. Monica opens the back right door and exclaims, "Hi, Colin. How is my little sweet pea?" I smile widely as I open the door for Marissa, then help her down to the ground. "What is it with you, ladies in food names? It's our terms of endearment." Marissa smiles widely as her mother takes Colin out of his car seat and hugs him in her arms. Evan walks around the back of the SUV, then opens the left door. "It's my main man, Corey." I playfully kiss Marissa on her cheek. "Then what's my food name?" "You don't have one," she teases as the bridge of her nose does that cute wrinkle thing. My father joins us with Corey held tightly in his arms. "Would you two like the night off? It's a night to celebrate. We have no problem keeping them overnight." Marissa and I look at each other with mischievous glances and respond simultaneously, "Yes." We get dressed in our formal wear later that evening for the grand opening of our new Stakes Casino location in Reno. Marissa adjusts my black bow tie, then kisses my lips admiringly. "You look as handsome as ever." I gently move a strand of her long hair out of her face. "And you will always be the most beautiful woman in this world. Are you ready to do this?" She smiles brightly. "There's no one I would rather do this with." Terry greets us at the Rolls-Royce with his usual enthusiasm. "Damn, you two look spectacular." I I pat him on his shoulder, then give him a hug. Thanks, Terry. It's a big night. He drives us to the helicopter pad. Then I assist Marissa into the helicopter before joining her. We hold hands as we enjoy the ride in the majestic night sky as the skylights of the city flash around us. When we arrive in Reno at our new casino site, hundreds of people are there to greet us and share in our historical moment. Marissa's slinky red gown matches the large red ribbon that is placed in our hands to represent the opening of the new casino. The mayor hands us the large gold scissors as many camera shutters flash around us. Marissa and I clench the scissors together with our hands overlapping, holding each other's gaze with smiles of gratitude as we all count down in unison. 3, 2, 1...